Shinluo looked in the direction of Xiao Hei's gaze. She saw the branches and leaves of a big tree gently swaying, as if responding to something. She was surprised. Could the sound she heard earlier really have come from this tree? Haha, little one, don't talk nonsense. I'm not trying to make things mysterious. A deep, weathered voice suddenly sounded, making Shinluo take a step back. Xiao Hei looked calm, as if used to this. It walked to the tree and patted the trunk with its paw, saying, "Old man, stop pretending.
Come out now."
Shinluo isn't a stranger. As soon as it finished speaking, the tree's trunk shimmered with a faint light. Then, an old man dressed in gray robes and with white hair slowly stepped out from the tree. He was thin but had bright, sharp eyes, looking very energetic. Shinluo stared at the old man, unable to speak from surprise. She didn't expect that in this space, there was still such a mysterious person hiding. The old man looked at Shinluo and smiled slightly, saying, "Little girl, don't be afraid. I am Xiao Hei's teacher." Shinluo nodded and said, "Hello, I am Shinluo." Xiao Hei, hearing this, looked a bit displeased and pouted, saying, "Humph, you chose your own teacher, old man. Teach yourself." Hearing Xiao Hei's words, Shinluo became even more sure of her guess. She respectfully bowed and asked, "Senior, could you please give me some guidance?" The old man smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course. But first, I have a gift for you." He reached into his sleeve and took out an old-fashioned bracelet, which looked like it was made of wood. Shinluo looked at the ancient bracelet in the old man's hand, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. She didn't understand why this mysterious old man wanted to give her such a gift. The old man seemed to see through her thoughts. He smiled slightly and said, "Little girl, put it on and drip a drop of your blood onto the bracelet." Hearing this, Shinluo felt a little nervous, but still followed his instructions. She carefully dropped a drop of blood onto the bracelet. Suddenly, the bracelet glowed softly, wrapping around Shinluo's wrist. She felt a warm power flow from the bracelet into her body, making her feel completely comfortable and relaxed. This. Shinluo looked at the elder in surprise, full of disbelief. The elder smiled and said, "Use your special ability to activate this bracelet." Following the elder's instructions, Shinluo focused her mind and tried to use her power to activate the bracelet. Suddenly, the light on the bracelet became brighter, as if resonating with her internal energy. Shinluo could clearly feel her power flowing continuously into the bracelet, which in turn reflected this energy back to her in a strange way. As she kept using her ability, Shinluo suddenly felt an unprecedented surge of strength inside her. This power was strong and pure, making her feel like she had been reborn and completely changed. She even broke through to the 3rd level. What's going on? Shinluo looked at the elder in shock, her eyes full of amazement. The elder smiled and explained, "This bracelet is called the Spirit Wood Bracelet. I crafted it carefully from 1,000-year-old spiritual wood. It can perfectly match your wood type ability. Keep using your energy to activate it and imagine it becoming your weapon." Hearing this, Shinluo focused again, using her ability to activate the bracelet and imagining it transforming into her weapon. Suddenly, vines grew from the bracelet. They started thin and became thicker, eventually as thick as a finger. Under her control, these vines moved like they had a life of their own, twisting and stretching flexibly, as if they were an extension of her arm. Shinluo watched in amazement. She had never thought that an ordinary-looking bracelet could have such magical powers. She tried swinging her arm, and the vines moved along with her, making a rustling sound like wind, looking very powerful. The elder watched Shinluo's surprised expression and nodded with satisfaction, saying, "Good, you are teachable." Excited, Shinluo waved her arms, feeling the strength of the vines, and sincerely said, "Senior, this bracelet is truly amazing." The elder smiled, stroked his beard proudly, and said, "Of course. Usually, I don't give this spirit wood bracelet to just anyone." Xiao Hei looked disdainful. "Old man, when did you start acting so proud?" Hearing this, the elder laughed heartily and said, "You little fellow, you're quite the cheeky one." "Shinluo, don't listen to him. This bracelet is destined for you. Keep it well. Thank you, senior. I will cherish this bracelet. Shenluo spoke seriously. The old man nodded happily upon hearing this, showing approval in his eyes. He gently patted Shenluo's shoulder and said, I believe you can use the wood spirit bracelet well. Such fuss. It's only been a short time since we last met, and the old man is already slow to speak, Little Black said, still lying on the lounge chair basking in the sun. You talk the most. The old man glanced at Little Black. Seeing you makes me anxious. I'm leaving now, no need to see me off. Shenluo asked, Are you leaving? Before she finished speaking, the old man had already disappeared, vanishing from her sight. Stop calling. This old man just likes to sleep. When he's rested enough, he'll come out. Saying he'll never come back is just him joking with me. Don't mind him, Little Black squinted. He's an elder, so we should be respectful. There's nothing wrong with that, Shenluo said as she walked to the lounge chair, picked up Little Black, and gently stroked its fur. Humph. Little Black lay on Shenluo's lap, changed to a comfortable position, and started snoring happily, falling asleep peacefully. Shenluo looked helpless, but lay down on the lounge chair with Little Black and fell asleep too. After some time, Shenluo was awakened by urgent knocking on the door. She rubbed her eyes, held the still sleeping Little Black beside her, gently placed it on the bed, then got up to open the door. Standing outside was Li Ping, looking anxious. Luo, something's wrong. Those official people are here again. They smashed the villa gate so badly it might break, Li Ping panted. Hearing this, Shenluo frowned. I won't go see them. They dare to come to trouble us again. Shenluo and Li Ping hurried to the front door. Through the peephole, they saw several uniformed officials standing outside, knocking loudly and arrogantly. The loud knocking made Shenluo feel a surge of anger ready to explode inside her. Shenluo took a deep breath, tried to calm herself, then opened the door and looked coldly at the people outside. Why are you here again? Shenluo asked sharply. One of the leading people stepped forward confidently and said, What are we here for? We already told you last time. Your villa has been taken over by us and you need to move out today. If you don't blame us for being rude. Hearing this, Shenluo felt a surge of anger in her heart. But she remained calm and said, Whose do you think you are? How can you take over my villa? I already told you I don't agree. The leader's face darkened and he said, Who do you think you are? We've already taken over this place. You have to leave, whether you like it or not. After speaking, he waved his hand, signaling the people behind him to forcibly enter the villa. Seeing this, Shenluo's eyes turned sharp. She moved to block the door and coldly said, I dare you to try. The official personnel were clearly caught off guard by Shenluo's strong reaction and froze for a moment. The leader snapped out of his surprise and shouted, This is insubordination. You will be responsible for this. Shenluo sneered and said, Insubordination? Who do you think you are? This villa is my private property. You have no right to take it. If you dare to force your way in again, don't blame me for being rude. Then she kicked hard at the leader's chest. The leader felt a powerful force hit him, and he was thrown backward, falling heavily to the ground. Seeing this, the other officials were so frightened they retreated quickly, not daring to act again. Shenluo looked at their frightened faces and felt a little pleased. She coldly said, Go back and tell your boss that this is my territory. They can't just come and trample over it. If they come again, don't blame me for being harsh. The officials scrambled to escape from the villa. Shenluo watched their retreating figures with disdain, snorted softly, then turned around and closed the door. Li Ping stood nearby, watching Shenluo's actions with surprise and admiration. She said, Luo, you were so brave just now. They all ran away because of you. Shenluo smiled and said, It's nothing, just a little trick. But even though they ran away this time, they won't give up easily. We need to be prepared for their next move. Li Ping nodded and said, Okay, I understand. Luo, don't worry. We will practice harder next time, and I will kick him away with one foot. Shenluo was amused by Li Ping's words. She patted Li Ping's shoulder and said, Good. Let's work together to show them how strong we are. By the way, where's Su Qing and Xiaoya? I asked Su Qing to watch over Xiaoya and Xiaohao. These days, Xiaohao likes to stick close to Su Qing, and she cries loudly when she can't see her. So I kept them in the bedroom, and I came out to find you, Li Ping explained simply. Okay, Sister Ping, let's go back inside. I'm hungry, Shenluo said and walked ahead into the villa. Li Ping followed closely, saying as she walked, All right, I'll go prepare some food for you. Back inside, Shenluo saw Su Qing playing happily with Xiaoya and Xiaohao. Her eyes were moving quickly, but she kept a close watch on Su Qing, as if afraid she might run away. Shenluo approached the three and asked, Su Qing, how is it? Is taking care of the little ones tiring? Su Qing, holding Shenluo's neck, said, Sister Luo, Sister Ping really works hard. These two little kids are so clever. Playing with them is even more tiring than running 10 kilometers. Hearing this, Shenluo felt warm inside and said, Yes, Sister Ping takes care of the little cuties every day and trains her physical strength. It's really exhausting. After speaking, Shenluo hugged Xiaohao and went to the dining room with Su Qing and Xiaohao. At the dining table, Li Ping was busy preparing food. Shenluo suggested, Sister Ping, let's have hot pot. We haven't had it in a long time. Today, let's focus on eating meat. Su Qing's eyes lit up and said, I love hot pot. I love lamb. I'll go with Sister Ping to prepare the ingredients. After saying that, she turned and went into the kitchen to start working. Yes, I'm craving it too. It's been so long since I had hot pot. I really miss the taste. Li Ping opened the fridge and started taking out vegetables. Shenluo held Xiaohao and sat with Xiaoya at the table, waiting for the hot pot to boil. Since Xiaoya was still young and couldn't eat spicy food, they prepared a mushroom soup hot pot for her. Shenluo, Su Qing, and Li Ping all ate spicy hot pot. Soon, Li Ping brought out plates of fresh ingredients, including beef, lamb, vegetables, tofu, and more. The variety was tempting and made everyone's mouth water. Shenluo looked at the ingredients and said with a smile, Ping Jie, you are so thoughtful to prepare everything so carefully. Li Ping smiled and said, As long as you like it, go ahead and eat. Otherwise, it will get cold soon. Then the four of them sat together and started enjoying hot pot. The steaming hot pot with delicious ingredients made everyone enjoy their meal. Xiaoya looked at the food in the pot and tentatively asked, Sister, I want to eat spicy meat too. Is that okay? Shenluo gently patted Xiaoya's head and said, Xiaoya, Sister will give you a piece of meat, but you need to wash it well with water to remove the spiciness before eating, because it's too spicy. After saying that, Shenluo picked up a slice of beef from the clear soup pot and placed it in Xiaoya's bowl. She said, Okay, Xiaoya, eat this beef first. When you grow up, you can eat spicy hot pot with Sister. Xiaoya nodded happily and started eating. Meanwhile, Su Qing was feeding Xiaohao with a bottle nearby, and Xiaohao was eating happily too. Halfway through the meal, Shenluo suddenly said, Looking at the weather, a heavy rain will come in a few days because of the bad weather. Tonight, we should turn off the lights on the second and third floors, close the curtains, and then turn on the first floor light. Yes, okay, Sister Luo, Su Qing replied while eating lamb. Also, we need to keep warm. If it gets cold, turn on the electric blanket. My electricity is solar-powered, so it won't run out. I'm worried that after the heavy rain, there might be a power outage. If people see lights here, it could attract trouble, Shenluo explained the reason to everyone. Li Ping nodded upon hearing this, her expression becoming serious. She said, Luo, you're right. We need to be prepared. If the power really goes out, we should be ready. Su Qing also put down her bottle and listened carefully to Shenluo's plan. She said, Sister Luo, let's start preparing now. Pack up what we need to take and turn off the lights that should be turned off. Li Ping nodded and said, Good, let's split up. Qing, go to the second and third floors to turn off the lights and close the curtains. I'll check the electric blankets and solar power system to make sure they work properly. Shenluo raised her hand to stop the two from getting up to check the circuits. No need to rush. Let's eat first. After speaking, Shenluo served some food to everyone, signaling them to start eating. While no one was paying attention, Shenluo added spiritual spring water to the pot again. On the day of the heavy rain, many people fell into deep sleep. A few days later, those with special abilities would appear. Today is the day the rain arrives, so Shenluo prepared in advance. She suggested having hot pot to make it easier to add the spiritual spring water and to give everyone a chance to awaken their abilities by eating more of it. The four of them would stay in different rooms to avoid accidents. Everyone enjoyed the meal very much, and it lasted until after 10 p.m. At this time, light rain was falling outside. Because Shenluo had been drinking the spiritual spring water for a long time, her hearing became very sharp. She knew that after tonight, human civilization would gradually collapse. This rain would mark a new beginning. Looking at the increasing rain outside, Shenluo felt both hopeful and nervous. She knew that everything would change after this rain. She turned to look at Li Ping and Su Qing, who were cleaning up, and Xiaoya, who was playing happily nearby, feeling a mix of emotions. The rain grew heavier, accompanied by thunder and lightning, as if the whole world was trembling. Tonight, Xiaoya and Xiaohao can sleep with me. Sister Ping, you should rest well too, Shenluo said. Wow, Sister Luo, really? Can I sleep with you? Xiaoya clapped happily and jumped beside Shenluo. Of course, Shenluo patted Xiaoya's head. Xiaoya, don't bother Sister Luo. Sleep with your mom instead. If you kick and make noise in the middle of the night, you'll disturb her, Li Ping said, worried that Xiaoya might be restless and prevent Shenluo from resting. It's okay. I'm happy tonight, and I promised Xiaoya we would sleep together, Shenluo said, seeing Li Ping hesitate. All right, Sister Ping, it's settled. You've had a long day, so go rest early. Li Ping nodded and said, Okay, Luo, you all should rest early too. It's okay, Sister Ping. I'll sleep with you, Su Qing said, climbing onto Li Ping's arm and pleading. But I want to listen to Luo tonight. I want to enjoy some alone time, Shenluo replied. After Li Ping finished speaking, she turned and went back to her room. Yes, don't bother Sister Ping. Just go to sleep, Shenluo said supportively. Shenluo then took Xiaoya and Xiaohao to his room. He laid Xiaoya on the bed and held Xiaohao in his arms. He sat by the bed and started telling them a story. As Xiaoya listened, she gradually grew sleepy, her eyelids fluttering. Soon, she was snoring softly and asleep. He gently covered Xiaoya with a blanket, then turned to look at Xiaohao. Xiaohao had already closed her eyes, breathing evenly, clearly asleep too. The rain kept falling steadily, softly pattering outside. That night was destined to be sleepless. Shenluo sat by the window, quietly listening to the rain and thinking about what the future might hold. By morning, Xiaoya and Xiaohao showed no signs of waking. They had a fever, feeling hot all over, which Shenluo knew was a sign of awakening a special power. Even Shenluo felt her body growing hot. Could she be about to awaken her fourth power? Meanwhile, Li Ping and Su Qing's room was also silent. The rain continued to fall for 3 days straight. Li Ping opened her door and stepped out, feeling sore all over and uncomfortable. She didn't know how long she had slept. Concerned about Xiaoya, she left the room. Hearing voices downstairs, she went to the first floor. She saw Shenluo, Xiaohei, Su Qing, Xiaoya, and Xiaohao sitting at the table, eating delicious food like steamed buns, dumplings, shumai, egg cakes, and century egg with lean pork. Her stomach growled unexpectedly. Mom, you're awake.
Come eat.
Sister Luo's cooking is so good, Xiaoya said happily, her eyes shining. Li Ping patted Xiaoya's head and smiled. Okay, I'll come eat now. She walked to the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Looking at the feast before her, she felt full of happiness. Shenluo saw Li Ping sit down and handed her a pair of chopsticks. Sister Ping, eat quickly. Li Ping took the chopsticks, picked up a steamed bun, and put it in her mouth. Instantly, she was won over by its delicious flavor. She sighed happily. So good. Luo, your cooking keeps getting better. Shenluo smiled and said, I'm glad everyone likes it. It's not that Shenluo's skills are particularly good. These were all custom-made earlier and have been kept in the space. Li Ping looked at everyone's expressions, hesitant to speak. After a moment of thought, she finally said, Luo, Su Qing, I have something to tell you. What is it, Sister Ping? Su Qing asked casually. Sister Ping, what's wrong? You look so serious. Shen Luo also couldn't understand what was going on with Li Ping. Luo, I don't know how to say this. I just feel that there's something different about my body. I'm afraid Li Ping glanced at Xiaoya, but didn't continue. Something strange happening to your body? Shen Luo had wanted to ask about this since Li Ping went downstairs. Li Ping's expression grew more serious. She took a deep breath, seeming to make a decision, and said, Luo, I feel very tired now. And it seems like there's a force inside me that's surging. I don't know what's happening. Her eyes showed confusion and unease. Hearing this, Shen Luo understood a little more. She looked at Li Ping and said slowly, Sister Ping, do you think you've developed a special ability? Li Ping was surprised for a moment, then nodded and said, Yes, Luo. When I saw the table full of food, a voice told me what tastes good and what doesn't. After hearing this, Shen Luo was even more sure of her guess. She looked at Li Ping seriously and said, Sister Ping, I think you might have awakened a special ability. And it's probably related to cooking. Cooking? Li Ping was surprised. Maybe my ability is the most useless one. Shen Luo shook her head and smiled. No, Sister Ping, your ability is very useful. With food as a boost, your power won't be drained quickly, and the higher your level, the faster you recover. Li Ping's eyes lit up with hope. She looked at Shen Luo and asked, Luo, is what you said true? And you said we? Have all of you awakened your abilities? Yes, Sister Ping. I awakened a healing ability. Su Qing is a student at a medical university, so her awakening supernatural ability is related to herself. Mom, I can sense danger, Xiaoya also said. Actually, when Li Pei went downstairs, Shen Luo already knew about Li Pei's supernatural ability, but she couldn't show it. Shen Luo's base number is 001. Her name is Shen Luo, her position is leader, and she has 3 abilities. Base number 003. Her name is Shun Hao, no official position. Her ability is metal type, level 1, with 100% loyalty. Base number 004. Her name is Li Pei. She is the base manager. Her ability is food type, level 1, with 100% loyalty. Base number 005. Her name is Xiaoya, no official position. Her ability is perception type, level 1, with 100% loyalty. Base number 006. Her name is Su Qing. She is the base doctor. Her ability is healing type, level 1, with 100% loyalty. Li Pei felt a little disappointed when she heard everyone's words, always feeling that her ability was not very good. Shen Luo seemed to sense Li Pei's disappointment and said, Li Pei, awakening abilities is the main way to survive in this world. With your presence, our abilities will all improve. Hearing Shen Luo, Li Pei's mood improved a bit. She looked at Shen Luo and asked, Luo, what should we do now? What's our next step? Shen Luo took out 3 level 1 crystal cores and placed them on the table, saying, Each of you take one. Sit quietly and feel the energy of the crystal core, then absorb it. Li Pei, Su Qing, and Xiaoya looked at the crystal cores on the table, their eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. They had never seen such crystal cores containing supernatural energy, nor did they know how to absorb the energy. Seeing this, Shen Luo smiled and explained, Crystal cores are key to improving your strength. Just hold the crystal core in your hand, calm your mind, try to resonate with the energy inside, and then slowly guide this energy into your body, letting it merge with your abilities. After hearing Shen Luo's explanation, the 3 nodded to show they understood. They each took a crystal core and began to sit quietly and feel. Time passed second by second, and only the sound of rain was heard pouring inside the room. Suddenly, Li Ping's body trembled slightly. She felt a warm energy flow from the crystal core into her body, merging with the power inside her, making her feel more comfortable than ever before. At the same time, Su Qing and Xiaoya also had different feelings. Su Qing felt her healing ability become more pure and stronger, as if it was being nourished. Xiaoya sensed that her awareness of danger had become sharper, as if she could even feel the smallest movements in the air. When the 3 of them opened their eyes and looked at Shen Luo, their faces were full of surprise and gratitude. Seeing that everyone had successfully absorbed the energy from the crystal cores, Shinluo took out 30 first-level crystal cores and placed them on the table. She said, "Since you all now know how to absorb the energy from now on, each of you will take one crystal core every day. Don't take too many at once. We will do this step by step." Big Sister Luo, where did these come from? Are they from zombie brains? Su Qing asked curiously. Shen Luo nodded. Yes, they are from zombie brains. Are these things also divided into levels? Just like in the stories? Are we now absorbing first-level crystal cores? Su Qing, being very curious, asked. Shen Luo nodded gently and explained. You're right. The stories and movies you watch are not wrong. So, we need to upgrade to level 2 abilities. Su Qing paused and then said, Big Sister Luo, these crystal cores were probably from the zombies you killed, right? Shen Luo nodded. Yes, I'm also a fan of the end-of-the-world stories. During the early days, I thought about digging for resources, just in case the stories are true. Big Sister Luo, next time, can I go out with you to find supplies? Su Qing asked excitedly. Not for now. You, Li Ping, and Xiaoya should stay at home to upgrade your abilities and take care of the house. Xiaoya and Xiaohao are still young, so you need to stay and protect the base with Li Ping, Shen Luo said. Li Ping also nodded. Yes, I used to manage the kids alone, but after today, I worry that many more abilities will appear. If I'm the only one guarding the house, I might not be able to handle it. Shen Luo looked at Su Qing with a hint of encouragement. Once your abilities improve, there will be opportunities. Now, the most important thing is to improve our strength. I've been listening to Sister Luo. Su Qing raised her hand to show she agreed. Shen Luo thought for a moment and continued. Actually, I have something else I want to discuss with everyone. Li Ping and Su Qing both sat on the sofa, waiting for Shen Luo to speak further. A few days ago, I checked out the base in City S. They're also accepting surviving refugees. If the rain keeps falling like this in 3 months, we will have to leave here. So, during these 3 months, you all need to work hard to improve your special abilities. As for me, I will go out to find supplies and plan for our future journey. Leave? Where will we go, Luo? Li Ping asked with a look of confusion. Shen Luo sighed softly and said, If the rain continues for 3 months, the last safe area in City S will be the North District, which might not be flooded. But by then, the water and electricity sources here will be affected, and it won't be safe anymore. Hearing Shen Luo's words, Li Ping and Su Qing fell into thought. They knew Shen Luo was right. If the rain keeps falling like this place will no longer be safe. Luo, we all trust you, Li Ping said first. Shen Luo thought for a moment and said, All right, during this time you should all try to raise your abilities to level 2. That way, if we encounter danger on the road, we will be better prepared. Hearing this, Su Qing and Li Ping nodded in agreement. Shen Luo herself aimed to quickly raise all 3 of her abilities to level 4 or even higher. She knew that only by being strong enough could she better protect everyone. Oh, Luo, what kind of ability do you have? Li Ping asked curiously. Shen Luo smiled slightly and said, I have dual abilities, space and wood. She didn't tell everyone that she was now a 4-ability user, only mentioning space and wood, so it would be easier to use items in the future. 2 abilities. Li Ping and Su Qing looked surprised. They didn't expect Shen Luo to have 2 abilities, and both were so powerful. Luo, you're amazing. Is your space ability like in the stories? Can you store things inside and retrieve them later? Su Qing couldn't help but praise. Shen Luo modestly smiled and said, Yes. After speaking, she stored the teacup in her space, and everyone's water glass suddenly disappeared. Lolo, how big is your space? Li Ping asked excitedly. If we ever leave here, we can take all the supplies with us. About the size of a room, Shen Luo replied. She then took out the water glass she had just stored. Sister Luo, we should not tell anyone about this space yet. I'm worried it might put you in danger, Su Qing said, her excitement turning into concern. Yes, Luo, you can't tell others. It's a big trust you're placing in us. We won't let you down, Li Ping said, holding Shen Luo's hand excitedly. That's right, Sister Luo, you're too kind. You trust us so much, and sharing this secret about the space is a big step. I'm really happy. Thank you for trusting me, Su Qing said with a fangirl's admiration. Shen Luo was almost melted by her cute expression. Shen Luo nodded in agreement. I understand. The space ability is special. I won't reveal it unless absolutely necessary. With her powers and the space, she had a good foundation. Later, when they went out to find supplies, she could bring everything back easily. In the following days, everyone worked hard to improve their abilities, following Shen Luo's plan. Li Ping's food-related ability made her better at cooking, and Su Qing's healing ability helped her take care of Xiaoya and Xiaohao more easily. Xiaoya's ability grew stronger. She just upgraded to level 2 and could sense danger within 50 kilometers. This made Shen Luo very happy. Xiaoya was a little expert, and taking her along in the future could reduce many injuries. Since Xiaohao was still a baby, Shen Luo didn't let him absorb crystals. Instead, she added spiritual spring water to his bottle every day. The progress of their abilities was steady. Time passed day by day. The fake officials came twice more, but Shen Luo sent them away each time. It rained continuously for 15 days. Disasters struck the east, south, and west districts of S City. Human living conditions became even more difficult. The floodwaters are raging, and many areas are already submerged. People have built temporary homes on higher ground because life is very difficult. Shen Luo stands by the window, watching the continuous rain outside. She feels worried inside. She knows the rain will keep falling. Not only City S, but the whole country and even the world will face a big disaster. It has been 15 days. Many places are flooded, and the water level has reached the 3rd floor in some areas. It's time to go out and retrieve the oil. Shen Luo returns to her space and checks the map for gas stations. She plans to start from the East District, then go to the South District, and finally the West District. Just thinking about it makes her happy. Luo, what are you thinking about? Li Ping walks over and gently pats Shen Luo's shoulder. Shen Luo snaps out of her thoughts, looks at Li Ping, and says, I'm thinking I need to go out. The rain has flooded many places, and I guess a lot of food has been washed away. I need to check and bring back some supplies. Li Ping looks worried and says, but, Luo, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Shen Luo smiles and shakes her head. Don't worry. My powers are now at level 4. There probably aren't many with higher levels than me. Anyone I meet will be easily defeated. Li Ping feels a little relieved but still worries. How about this time? Su Qing goes with you. Her fighting skills are good enough to handle 3 people. She can help you. Yes, Luo Jia, let me go with you. Su Qing has been eager to go out with Shen Luo. Shen Luo nods and says, no, Su Qing. Since you can handle 3 people, you should stay at home to deal with emergencies. Okay, that's settled. After dinner today, I will leave. The house will be in Ping Jia and Qing Er's hands. After saying that, Shen Luo takes out 2 machetes from her space, handing them to Li Ping and Su Qing. What are these? Li Ping sees the machetes and looks excited. Machetes, Su Qing and Li Ping say almost at the same time. Are these for us? Li Ping can't hide her excitement. These blades are to fight off the bad guys. Yes, right. Machetes? Shen Luo looks at them and almost laughs. Luo Jia, is this the same machete you used last time to kill the zombies? When Su Qing remembered Shen Luo saving her, she realized Shen Luo used this watermelon knife. She was very jealous because it wasn't an ordinary watermelon knife. It could cut through iron easily. Yes, this is for you. Over the past half-month, you've all improved in fighting skills. Su Qing can fight 3 people at once, and Sister Ping can fight 2. With these fighting skills and this knife, most people can't beat you, Shen Luo said proudly, looking at the 2 people she brought along. Big Sister Luo, what about mine? Xiaoya tugged at Shen Luo's sleeve. You're still a child. You don't need a knife, Li Ping replied, her eyes only on the watermelon knife, ignoring her daughter Xiaoya. Yeah, you're still young, and you can't even hold it. Su Qing patted Xiaoya's shoulder gently to comfort her. But I'm also good at fighting, you know. I can fight you guys, Xiaoya said, not happy with her mother and Su Qing's words. Xiaoya, you are still young, and this knife is a bit heavy for you. This time, Sister Luo is going out to find a weapon that suits you. When you grow as tall as Sister Su Qing, I will give you a knife like hers and your mother's, Shenluo said, patting Xiaoya's shoulder. Hearing Shenluo's words, Xiaoya felt a little disappointed, but nodded with a look of hope. Sister Luo, Xiaoya will grow up quickly and protect you and Mom, just like you're protecting us now, Xiaoya said with a smile. Shenluo gently patted Xiaoya's head, her eyes full of pride and encouragement.
Good.
Sister Luo will wait for Xiaoya to grow up and become our protector, Shenluo said softly. At this moment, Li Ping and Su Qing also picked up their watermelon knives and examined them carefully. Don't worry, Luo. We will take good care of the home, Li Ping said seriously. Su Qing nodded, her eyes shining with determination. Yes, Sister Luo, go find supplies. We will work hard to improve our abilities and won't let you down, Shenluo looked at the two sisters. It seemed these two watermelon knives had won their hearts. They are so brave now, she felt a bit indifferent. All right, it's settled. I'll go out to find supplies, and you stay home to improve your abilities, Shenluo finished, tossing her backpack onto the car. On weekdays, Shenluo usually leaves only in the evening. Li Ping checked the time, went straight to the kitchen, and prepared dinner. She also made extra food so Shenluo could store it in the space, ensuring he could enjoy hot meals later. Sister Ping, I'll help you, Su Qing said, putting away her weapon and joining Li Ping in the kitchen. Good, let's make a bit more. Tonight, we'll have century egg and lean pork congee and small steamed buns, Li Ping replied. So, Li Ping and Su Qing worked together in the kitchen, making a large pot of congee and 10 baskets of small steamed buns. Shenluo swallowed hard. Sister Ping, this smells so good. I knew you'd love it. I've prepared 3 portions of congee, 3 bowls of small wontons, for baskets of steamed buns. I also made braised pork, garlic shoot stir-fry with shredded pork, tomato scrambled eggs, and sliced meat, all with white rice. You should store these in the space first. When you want to eat, they'll be warm. No more eating compressed biscuits or instant noodles, Li Ping said, placing the packed meals on the table for Shenluo to store. Sister Ping, you really don't have to go through so much trouble. It's too tiring, Shenluo said. He had plenty of food in his space, but it was inconvenient to take out and eat when with others. He only took food out when going outside to share with Xiaohe. Xiaohe, seeing Li Ping had prepared so much, hummed in dissatisfaction. Li Ping noticed Xiaohe's unhappy expression and knew Shenluo treasured his cat. She quickly said, Oh, and Xiaohe loves lobster. I also made 10 of them. Xiaohe looked at the kitchen and saw the lobsters on the counter, which he loved to eat. He sat quietly beside them, not saying a word. Yes, Sister Ping spoils Xiaohe the most. Now, the fridge is full of lobsters, salmon, abalone, and scallops. She keeps changing recipes to make food for Xiaohe. I'm so jealous, Su Qing said, staring at the full basket of lobsters, saliva almost dripping.
Don't worry about that.
Xiaohe only likes so much. We can't eat too much anyway. I'll keep making different dishes for everyone, Li Ping said. Since gaining her cooking ability, she took full charge of making meals. Not only do the dishes taste great, but eating them also helps restore her energy quickly. Shenluo checked his gear to make sure everything was ready, then said to Li Ping and Su Qing, I'll be gone for at least 3 days and no more than 7. Li Ping heard this and peeked out from the kitchen, saying, Luo, you must be very careful. We are waiting for you to come back. Shenluo nodded and said, Yes, I will come back as soon as possible. Su Qing also came over and said, Sister Luo, you must be careful. Shenluo smiled and nodded, saying, Don't worry, I will. You all need to work hard too. When I return, I hope your special abilities will improve. After speaking, Shenluo used the remote control to open the villa door, then drove the SUV into the rain. The rain was still falling and it didn't seem like it would stop soon. She drove toward the East District. Before reaching the East District, the water level had already risen to the car door without her noticing. Shenluo stopped the car, took out a small boat from her space, and stored her car inside the space. She then used the small boat to enter the East District. The situation there was worse than Shenluo had expected. Many buildings were flooded, with water everywhere, and some areas even formed small lakes. Carefully, Shinluo steered the small boat to avoid splashing too much water. She slowly moved along the street and quickly found a gas station marked on her map. But only the roof of the gas station remained. She used her sensing ability and detected no signs of people inside the gas station. So, when she touched the roof of the gas station, she stored it in her space. She was just trying it out and didn't expect that she could store anything she touched. This made Shinluo very happy. Now she could store things over a larger area, not just on the ground. She continued driving the small boat and found several more gas stations along the way. These stations were in different conditions, some intact, others just ruins. No matter what, Shinluo stored each one in her space. During this process, she also encountered two groups of people trying to rob her. But Shinluo didn't fight back. When they were about 50 meters away, she released her vines, which tangled their boats and capsized them, causing their supplies and people to fall into the water. Shinluo ignored these people. In the end of the world, survival rules mean you don't get involved in trouble. Based on her previous experience, she passed by the villas in the wealthy area. Many villas are now just a roof remaining on top. Shinluo found that she could sense what was underwater even without putting her hand in the water, just by using the vines. She thought for a moment and decided to try exploring underwater with the vines to see if she could find anything valuable. So, Shinluo carefully extended the vines into the water, sensing the surroundings closely. The vines moved smoothly through the water, like living creatures, constantly stretching outward. Shinluo focused her mind, analyzing every inch of the underwater space through the touch of the vines. Suddenly, the vines seemed to touch something hard. She was excited and quickly guided the vines toward that direction. As the vines went deeper, a shape gradually became clear in Shinluo's mind. It was a submerged villa, with part of it still above the water because of the higher ground. Right now, Shinluo was exploring the entrance to the villa's basement with her vines. She decided to sneak into the basement to see what was inside. She carefully steered her speedboat toward the villa, then used the vines to fix the boat onto the roof that was still above water. After securing the boat, she stored it in her space and dove into the water, swimming toward the basement. With her excellent physical skills and special abilities, Shinluo easily found the entrance to the villa. She took a deep breath, submerged, and pushed open the door of the villa. As the door slowly opened, a cold, damp air hit her face. Shinluo frowned but didn't back away. Instead, she kept swimming forward. Inside the basement, she found it was not flooded but kept dry. Shinluo peeked her head out of the water and looked around. There were some supplies stacked here, not many, but very precious in this post-apocalyptic world. She quickly extended her vines out of the water, stored the speedboat and her backpack in her space, then submerged again to gather the supplies one by one. During this process, Shinluo also unexpectedly found some weapons and ammunition. These weapons and ammunition were definitely a huge gain for her team. She carefully stored them in her space, trying not to make any noise. After gathering everything, Shinluo prepared to leave. Suddenly, she heard footsteps approaching. Startled, she quickly hid in a corner, holding her breath and quietly watching the movement. A few people in diving suits, holding weapons, carefully entered the area. They seemed to be searching for something. Shinluo secretly felt relieved that she had acted quickly and already stored all her supplies in her space. It looked like these people searched the basement of the villa but didn't find what they wanted. "Captain, there's nothing here."
Not a single valuable thing.
"Everyone coming to our base must be lying," a young person said, feeling annoyed. "They probably don't dare to lie. Maybe the people looking for supplies took everything," the captain replied, glancing around. "Why don't they leave us some?" the young soldier muttered. Shinluo thought to herself that these people were clearly not ordinary. They wore diving suits and carried weapons. The captain? Could they be from the S-City base? "If it were you, would you leave food and drinks, making your family go hungry?" the captain asked, continuing to scan the surroundings.
No.
"I would take everything," the young soldier answered without hesitation.
Exactly.
You're going to take everything, so you expect others not to take anything? Anyway, searching for supplies is our job. Whether we find them or not, we have to bring something back. As for what's already taken, we can't do anything about it. Let's go. We'll check the next villa, the captain said, and headed outside. Shenluo stayed still. The captain's skills must be very strong. He always seemed to notice her quickly. She decided to wait a bit longer. So, Shenluo returned to her space. After working hard all day, she was hungry. She and Xiaohei prepared to have a late-night snack. Shenluo took out congee with preserved eggs and pork, steamed buns, braised pork, and other dishes that Li Ping had prepared. She and Xiaohei enjoyed the delicious night meal together. Xiaohei also ate happily, looking very satisfied. However, Shenluo remained alert, constantly sensing outside with her vines. She wanted to know if the captain had left or not. She decided to rest in her space for a while to regain her energy. After about 2 hours, she confirmed there were no signs outside. Only then did she leave her space to continue exploring the eastern area. Shenluo continued walking through the villa area, using vines to explore each house in the water. She found that most of the basements had been searched, leaving only antiques and jade items. There was no gold or silver jewelry, probably already taken by the small team from the S-City base. Shenluo didn't want these items to gather dust in the end times, so she collected them into her space. She drove a speedboat forward, looking at the map, which showed a library nearby. Shenluo decided to go to the library, hoping to find useful books or information there. Following the route on the map, she quickly reached the library's location. She saw that the floodwaters had already covered the library's door, with water reaching the 4th floor. The area was silent, as if no one had been there. She opened a window on the 4th floor and carefully entered the library, surprised to find it was not flooded. Inside, emergency lights flickered dimly, and the air smelled of books. Shenluo slowly moved along the bookshelves, collecting books from each floor into her space. She discovered that the library had a wide range of books about survival skills, medicine, history, culture, astronomy, and geography, all very useful in the end times. She also found some rare ancient books and manuscripts. These ancient texts and manuscripts were valuable for studying history and culture. She carefully stored them in her space, worried about damaging any pages. After collecting the books, Shenluo prepared to leave the library. Suddenly, she heard faint cries for help. She was startled and quickly followed the sound. In a corner, she saw a young girl curled up, her face full of fear and despair. Shenluo hurried over to ask what was wrong. It turned out the girl was a library staff member. After the end of the world, she had been hiding there, surviving on food and water from the library. Recently, her supplies ran out, and she had to risk coming out to find more. Unfortunately, she was attacked by zombies. Hearing her story, Shenluo decided to take the girl to the nearby search team so they could bring her back to the base. Shenluo handed the girl some bread and water. As the girl reached out to take them, Shenluo noticed a deep bite mark on her hand. Could she have been bitten by a zombie? Shenluo's heart sank. He knew what a zombie bite meant. The girl seemed to realize this too, and a look of despair flashed in her eyes.
Did
a zombie bite you? Shenluo asked hesitantly. The girl nodded, tears running down her face. I just wanted to find something to eat. I didn't think. Shenluo looked at her, feeling a wave of helplessness. In the end of the world, both kindness and cruelty are amplified. Sometimes survival costs too much. Shenluo took a deep breath, unsure of what to say. He knew the girl would turn into a zombie soon. The girl looked at Shenluo and smiled softly. Thank you for giving me some food at this time. This is my coming-of-age gift from my mother. If you meet her someday, please give her my jade pendant. Tell her I miss her and hope she lives happily. She took the jade pendant from her neck and handed it to Shenluo. Shenluo took the pendant and nodded. All right, if I see your mother, I will give her this. The girl smiled and handed Shenluo a photo from her wallet. My name is Song Xiuyu. My mother's name is Song Shuzhen. If Uncle Shen is still with my mother, Please tell her I send my best wishes for her and Uncle Shin to be happy. Shinluo looked at the photo. It showed Song Xiaoyu and a middle-aged woman, both smiling happily. It must be her mother. He carefully stored the photo and the jade pendant, saying, "Xiaoyu, don't worry. I will make sure your mother gets these." Song Xiaoyu nodded gratefully, then said, "Sister Shin, one last request. Please kill me. I don't want to become a zombie." Shinluo said nothing. She looked at Song Xiaoyu, her eyes full of complex feelings. She understood that this request was the hardest choice for Xiaoyu. But in this end of the world, sometimes death might be easier than survival. Shinluo took a deep breath and pulled out a small dagger from her space. She walked over to Song Xiaoyu, knelt down, and softly said, "Okay." Song Xiaoyu nodded, her eyes full of gratitude. She closed her eyes, waiting for that moment to come. Shinluo clenched the dagger, her hand trembling slightly. She took a deep breath and then stabbed the dagger into Song Xiaoyu's heart. Song Xiaoyu's body trembled slightly, then gradually became stiff. Shinluo buried Song Xiaoyu in a corner of the library and silently left. Shinluo stepped out of the library and continued forward in her speedboat. In the rain, the eastern district looked especially quiet, with only the engine sound of the boat echoing around. Shinluo felt very heavy inside. She never thought she would have to end someone's life herself, even though it was a necessary choice in the end-of-the-world situation. She drove her speedboat through the floodwaters, her gaze firm and cold. The scenery around her became more desolate, with each building seeming to witness the end of the world, quietly telling stories of past glory and current decay. Shinluo understood that in this harsh world, every decision could mean life or death, and she had to stay alert and calm at all times. She arrived near a large supermarket in the Eastern District. Most of the building was submerged by the flood, with only the top few floors visible. Using vines, she sensed that there were quite a few supplies inside the supermarket. She decided to sneak in and take a look. Carefully, Shinluo guided her speedboat closer to the supermarket, put on her diving suit, submerged herself in the water, and stored the boat in her space. Then she swam toward the supermarket. Inside, Shinluo found the situation better than she expected. Although the first and second floors were flooded, the third floor and above remained dry. She discovered that the supplies inside were plentiful, including food, water, and daily necessities. Most of these were packaged so they could still be eaten even after being soaked in water. Food that had been soaked and swelled, however, was no longer edible. Shinluo felt sorry for the soaked grains. She carefully collected all the edible supplies into her space, trying not to make any noise. Shinluo quietly collected all the items from the first-floor supermarket, then went to the second floor and gathered the items that hadn't been soaked by water. Most of what she collected were plates, bowls, and similar household items. When she reached the third floor, Shinluo changed out of her diving suit and put on warm clothes. After dressing properly, she began searching the third floor. The third floor was the clothing and home decor area. Fearing that the team leader might notice her, Shinluo quickly stored everything into her space. She then found a women's clothing store, which also had a back storage room. The door to this room was hidden behind a mirror. Shinluo opened the door and went inside. The small storage room was about 4 square meters, with a tiny window. Resting here was very safe. First, Shinluo stored all the items from the room into her space, then took out a set of supplies she had prepared and placed them inside the storage. Xiao Hei also came out of the space. "The weather is getting colder. Are you afraid of the cold too?" Shinluo asked, a bit puzzled. Xiao Hei was covered in fur, so how could he be cold? Xiao Hei shook his fur and stubbornly said, "I'm not afraid of the cold. It's just that the colder weather makes people feel uncomfortable." Hearing Xiao Hei's words, Shinluo couldn't help but laugh. She patted Xiao Hei's head and said, "You really know how to find excuses. But you're right, this cold weather does make people feel uneasy. We need to find more supplies quickly so we can prepare for winter. Yes, keep going. But what are all these bottles and jars? Aren't you trying to cheat the system for points?" Xiao Hei joked. Shinluo smiled and shook her head. "I wouldn't do that just for a few points. These are mostly antiques. After the heavy rain stops and the cold weather arrives, these historical relics will be stored in the space. Plus, there are household items. As more people join us, we'll need more packing boxes and utensils. Collecting one or many doesn't matter. Just gather everything. And then there are cosmetics, things for girls. You wouldn't understand. Xiao Hei pouted. All right. Women are really troublesome and so chatty. Shenluo lay down on a single sofa bed with Xiao Hei cuddled beside her. While chatting, she fell into a deep sleep. Just as Shenluo was sleeping peacefully, she suddenly felt a sharp pain on her face. Without thinking, she knew Little Black was using its tiny paws to pat her face. Shenluo was about to try to surprise Little Black when she heard it quietly say, "Silly woman, wake up quickly. Someone is coming." She instantly woke up. She quickly sat up and listened carefully to the sounds outside. Sure enough, she heard faint footsteps outside the door, as if someone was approaching. Shenluo's heart tightened. She quickly put the tent and Little Black into her space and tiptoed to the warehouse door, peeking through the. She saw a few people dressed in camouflage walking carefully. They held weapons and looked alert. Shenluo thought to herself, again this dog man. Is this man a dog? His nose is so sharp. Wherever she is, he's right there. She held her breath, afraid to make any noise. She quietly hid behind the door, watching the outside through the. The people reached the stairs leading to the second floor. The leader waved his hand, signaling the others to spread out and start searching for supplies. Shenluo was secretly glad she moved quickly and had already stored all the supermarket supplies into her space. Even if these people searched the supermarket thoroughly, they wouldn't find anything valuable. After searching for a while, they seemed disappointed, as if they hadn't found what they wanted. It looks like this place has been searched too. Let's go to the next one, said the team leader. Yeah, we've been beaten to it again, the others agreed, nodding and preparing to leave. It seems there are still many survivors alive. They're probably searching for food in groups to survive. But the second team left just 3 hours ago. Why is this place empty now? The team leader wondered. Nothing strange about it. If the person who came is a space ability user, that explains everything. With your dull head, you probably can't figure it out. Thinking too much just makes you anxious, the team leader joked with the soldier in front. The young soldier wasn't upset by the joke. He chuckled and said, "You're right, team leader. I'm too stupid to think about this." The captain patted the young soldier on the shoulder and said, "All right, little one. Let's keep going. Maybe we'll find more supplies." After speaking, the captain led the team out of the supermarket and headed toward the next target. Before leaving, Captain Zhang Yi glanced at the room where Shenluo was hiding. Shenluo hid behind the door, listening to their footsteps gradually fade away, and finally relaxed. Could this captain really have space-based powers? She was glad she had quickly stored supplies in her space pocket, avoiding the danger of being discovered. But Shenluo felt that the captain had already figured out her secret. He just hadn't let his team members find her. Thinking of this, Shenluo frowned and felt a strange sense of irritation. She took a deep breath to calm herself. Then, she took out some food and water from her space pocket to restore her energy. At that moment, Xiao Hei suddenly said, Luo, do you think this captain seems a bit different?" Hearing this, Shenluo's heart moved and she quickly asked, "Different? What do you mean?" Xiao Hei scratched his head, looking confused. "I can't quite explain it, but I feel like he's smarter than the others, and his eyes seem to hide something." Hearing Xiao Hei's words, Shenluo felt a little uneasy. She knew Xiao Hei's instincts were usually accurate, and she also sensed something but didn't want to admit it. Thinking of this, Shenluo decided to leave the supermarket for now. She packed her things, quietly left with Xiao Hei, and headed in the opposite direction. Shenluo planned to give up on the southern area and directly cross to the western area. Shenluo and Xiao Hei struggled through the floodwaters, the boat tossing on the turbulent waves. The rain was still falling, and the floodwaters continued to rage. Shenluo tightly held the steering wheel of the boat, her gaze firm. At that moment, Shenluo noticed flickering lights. Her heart jumped, and she slowed down carefully, approaching the flashing lights cautiously. Not far ahead, She saw a building's roof flashing a rescue signal. Shinluo silently thought that someone must be trapped inside that building, sending out a distress signal. The authorities have already announced the location of the S-City base and sent rescue teams to help trap citizens. Why are there still people in this building? Shinluo didn't want to get involved. Her main goal was the West District, and she wanted to gather some gasoline for later use. So, Shinluo didn't stop. She kept driving forward. Suddenly, she heard the sound of someone falling into the water behind her. Little treasure, a woman's heart-wrenching cry came from behind. Shinluo's heart tightened. She quickly looked back and saw a middle-aged woman standing on the roof of a nearby building, anxiously shouting. Next to her, a young boy was struggling in the water, clearly unable to swim. Seeing this, Shinluo hesitated. She knew she shouldn't interfere too much. Her main goal was the West District, and rescue teams had already left. They should arrive soon. But seeing the boy struggling in the water, Shinluo couldn't just stand by and watch. She took a deep breath, turned her boat around, and swam toward the boy. When she got close, Shinluo grabbed the boy's hand and pulled him onto the boat. The boy looked to be about 3 or 4 years old, wearing only a thin shirt. The weather was cold in November, and it was raining heavily. The boy, rescued by Shinluo, was curled up and shivering on the boat. Feeling sorry for him, Shinluo took a warm water bottle from her bag, which was actually from her space. She poured a little hot water into it and offered it to the boy. The boy trembled as he took the cup, his eyes full of gratitude. He sipped the hot water slowly, and his body gradually warmed up. "Thank you, sister," the boy said in a tender voice, with a hint of tears. Shinluo looked at the boy and felt a warm feeling inside. She gently patted his head and said softly, "It's okay now. You're safe." The middle-aged woman saw this and hurried down from the roof, but she was just standing by the window, calling out, "Little treasure, little treasure." The boy on the boat didn't respond and was still trembling and hiding on the boat. Shinluo glanced at the woman. She saw tears on her face, her expression anxious, as if she wanted to rush over, but was afraid to go into the water. Shinluo shouted loudly to the woman, "Don't worry, the child has been saved. You find a safe place to wait. I will take the child over." The woman nodded repeatedly and turned to run toward a nearby building. Shinluo watched her go and also used her senses to check for any danger around. She turned to look at the little boy. He was still trembling on the speedboat, with fear in his eyes. Shinluo gently patted his head and softly comforted him. "It's okay now. You're safe. Your sister will protect you." The boy seemed to feel Shinluo's kindness. His body stopped trembling as much, and his eyes started to show some hope. Shinluo looked at the boy with a helpless smile. She sensed that inside the building there were 10 men, 3 women, and 5 or 6 children. 4 of them were special ability users. The woman shouting from the window also had a special ability, water control. So, she was not afraid of water. It seemed she threw the child into the water to set a trap, hoping Shinluo would come over. Shinluo secretly sneered. She didn't expect these people to use such mean tricks just to survive. She looked at the boy with determination. She decided she wouldn't let these bad people go. Since they were all villains, there was no reason to keep them alive. She gently patted the boy's shoulder and said, "I need to go save other children now. Stay here and wait. I will come back for you." The boy's eyes showed a hint of panic. He tightly held Shinluo's clothes, afraid she would leave him behind. Shinluo smiled softly and comforted him. "Don't worry. I won't leave you. I have something very important to do now. Stay here and wait quietly, okay?" The boy seemed to understand a little and nodded, then shook his head and said, "Danger." Shinluo knew he was worried about her safety. She felt a little touched. She gently stroked his head and said softly, "Don't worry. There are other children like you upstairs. I will rescue them. Stay here, and I will be back soon." After Shinluo finished speaking, she lifted the rain cover on the rescue boat to let the little boy hide inside. "Big sister, be careful. There are bad people," the boy whispered, holding onto Shinluo's sleeve after he got inside. Shinluo nodded at the boy to reassure him, then sat back on the boat and slowly moved closer to the building. She looked at the tall building nearby, her eyes cold and sharp. She knew she couldn't let those people go easily. They used terrible methods to survive, putting innocent children in danger. Shinluo steered the boat carefully toward the building. She watched the surroundings closely, afraid of making any noise that might alert others. When she got closer, she saw that all the doors and windows of the building were shut tight, as if the people inside were prepared for visitors. Shinluo thought to herself that since these people had special abilities, their strength must be formidable. She took a deep breath and used her senses to check inside the building. Sure enough, she sensed many people inside, including a few with special powers. Shinluo already had a plan. Just as she approached, a woman quickly ran over. "Where's little Bao?" An older woman asked anxiously. Shinluo pointed to the rain cover. The child was on the boat, hiding inside. It was warm there, and he was probably sleeping. "Oh, that's good. That's good," the older woman said nervously, patting her chest. Shinluo looked at her with a cold expression. She was surprised that this woman would try to lure her in and was willing to sacrifice her own child. Such a mother was truly heartbreaking. The older woman seemed to feel Shinluo's gaze. She awkwardly smiled and said, "Miss, thank you so much for saving my child. I live in this building. There are many other children and elderly people inside. Can you help us all escape?" Shinluo sneered inwardly at her words. This woman was good at pretending. Just moments ago, she wanted to harm Shinluo, and now she was acting kind. At that moment, an elderly woman ran over and asked Shinluo for food, reaching out her hand. "I haven't eaten in days. I'm starving. Please give me some," she begged. Shinluo glanced at the old lady. She had smooth skin and a strong voice, and she didn't look like someone who was hungry. But Shinluo didn't expose her. Instead, she said, "Annie, I don't have much to eat either. I came out on the boat looking for food and just happened to meet you." The old lady's face darkened. She muttered, "No food at all, and you come to save people? You're useless. Or maybe you have food but don't want to share." A middle-aged woman saw this and quickly smiled, saying, "Miss, don't mind her. The old lady is just talkative. She's actually a good person. I really have nothing to eat. I only have a piece of bread and half a bottle of water in my bag," Shinluo said. She opened her bag to show the small piece of bread and half a bottle of water inside. The old lady's eyes lit up. She reached out to grab them. But Shinluo held her bag tightly and said, "Andy, this is my last food. I needed to find more." The old lady's face looked worse. She muttered, "So stingy. I'm already this old, and you won't give me a bite? Are you planning to starve me, Grandma? Why don't you share any food?" The middle-aged woman quickly tried to smooth things over. "Miss, don't mind her. We haven't found any food here for days. Everyone is very hungry." Shinluo looked at the old lady and the middle-aged woman. They were trying to use morality to pressure her. But Shinluo knew she wouldn't be easily manipulated. She had no morals to follow right now. "But I need to eat too," Shinluo thought with a cold smile. These people would do anything to survive. She then suggested, "How about this? I have some sweet potatoes upstairs. I can trade one of those for your bread." The old lady is too old to chew the leaves, so she can't eat them. "Miss, come downstairs with me, and I'll trade you a sweet potato. Is that okay?" The middle-aged woman continued to persuade Shinluo. Shinluo looked at her and felt that this woman was not simple. Her idea to trade a sweet potato for bread seemed reasonable, but Shinluo knew that the people in this building would do anything to survive. She smiled slightly and said, "Since you've said so, I don't want the old lady to go hungry. I'll trade you one piece of bread for one sweet potato." The middle-aged woman and the elderly lady looked at Shinluo with happy expressions, their faces showing anticipation. "Miss, please come down. Come with me to get the sweet potatoes from my home." Shinluo nodded, stepped down from the speedboat, and entered the building. Shinluo followed the middle-aged woman and the elderly lady out of the room and headed upstairs. She sensed that 6 men were hiding on this floor just after she got off the speedboat. The 4 special ability users were upstairs and ready for action. Shinluo stayed alert inside, but kept a calm face as she followed them upstairs. While walking, she used her perception to monitor the surroundings, always ready for any danger. The staircase was dark and narrow, and the once spacious corridor was cluttered with debris. Only a few emergency lights cast faint glows. Shinluo moved quietly and steadily, her eyes sharp like an eagle, constantly watching for changes around her. The middle-aged woman and the elderly lady led the way, chatting casually as they went. Finally, they reached a closed door. The middle-aged woman stopped and turned to Shinluo. "Miss, we're home. Come inside with me to get the sweet potatoes." Shinluo nodded and followed her into the room. She could sense the presence of several ability users hidden behind the door, all seemingly ready to attack. As she stepped inside, she felt a strong wave of energy coming from all directions. Her heart tightened. Looks like they were about to make their move. She kept her expression calm, but was prepared for battle. Smiling, she said to the middle-aged woman, "Auntie, your sweet potatoes look really good." The woman chuckled awkwardly, replying, "You're joking, miss. They're just ordinary sweet potatoes." As soon as she finished speaking, four ability users burst out of the room and attacked Shinluo. She moved swiftly, dodging the first attack with ease. Her eyes grew sharper, and a faint glow surrounded her, clearly indicating she was ready to fight. "Humph, I knew you weren't so kind-hearted." Shinluo snorted coldly, her tone full of disdain. Four mutants attacked together. Two of them used fire powers, one used earth powers, and the other held a sword. This group surprised Shinluo. She saw two small fireballs flying toward her. Shinluo moved quickly, easily dodging the small fireballs with a sidestep. Her eyes sharpened as she quickly assessed her opponent's strength and attack methods. The two fire mutants were first-level mutants, able to throw small fireballs about the size of a ping-pong ball. These fireballs streaked through the air, leaving hot trails and rushing toward Shinluo with the sound of wind. Shinluo thought to herself that she needed to finish the fight quickly. She took a deep breath, her powers surging inside her. She released vines that quickly wrapped around the other two mutants, trapping them in cocoons. At the same time, Shinluo suddenly moved, dodging the flying fireballs and rushing toward the nearest mutant like a ghost. The earth mutant saw this and quickly waved his hands, trying to form a wall of earth to block Shinluo. But Shinluo was too fast. She flashed past the earth wall and punched the earth mutant in the chest. The earth mutant was hit hard, flying backward and crashing into the wall of the room with a loud bang. Shinluo seized the moment and kicked another fire mutant in the stomach, making him fall to the ground and groan in pain. She quickly used her vines to trap everyone. The earth mutant was shocked by Shinluo's strength and was momentarily at a loss. "Tell me, why did you lure me here?" Shinluo's voice was cold and commanding. The mutant, gasping for air, turned red in the face. He trembled and said, We just want to survive. We wanted to steal your boat and supplies." Hearing this, Shinluo felt a surge of anger. "Oh, so you threw the kids down just to lure me here. These people were willing to sacrifice innocent children and use such cruel tricks just to stay alive." She looked coldly at the mutant on the ground, her tone full of killing intent. Then after saying this, Shinluo prepared to end the mutant's life. Don't kill me. It was this woman's idea. We didn't plan to rob you at first," one of the mutants begged. He pointed at the middle-aged woman standing nearby, who looked pale with fear. Shinluo turned to look at her, her eyes filled with intense anger. The woman, seeing this, backed away in fear and tremblingly said, I had no choice. They threatened me. If I didn't do as they said, they would kill me." Hearing her explanation, Shinluo couldn't help but sneer inwardly. She looked coldly at the woman and said, "Oh? So you just threw someone else's child out." Her words were icy, like a sharp blade, directly staring at the woman. The woman trembled, and her face turned even paler. She tried to explain, but Shinluo didn't give her a chance to speak further. "Just what? Tell me, how many children do you still have?" Shinluo's voice was cold and firm, her gaze showing no room for doubt. The woman didn't expect Shinluo to ask this. She was momentarily speechless and could only stammer, No, no other children, just little Bao. You better tell the truth, or I will make you understand what it means to wish for death, Shenluo said in a deep, strong voice, each word like it was squeezed from her teeth. The woman shivered, clearly intimidated by Shenluo's presence. She quickly nodded, her voice trembling with tears. Really, no other children, just little Bao. I was forced into this. They threatened me. If I didn't do it, they would kill me. I'm a mother. I could never truly hurt a child. Shenluo sneered at her explanation. Since you won't tell the truth, then you and the others can speak. If you tell the truth, I might spare your lives. If not, then you can go too. The few supernatural fighters trembled upon hearing this, exchanging nervous glances, their faces showing fear. They didn't expect Shenluo to be so ruthless, ready to kill without hesitation. For a moment, no one dared to speak. Shenluo watched them in silence. She slowly wrapped vines around one of the fighters, tightening her grip. After a moment, the fighter stopped breathing. She sneered coldly and said, "Humph, since you won't tell the truth, don't blame me for being ruthless." Several mutants saw this and backed away in fear, but they couldn't move and could only whimper helplessly. One of them finally couldn't hold back and said, "Please, don't kill us. We'll tell the truth. We still have some children locked upstairs in a room." Hearing this, Shenluo's eyes flashed with a cold sharpness, and she slowly continued. Second question. How many people have you killed? The mutant who spoke trembled, his face turning even paler. He stammered, We haven't killed anyone. We only took some supplies." Hearing this, Shenluo's expression showed disbelief. She looked coldly at the mutant and said, "Not killed anyone? Then how have you survived until now? Don't tell me you've been living only by stealing supplies." The mutant felt uneasy under Shenluo's gaze and quickly said, Really, we haven't killed anyone. We only took some food, water, and useful items. We didn't dare to kill anyone, truly." Shenluo sneered inwardly at his excuse. These people would do anything to survive, yet now they claim they haven't killed anyone. Moreover, Shenluo had already sensed that there were 2 rooms downstairs, both with dismembered limbs. It seemed they were small body parts. In fact, Shenluo had long been eager to eliminate these people. They kept animals like sheep, but if they went out to find food, they wouldn't have ended up like this. She looked coldly at the mutant and asked, "Is that so? Then what do you eat?" They exchanged glances, their faces showing fear. Finally, one of them spoke. All right, we'll tell the truth. We have killed some people, but only those who refused to cooperate with us. We didn't want to kill them, but they wouldn't give us anything, and we had no choice." Hearing their explanation, Shenluo looked at them coldly and said, "You people, just to survive, resort to such despicable methods. Killing and looting. How many have you killed? You probably can't even remember." The mutants all lowered their heads, afraid to meet Shenluo's eyes. Afraid that Shenluo might kill her at any moment, she truly showed no mercy. The middle-aged woman suddenly shouted, "You also killed people. Why do you act like a savior to judge whether we killed or not? It's so late, and you're still pretending to be a big shot. Who do you think you are? You're no different from us." Hearing this, Shenluo's eyes grew colder. She looked at the woman and spoke in a deep, firm voice. "I only kill those who want to kill me, just to protect myself. You, on the other hand, kill and harm your own kind. We are not the same." The middle-aged woman was overwhelmed by Shenluo's presence and fell silent. She opened her mouth to argue again. "Killing is killing. What's the difference? We're all just trying to stay alive. You're trying to stay alive too. In the end, we're all the same." Shenluo looked at her with a hint of disdain in her eyes. She coldly said, "You people have lost your humanity just to survive. I have also killed, but I have never intentionally harmed innocent people. There is a fundamental difference between us." Before the woman could speak again, Shenluo took action and silenced her. "Your words are not true. You said if we told the truth, you'd let us go." One of the mutants, afraid of becoming the next victim after Shenluo killed another person, asked. Shenluo nodded. "Yes, I said I would let you go." After saying that, she used vines to crush their hands and feet. They screamed painfully but couldn't move at all. Watching their suffering, Shinluo showed no trace of pity. She coldly said, "I only said I would let you go, not that I would let you live unharmed." Hearing this, the mutants were filled with fear and despair. They didn't expect Shinluo to be so cruel to them. She looked at them and continued, "You people will do anything to survive. Do you understand now? It's too late." After saying this, Shinluo prepared to turn and leave. Suddenly, she sensed a strong killing intent coming from upstairs. Her heart tightened. Could it be that another mutant upstairs discovered the commotion and was planning to attack her? Without hesitation, Shinluo flickered and rushed toward the stairs. She was spraying water while releasing vines to clear away debris and obstacles along the way. Soon, she reached the upstairs room. At that moment, she suddenly heard children crying inside. Her heart tightened, and she quickly rushed into the room. She saw several children locked in a cage, crying helplessly. Seeing this, Shinluo quickly went to the cage, used vines to unlock it, and rescued the children. The children saw Shinluo, but none of them came out. Instead, they all shrank back in fear. Shinluo softly comforted them, saying, "Don't be afraid. It's okay now. I will take you home." However, the children still stayed in the cage, looking at Shinluo with fear, too scared to move. Shinluo sighed. "The bad people are gone. Little Treasure is still on my sister's boat. Do you want to leave here with her?" One slightly braver child timidly asked. You're not really a bad person, are you?" Shinluo smiled and shook her head, saying, "Of course not. I am here to save you." Hearing this, the children's eyes showed a hint of trust. They slowly came out of the cage and followed Shinluo closely. Shinluo led the children downstairs, leaving only some men and women without special powers. The others, who had powers, were still crying out in pain. The children looked scared in the direction of the sounds, afraid to move forward. Some even wanted to go back into the cage. Shinluo felt overwhelmed. Fortunately, she was quick and alert, or these children might not have reached the rescue boat. She patiently comforted them, saying, "Don't be afraid. The bad people have been defeated. You are safe now." After much persuasion, she managed to bring the children to the rescue boat. The children were too scared to get on the boat. At this moment, Xiaobao, who had been hiding under the rain cover, peeked out and said, "Brother Xiaoming, Sister Doll, you really got rescued by the big sister." Hearing Xiaobao's voice, the children all looked toward the rescue boat. "No, it was the sister who saved me. Hurry up and come aboard. She can take us away from here." Little Treasure remembered and pulled everyone onto the speedboat. "Let's go. We should leave now," Shinluo said. Shinluo sensed that many people were rushing down from upstairs. Although a few children still hesitated, Shinluo had already come this far. She couldn't bear to leave these children behind. She released her vines, binding the children together and tossing them onto the speedboat. Then she quickly jumped onto the boat herself. At that moment, the old woman who had been there earlier came down with a group of people. She muttered, "It's this woman. She hurt the young men badly and took these children. She's a thief." The children on the speedboat had forgotten their fear from earlier. Now, seeing the people inside the building trembling, they were afraid they would be taken back. Shinluo looked coldly at the crowd below, feeling a surge of anger. "Give the children back to us. Don't let her take our children." "Yes, we can't let the bad people take our children," they shouted, trying to frame her as a villain and calling her a thief. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. She knew arguing with them was pointless and would only waste her time. She looked at the children on the speedboat and softly comforted them. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. I won't let anyone hurt you." Hearing this, the children looked a little more at ease. They clung tightly to the boat's railing, trembling slightly. Some secretly hid under the rain cover. Shinluo turned to look at the crowd below, her voice cold and firm. "You people are so desperate to frame me that you're willing to do anything. It's truly hateful. The fact that you took our children is justified," the old woman shouted stubbornly. "Honestly, I didn't want to hurt you or see you suffer here. I thought you'd take care of yourselves. I didn't expect you to be so shameless." "Well, Don't blame me, Shinluo said. She took a deep breath, and her vines extended rapidly into the water. In the next second, the vines pierced through the wall. Cracks appeared all over the building. Seeing this, everyone backed away in fear, their faces showing terror. They didn't expect that Shinluo would have such strong power, able to destroy the entire building with vines. "What are you going to do?" the old lady asked tremblingly. Shinluo didn't answer. She just looked at them coldly. The vines kept growing, cracks spreading quickly. Some walls had already started to fall apart. Everyone was scared and ran in all directions, crying and screaming. Shinluo remained unmoved, standing quietly on the speedboat, watching the remaining people run inside the building. Under the attack of the vines, the building began to collapse loudly, with stones and dust flying everywhere. The people still inside fell into the water one after another. Those who were strong enough started swimming toward the nearest buildings. As for their fate, Shinluo didn't want to interfere much. Since they didn't want to live, she decided to make things a little difficult for them. Sometimes, it's better not to desire things that don't belong to you. The children on the speedboat looked back at the collapsing building with frightened eyes. Little Bao gently held Shinluo's hand. "Sister, it's okay." Shinluo looked down at Little Bao, who was still talking unclearly, and nodded. She looked at the few children in front of her, all dressed lightly and trembling from the cold. "Hide under the rain cover. Don't show your heads. That way, you'll stay a little warmer. Later, I'll take you to find clothes and food." Hearing this, the children gradually calmed down. They obediently hid under the rain cover, holding each other tightly, trembling slightly. But their eyes no longer showed the fear they had before. Shinluo looked at the map in her hand, thinking about where the nearest supermarket was. She needed to get there quickly. These little ones might already be freezing, so she had to find the supermarket fast. It was hard to explain about clothes now, but food was easier. As for clothes, how could she explain? She also didn't want to reveal her space too early, because children can't keep secrets well. She didn't want to expose herself so soon. Apart from Little Bao, their loyalty to her was quite low, around 60%. This made Shinluo think carefully. After about an hour, Shinluo finally found a hotel. The upper floors of the hotel are still above the water. So, Shinluo drove a small boat into the hotel lobby and asked the children to wait for her one by one at the staircase in the lobby. Shinluo found a quiet spot, carefully parked the boat, and covered it with something. Actually, there was nothing under the cover because she had already stored the boat away. She tiptoed up the stairs and took a few children to the hotel room. Then she looked for some clean blankets on this floor. Shinluo told the children to take off their wet clothes and hide under the blankets. She also took 4 bottles of water and some bread from her backpack and handed them to the children. The children looked at each other, afraid to take the food. "Eat up, you must be very hungry," Shinluo said gently. Seeing they were still hesitant, she continued, "Wait here for me. After I leave, lock the door. No matter what happens outside, don't open it. I will go look for some clothes for you in the hotel." The children looked at Shinluo with uncertain eyes. They seemed surprised that this woman was so kind. But her gentle eyes and kind words made them feel safer. One child carefully reached out and took the water and bread. Seeing this, the other children also reached out and took the food. They ate the bread quickly and drank the water, as if it was the best food they had ever had. Shinluo watched them happily and softly said, "Stay here and be good. I will go find some clothes for you." After saying that, she turned and left the room to search the hotel. Soon, Shinluo found some clothes suitable for children, though they were a bit thin. She kept searching upward, finding good mattresses and blankets. She started collecting everything into her space. If she couldn't find thick clothes for the children, the cotton inside the hotel's bedding could be used to make inner layers of clothing. Anything in the hotel that Shinluo could take apart, she did, storing it in her space, like locusts devouring everything in their path. Seeing she had collected enough, Shinluo returned. She brought the clothes back to the room and helped the children change into clean clothes. The children, now dressed in clean clothes, finally showed their long-missed smiles. These children have experienced too much suffering, and now they finally feel a little safe. Thank you, sister, Xiaobao whispered. Shenluo smiled and patted his head. You're welcome. But I want to ask you all a question. Seeing that the children remained silent, she continued. Why were you in that building? Why were you kept in a cage? Xiaobao shivered again at the mention of the cage and hid in the corner. The other children also backed away and lowered their heads, afraid to meet Shenluo's eyes. It seemed they remembered their dark, imprisoned times, filled with fear and unease. After a while, a slightly older child gathered courage and whispered, I live in this building. My home is on the 3rd floor. As the rain got heavier, I had to leave the house with my mom and sister. We stayed in the hallway. One day, my mom and some people from the building went out to find food, but she never came back. The adults said my mom caused others' deaths, and they wanted to punish me and my sister. Then we were put in a cage. His voice grew softer until it was almost inaudible. Shenluo remembered him. When she first boarded the rescue boat, Xiaobao called him Brother Ming. Tell sister, where is your sister? Shenluo wanted to ask if she was still inside when the building collapsed. She was taken away. I never saw her again, Xiaoming said, tears falling. Shenluo felt a bit regretful. After rescuing the children, she should have checked if there were others still inside the building. Foolish woman, don't blame yourself. You must believe in yourself. Your senses are never wrong. Besides these children, the building was full of bad people, said Xiaohei, lying on a lounge chair in the space, sunbathing and eating watermelon. Okay, I understand, Shenluo communicated with Xiaohei mentally. Mom lost. Xiaobao suddenly climbed over to Shenluo and tugged at her sleeve. Did Mom get lost? Shenluo picked up Xiaobao and held him in her arms. Xiaobao not dead berlangli. Lost. Shenluo was a bit confused. What does lost mean? Did Xiaobao's mom abandon him, or did they get separated? Or did he get lost himself? Looking at Xiaobao's expression, Shenluo felt a wave of sadness rise in her heart. She gently patted Xiaobao's back and softly said, Xiaobao, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Xiaobao seemed to understand Shenluo's words, and a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes, but it quickly faded. He whispered, Mommy won't come back. Hearing this, Shenluo's heart grew more certain that Xiaobao's mother was probably in serious trouble. She hugged Xiaobao tightly and said firmly, Xiaobao, look, you now have so many older brothers and sisters. We are not afraid, okay? Xiaobao nodded and buried his face in Shenluo's arms. The other children, seeing this, started talking about their own experiences. It turned out they all lived in this building. Because of the flood, they had to leave their homes and had been staying in the hallways. But as food and water became scarcer, the people in the building started to act crazy. To survive, they resorted to fighting each other, even locking children in cages as supplies. Shenluo and the children stayed at a hotel for a while longer. After they ate and drank enough, they prepared to leave. She didn't want to stay here too long. It was easier to handle alone, but now she had several children with her, to avoid attracting attention from others. However, deciding whether to go to the base or bring the children back to the villa was difficult. It wasn't that she couldn't support them, but she wondered why she kept picking up children. Maybe she should send them to the S-City base. The authorities would take care of them. But after a year, where would these children go? Shenluo thought carefully and decided to take them with her. Children are the hope of the country. She believed that the ones she raised from a young age wouldn't turn bad. If they did, she would be the one to deal with it. Do you want to go with me? Or should I send you to the S-City base? She asked. Although Shenluo decided to take them, the children were at an age where they remembered things. She thought it was better to ask first. There's no harm in that. The children lowered their heads silently, lost in thought. It seemed they were pondering Shenluo's words or recalling past experiences. After a while, Xiaobao was the first to lift his head and said in a childish voice, Sister, let's go. Xiaobao's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples to spread outward. Other children also looked up with hopeful eyes at Shenluo, as if saying, We want to go with you too. At this moment, the doll who had not spoken before timidly asked, Will we be kept in cages again? Seeing the doll's big, scared eyes, Shinluo felt a wave of pity in her heart. She smiled gently, reached out, and softly stroked the doll's head, saying, "No, little one. You are free now. You will never be kept in a cage again. You're not going to trick us like they do, are you?" The doll asked again. "No, I promise you. If you don't want to stay with me, I will take you to the base in City S. There are many people there and many uniformed staff who will take care of you. Or I can find new parents for you," Shinluo said softly, feeling a bit sad. She wondered what had made these children so cautious. Hearing this, the doll's eyes sparkled with a hint of hope, as if moved by Shinluo's words. She lowered her head, stayed silent for a moment, then looked up with a firm gaze and whispered, "Big sister, don't lie to me. If you do, when I grow up, I might have to hurt you." Shinluo looked at the doll, noticing her clenched fists. Without hesitation, she used her other arm to hold the doll close and said, "Okay, I promise. If I ever do anything wrong to you, when you grow up, you can come and stop me." Hearing this, the doll's body trembled slightly. She seemed touched by Shinluo's sincerity, and her small hands gradually loosened. Suddenly, she burst into tears. Shinluo gently patted her back and softly said, "Don't be afraid, little one. Don't cry. You're not alone anymore. Now you have me. I will protect you. We will be a family from now on." Hearing this, the doll looked up with grateful big eyes and sniffled, saying, "Big sister, I'm sorry." Shinluo smiled and shook her head. "No need to thank me. It's me who should thank you for trusting me." Afterward, she looked at the other children, who all looked at her with hope and trust. Shinluo stood up, holding 2 blankets, and led everyone back to the hall. She spread the blankets on the speedboat and carefully carried the children one by one, helping them sit on the boat. Then, she covered the children with a rain cover and started the boat, heading toward the northern suburb villa. The area north of the city was still not flooded. Shinluo carried the children from the boat onto the land and settled them at her large country house. Seeing the surprised looks on the children's faces, Shinluo lied, saying that the vehicle was prepared in advance for them. Otherwise, there would be no way to get around if they returned. She locked the car, disguised it to hide the children's view, and quickly stored the speedboat in her space. After waiting outside the car for a few minutes, she pretended to return to the vehicle. When the children saw the little black cat, they exclaimed in surprise, "Cat, he's called Little Black. He's my family." Shinluo introduced Little Black to the children. Although the children were excited, they didn't shout or make loud noises like many kids online. Instead, they quietly looked at Little Black. Shinluo didn't say much, just silently drove the car quickly toward the villa in the northern suburbs. Soon, she arrived at the villa, opened the gate with a remote control, and drove inside. Su Qing was playing with Xiao Hao in the living room, Xiaoya was studying at the dining table, and Li Ping was cooking in the kitchen. Seeing Shinluo return, they all put down what they were doing and came to the small yard. At this moment, Shinluo noticed that the trust level of the children towards her had risen from very low to about 90%. "Luo, you're back. I just finished cooking. Let's eat first, then move the things," Li Ping warmly greeted, not noticing the children behind Shinluo. Su Qing also happily went over and hugged Shinluo. "Sister Luo, you're back. I missed you. I'm covered in dust. Wait until I change my clothes, then you can hug me," Shinluo said affectionately. "Big sister Luo, who are these little friends with you?" Xiaoya noticed the children standing behind Shinluo. "They are our new members." Shinluo turned to look at the children behind her. Seeing the small kids, thin and probably having gone through a lot, she thought to herself. Li Ping saw that several children were very thin, like bean sprouts, and felt sad. "Yes, what's wrong with them?" Su Qing was curious, but didn't say anything that might upset the children. Su Qing, first check these children to see if they are hurt. Sister Ping, find some clothes for them. After Su Qing finishes checking, let them take a bath. Then prepare some nutritious food. They must be hungry after a long time. I didn't give them too much to eat, worried they might have trouble digesting. Shinluo smiled as she finished speaking, then turned to the children and said, "Follow the sister, and let her check your bodies. I will go get some good food for you." After saying that, Shinluo quickly went into the villa. Su Qing and Li Ping also started working. Su Qing took the children to the living room one by one to check their health, while Li Ping went back to the kitchen to prepare some nutritious porridge. Xiaoya ran downstairs and brought back some new clothes to the living room. Shen Luo poured each child a glass of sugar water. When no one was paying attention, she added some spiritual spring water to it. Whether or not the children showed signs of illness, the spiritual spring water could quickly heal their bodies. The children saw the sugar water Shen Luo brought, and their eyes lit up. But they held back and didn't reach out to grab it immediately. Seeing this, Shen Luo smiled, patted their heads, and said, "It's okay. Drink a little sugar water to warm your stomach. Sister Li Ping will cook a meal soon, and then we can eat." The children carefully picked up their cups and drank slowly. Li Ping could tell that these children were very sensible and obedient. She walked over to Shen Luo and asked softly, Luo, where did these children come from?" Shen Luo explained briefly what had happened. Li Ping listened and felt very sad. These children had suffered so much, kept in dog cages. This was no place for people. After Su Qing checked them, there were 6 children in total. The youngest was Xiao Bao, only 3 years old, just learning to speak. He had bruises all over his body, but they were only surface injuries. The oldest was Xiao Ming, 10 years old, about the same age as Xiaoya. Xiao Ming had many scars, which Su Qing said were caused by iron rods. Most scars were on his arms. Doll is 9 years old, a very pretty girl, but her face is swollen, and she has hearing damage in one ear. The other 4 children are only 5 years old. They don't have many injuries, mostly just hunger. They are so thin that they have no flesh left, only bones. Only Doll is a girl, the other 5 are boys. Besides Xiao Ming and Doll, the other children only remember their names as Lele, Haoxiang, and Xiaoxian. Shen Luo suppresses his anger, feeling that they died too easily. Su Qing holds Doll, with Xiaoya following behind, and they go to the bathroom together to help Doll take a bath. Li Ping takes the other 5 children to the bathroom on the first floor. There is a large bathtub on the first floor. Li Ping fills it with water, letting the children soak. After they finish bathing and change into clean clothes, Shen Luo makes them sit around the dining table. Li Ping has prepared hot, nutritious porridge for them. The children haven't eaten such delicious food in a long time. They sit quietly at the table, too scared to reach out and take the food. Everyone eat quickly. It will get cold and taste worse, Xiaoya says sweetly. Yes, Xiaoming Doll. Use your chopsticks and eat. The other little ones use spoons, Li Ping says, handing a small spoon to the little boy. The little boy looks at the spoon in his hand and tentatively reaches toward the small bowl in front of him. Maybe because he's too young, he doesn't know how to use it well. They probably don't know how to eat with a spoon. How do they usually eat? Su Qing laughs a little at the clumsy boy. I remember now. Usually children just learning to eat use special spoons. Last time I brought back a lot of baby supplies. I'll look to see if there are utensils suitable for children their age, Li Ping says, getting up to find something. Doll, what's wrong? Why do you say sorry? Come and eat. Sister Qing isn't talking about Xiao Ming. Since you are all children, taking care of yourselves is already hard enough. Your younger brothers also need to learn to grow up. They need to learn to eat on their own, right? You are very good older brothers and sisters. Su Qing gently patted the doll's head to comfort her. They have had a tough time. They probably haven't eaten a proper meal in days. Even though they changed environments, they still fear the consequences of making mistakes. Let's eat first. Sister Ping will bring the utensils soon. If they don't know how to use them, we will feed them. They need to get healthy first. Shen Luo sighed and picked up a small steamed bun to eat. The other 4 friends saw Shen Luo reach out and grab a bun, so they also reached out with small hands, each taking a bun and eating little by little, just like Shen Luo. Sister Su, your method is really good, she thought, surprised. We found it. These are special chopsticks and spoons for small children, Li Ping said as she carried a few packages to the table and started unpacking. Su Qing handed the small spoons back to the children. It's good. Let them slowly learn to eat porridge. For dry food, they can just use their hands for now. After eating, they can wash their hands. Shen Luo felt relieved seeing the children finally able to eat properly. Wow, Sister Luo, they are so smart. Look, they already know how to use spoons to eat porridge, Su Qing said, watching the children gobble up their food, her eyes moistening. Shen Luo smiled as she looked at the children. Although they had gone through many hardships, their innocence and kindness still remained. Doll, do you not want to live with Auntie Li Ping and Xiaoya? Su Qing asked softly, looking at the teary-eyed doll. Doll just lowered her head, without saying a word. Baby is just shy, sister. Let baby stay with us. Baby is afraid of the dark, and I can protect her, Xiaoming said bravely, shielding the baby with his arm. No, baby is a girl. You're boys. When you were in elementary school, your teacher told you that little boys shouldn't go to the girls' bathroom, Shen Luo said firmly, making her decision clear. But Xiaoming wanted to say more, but the baby tugged at his sleeve. Be good, baby. Sister is not angry. Don't punish brother, the baby said shyly, lowering her head. Sister, I'm not angry. I just want to tell you that boys and girls are only different when sleeping. When you wake up, you can play and learn together. No one wants to separate you. Also, Xiaoming, as the older brother, is brave to protect his sister. That's very good. Shen Luo usually doesn't like to argue, but she was touched by how pure and sincere their feelings were. Really? We won't hurt the baby, and we will stay together, Xiaoming asked bravely. The other 4 children looked nervous when they heard the words about hurting the baby. Shen Luo looked at Xiaoming. It seemed he had seen what happens to children taken away. No, sister brought you home because she hopes you won't be hurt anymore. When you and the baby are healthy, you'll learn skills and knowledge, just like Xiaoya. You'll get stronger and healthier. When you grow up, you'll go out with sister to help more people escape suffering. Shen Luo understands the hardships of the end times. Often, parents trade their children for instant food, and some even keep their elderly parents as food. Others push their wives and daughters to exchange for food. Trust Sister Luo. I am the Sister Luo who saved you. Look how good I am now, Su Qing said, holding the baby on her lap. Xiaoming looked as if he had heard something unbelievable, his mouth wide open. Aren't you all family? We are not family by blood, but we are like family. Xiaoya and I were saved by Sister Luo, and also Xiao Hao, the child lying in the stroller. We all owe our lives to Sister Luo. The house, the food, everything in the home belongs to her. If it weren't for her giving me and Xiaoya a safe place to live, my daughter and I might have already died, said Li Ping as she fed Xiao Bao porridge. Sister Luo not only saved us but also took care of us. She provides us with food, clothes, and teaches us to read and write. She is a very kind sister, Xiaoya said, a little unhappy about Xiaoming and the doll across from her. Xiaoming looked at them with mixed feelings, surprise, envy, and a hint of firm resolve. Sister Luo is really a good person, he whispered, voice trembling with emotion. Yes, you are also saved by Sister Luo, right? Did she hit or scold you on the way? Did she let you go hungry or freeze? Li Ping agreed. Xiaoming shook his head. Sorry, Sister Luo. It's my fault. I was really wrong this time. Seeing a 10-year-old child, Shen Luo felt a complicated emotion. At this age, children can understand right from wrong. She hoped he would understand the truth behind it. The atmosphere at the table grew heavy, and the children spoke more carefully. You're still young. I understand you've been through hardships and are afraid of being hurt again. But we also need to grow up, learn to tell right from wrong, and embrace tomorrow with hope. Now, everyone eat quickly. Later, Sister Luo will help you make a big bed. After saying this, Shen Luo urged everyone to eat faster. After dinner, Shen Luo went back to the second floor. In the middle room, she placed 2 large beds, each 2 meters too long, fitting together to make a big shared bed. Once the big bed was made, Shenluo thoughtfully laid soft mattresses on top. She also prepared pads for the children. Xiaobao had been bedwetting twice in the past few days. After finishing these, Li Ping and Su Qing brought the children to the second floor. Lei, Hao Xiang, Xiao Xian, and Xiaobao saw the clean beds and pillows and couldn't wait to climb onto them. Su Qing helped the boys get onto the beds. "Wow, what a big bed!" Little Bao shouted excitedly. "Yes, now we can sleep together," Little Xian said happily. When Xiaoming saw the spacious, bright bed, he also felt surprised. "Thank you, sister." Suddenly, he rushed into Shenluo's arms and started crying loudly. A few other children also sniffled and whined. Shenluo gently patted their backs and softly comforted them. "It's okay now, it's okay. From now on, this will be your home, and no one will hurt you anymore." The children's emotions gradually calmed down. Shenluo gently wiped away their tears and said softly, "All right, everyone, stop crying, or your new bedding will get wet." Hearing Shenluo, the children shyly lowered their heads and wiped their tears with small hands. Shenluo looked at these children. Despite all the hardships they had faced, their hearts remained pure and kind. As long as they received enough love and warmth, they could smile again. "Now, everyone lie down quietly on the bed, close your eyes, and rest well. When you wake up, Sister Suqing will take you to play," Shenluo said softly. The children obediently lay on the big bed and closed their eyes. Soon the room was filled with even breathing. Shenluo watched their peaceful sleeping faces, then quietly left the room, gently closing the door. Li Ping was telling stories to Xiaoya and the doll, and occasional giggles could be heard. It seems these children have let go of their grudges. They won't be living with hatred anymore. Suqing suddenly felt a bit emotional, as if thinking of herself. Shenluo patted Suqing on the shoulder, but said nothing. Many times, one needs to process things alone. Only by walking out oneself can one truly move on. Shenluo planned to go back to her room, take a shower, and then go to the space to gather food. In recent days, the food produced in the space had increased more and more, and her points were also rising rapidly. She had also bought a lot of black soil. Besides the initial 10 square meters kept for storage, she had exchanged the rest for arable land. It looked like she would soon be able to pay off the system's debt. Just then, the system's voice sounded in Shenluo's ear. "Ding, host, the territory defense system has been unlocked. Would you like to purchase it?" Defense system, Shenluo wondered how such a powerful thing could exist. Curious, Shenluo quickly checked the details of the territory defense system. The system interface explained that it could automatically create appropriate defenses based on the actual situation of Shenluo's territory. In simple terms, it means a large transparent glass shield appears outside his villa. This transparent shield not only blocks external dangers, but also adjusts its internal temperature, humidity, and air quality according to environmental changes, ensuring safety and comfort inside the territory. Impressed by the system's powerful features, Shenluo considered whether it was worth buying. Old debts haven't been paid off, and new ones are coming. It's really hard to handle. Gold-eating beast, are you doing this on purpose? I only have a small villa. How many points do you want? Look at all those zeros behind. I can't even count them. You're really trying to trick me. Host, you need to trust your strength. Also, this defense system can be scaled according to the size of your territory. If the entire mountain is yours, the system can cover the whole mountain. Mountain? What mountain do I have? Are you saying I can claim that mountain as mine, and your shield will cover it? Then it becomes my territory. Shenluo couldn't help but complain. Host, think long-term. With this defense system, no matter where you go in the future, you can ensure your safety. It's very cost-effective. Plus, you can claim land and that land will be your territory, the system explained patiently. Shenluo rolled his eyes. Cost-effective? I haven't even paid off my previous debts, and now you want me to take a loan with high interest? Are you trying to tire me to death? Host, don't say that. I'm just trying to help you. With this defense system, you can build houses, cultivate land, grow crops, and even attract talented people, the system said. Shinluo thought for a moment and felt that the system had a point. But such a large amount of points made him a little reluctant. Moreover, it was still raining, and winter was coming. Everyone didn't know how to survive, yet this broken system still wanted him to claim land. Nearby was the base of City S. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Shinluo silently complained in her mind, but her face showed nothing. She looked at the detailed description of the territory defense system on the system interface, feeling a bit uncertain. This system is indeed powerful. If she could have it, her safety and that of her friends would be better protected. However, just thinking about spending so many points made Shinluo feel distressed. She sighed and said to the system, "This defense system is really impressive, but I don't have that many points right now. Can you give me a discount or let me pay in installments?" The system was silent for a moment, as if considering Shinluo's request. After a while, the system's voice sounded again. "Host, I can give you a 10% discount, but no installment plans. Also, this offer is only valid today. It won't be available later." Hearing this, Shinluo hesitated. "I don't want to buy it anymore. Just a 10% discount? Do I look like someone who gets a 10% discount?" Although the discount wasn't large, it could save her many points. But she still didn't have enough points to buy the system, and she definitely wouldn't let the system know her true thoughts. "I've calculated it. Your current points are just enough to buy it with a 10% discount. That's a real bargain, you know. Don't be greedy just because you got a good deal," the system continued chatteringly. "Oh, you really tarnished the title of silly girl. You're so stupid," unable to tell the pros from the cons, still thinking about it. Xiaohei lazily mocked Shinluo. Shinluo grabbed Xiaohei. "You bad thing. I treat you so well, and yet you're teaming up with the system to turn against me." Then she plopped down into a rattan chair. "Stupid girl. How dare you speak disrespectfully to me? Now you're even more daring to insult me." Xiaohei flailed its limbs in the air. Shinluo looked at Xiaohei with annoyance and said, "Enough, stop messing around. I'm annoyed right now." Xiaohei stopped struggling, landed on Shinluo's shoulder, and rubbed her face with its claws, saying, "Silly girl, don't worry. This territory defense system is really powerful. If you get it, it's like preparing in advance. You won't have to worry about those zombies and mutated beasts anymore." Shinluo sighed and said, "I know it's powerful, and I want it too, but I don't have enough points. I haven't even paid off my previous debts yet." Actually, Shinluo wanted to pretend to be pitiful and act stubborn, hoping to get the system to give her something for free. But the system didn't fall for it, and Xiaohei was also helping the system. Thinking about this made Shinluo feel a bit sad. Xiaohei rolled his eyes at Shinluo, then looked around and said, "Silly woman, if you want to buy, just buy. Use your current points. The debt points will be due in over 2 months. Our land is large and full of resources, so these points are not a big deal. Plus, the points will only increase in the future. While the system is still slow to react, let's make a decision now." Hearing Xiaohei, Shinluo felt a little reluctant, but in this post-apocalyptic world, having some protection to keep everyone safe was very important. Even though she was emotional, thinking about the tragic death in her past life, she felt much happier now. "Okay, I'll buy it. Even if I owe more, I won't worry about paying it back. If I can't pay now, I'll just pay more later." "Let's do it," Shinluo said without hesitation, then opened the system shop. "Host, have you decided? Do you want to buy the base defense system?" the system asked. "Yes, at a 10% discount. My points are for spending," Shinluo replied with a bright smile, like blooming spring flowers and clear mountain streams. "Silly woman, do you know? You're glowing right now. You look beautiful and confident," Xiaohei said, standing opposite Shinluo, looking at her admiringly. Shinluo hugged Xiaohei. "Xiaohei, do you know? Rebirth happening to me is so amazing. I used to doubt it, get excited, but I still don't know the meaning of my rebirth. Was it really to revenge those who hurt me? Or to change this post-apocalyptic world? I hope I can save the countless versions of myself from before. Meeting you, my loneliness and helplessness gradually disappeared. Although you're a bit mischievous, you've become a light in my life. Shinluo hugged Xiaohei and burst into tears. Xiaohei, a wise being from another world, clearly understood Shinluo's feelings. Cry, let it out. Everything will get better, Xiaohei said softly. Shinluo's tears flowed like a flood, soaking Xiaohei's warm fur. Quietly, Xiaohei curled up in Shinluo's arms, silent but watching her with deep eyes, offering silent comfort and support. After crying, Shinluo's mood gradually calmed. She wiped away tears from her eyes, took a deep breath, and gave Xiaohei a relieved smile. Thank you, Xiaohei. Am I really that embarrassing? Shinluo whispered. Xiaohei slightly lifted his chin, a proud look in his eyes. No, you still look very brave. Shinluo was amused by Xiaohei's words. She gently patted Xiaohei's head. System, I spent points to buy the base defense system. You must protect our home well, Shinluo said softly, almost crying. Host, please rest assured. When you clicked to buy, the defense system was already activated. However, if you want to surround the land and the land isn't suitable for planting, I suggest you move elsewhere to build your base, the system explained smoothly. Gold-eating beast, if we move somewhere else, can I take my villa with me? Shinluo looked at her carefully built home, feeling a little reluctant. It's okay, the system responded gently. Host, your villa can be folded in space. As long as you build the corresponding houses at the new base, you can copy the villa's structure and relocate it. Is it free? Shinluo asked, pretending not to care. The system paused, seeming to think about how to answer. After a moment, it said, Host, the space folding feature requires some points, but compared to rebuilding a villa, the cost is very small. Shinluo was happy as long as she could take it with her. It's just points. Gold-eating beast building a base. How can I rescue so many people? That would need architects, engineers, surveyors, workers, probably a lot. This isn't a game. Things don't just change instantly. Can't you store large items in your space? You can store big machines, so why not try to store an entire house? The system suddenly thought her host was a bit silly. What should I do? I really want to run away. Shinluo listened and rolled her eyes. An entire house? If that really works, could she store the school, hospital, fire station, police station, everything? Are you sure you're not joking with me? The system thought for a while and finally spoke. Not right now. You need to upgrade to level 7 space to unlock the ability to store large items. After listening, Shinluo was completely stunned. She needed to upgrade her space to level 7, which required a lot of points. It seems that the path to success is peaceful and steady. Shinluo sighed helplessly as she looked at the distant, unreachable level 7 space on the system interface. Okay, I will work hard to upgrade the space. Tomorrow, I will go out to work again, Shinluo said to the system with a look of despair. The system seemed to sense her determination and responded in a softer voice. Host, I believe you can do it. As long as you keep trying, you will unlock more features. Shinluo caught the phrase, unlock more features, carefully. Could it be that after reaching level 7, more features will be unlocked? Is it related to the destruction of humanity? It seems earning points is still very important. Shinluo exited the space and lay on her bed but couldn't sleep for a long time. She thought about everything that happened today, feeling full of emotions. Since rebirth, she had faced many hardships and setbacks, but she always managed to get through. Maybe this is the meaning of rebirth, Shinluo whispered softly. She didn't know how long she had slept before she fell into a deep sleep. In her dream, she saw again the person who once bullied her. His face was twisted with anger, and he seemed to speak to her. You can't escape, whether in your past life or this one. The warm feeling in her ears made Shinluo suddenly sit up. She looked around and found the room was dark, with only the rain outside still falling softly. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heart. That dream felt so real, as if the person was standing by her bed, staring at her with greedy eyes. Shinluo shook her head, trying to push the dream out of her mind. She got up and went to the window, looking at the continuous rain outside, feeling an inexplicable irritation. Ding! Host, the territory defense system has been activated and is working normally. Please set the territory boundaries. The system's voice interrupted her thoughts just in time. Shinluo returned to her bed, picked up the watch on the bedside table, and pressed a button. A virtual interface appeared before her eyes. Following the system's instructions, she began to set the territory boundaries. According to Shinluo's plan, a clear glass dome slowly rises around the villa, covering the entire building. Shinluo looks at the glass dome and feels a sense of safety. She walks to the edge of the dome about 5 meters away and gently touches it. She only feels a slight coolness and no resistance. Is it transparent and touchless? Shinluo is a bit surprised. Host, because you are the owner of this territory, touching anything won't harm you. If the territory members are registered, they can set whether they can touch the defense system. If not set, touching it will cause a mild electric shock, making them faint. For outsiders, it could be deadly, the system's voice explains in her ear. That's quite considerate. Shinluo nods slightly in approval. Host, so this is worth the cost, the system says flatteringly. Let's turn it off for now. Don't activate it yet, to avoid attracting official attention. I'm not strong enough to fight everyone now, so it's better to stay low-key. Shinluo thinks carefully. After all, she is still in S-City and hasn't established her territory yet. To create a peaceful haven in the apocalypse, she needs to keep working hard, especially on building her territory. Okay, host. The territory's defense system has been turned off for you. But despite her happiness, Shinluo doesn't forget the system's mischievous nature. She knows that although the defense system is powerful, it consumes a lot of points. To pay off her debts and upgrade her space, she must earn more points. Thinking of this, Shinluo sighs. She looks out the window at the rain still falling. During her previous life, 3 months of rain flooded many cities. Shinluo plans to leave S-City before the cold sets in. Back at the villa, she takes out a map and begins to study it. Over the past few days, S-City's power system has collapsed, and many areas are without electricity. She considers where to go to find a good place to build her territory, somewhere resource-rich and relatively hidden to avoid detection. Shinluo carefully marks the map, calculating distances and supplies needed for the journey. In the end, she decides to settle between S-City and B-City. This place is quite hidden, and the surrounding resources are abundant, with mountains, water, and large areas of land available for development. Most importantly, it has not been occupied by others, making it an ideal location for building a territory. Shinluo secretly feels glad. It seems her choice was good. She picks up a pen and marks a rough area on the map as her future territory. After she finishes, the sky begins to brighten. Thinking about it, she realizes she hasn't entered the children's information into the identification system, so she opens the system to do that now. Base number 007, name Shunming, no job, no special abilities, loyalty 95%. Base number 008, name Shenhua, no job, no special abilities, loyalty 96%. Base number 009, name Xinxian, no job, no special abilities, loyalty 100%. Base number 010, name Shunlele, no job, no special abilities, loyalty 100%. Base number 011, name Shun Haoxiang, no job, no special abilities, loyalty 100%. Base number 012, name Shun Xiaobao, no job, no special abilities, loyalty 100%. After entering the information for these 6 children, she hears chatter coming from the second floor. Brother Ming, Xiaobao needs to go to the bathroom, comes Xiaobao's young voice. Don't worry, brother will carry you down soon. Shinming quickly gets out of bed and reaches to pick Xiaobao up. But before reaching the bathroom, Xiaobao accidentally urinates on Shinming. Xiaobao, these are the clothes sister gave us yesterday. If they get wet, sister will be upset. Shinming whispers. Brother Ming, do you think sister will not want us anymore and will send us back to the cage? Lele asks shyly, following Shinming. Let's quickly change Xiaobao's pants and wash him clean. Later, I will wash Xiaobao's pants. Auntie and sister will come soon, and they probably won't be angry, Shinming says as he starts to take off Xiaobao's pants to clean him. Sorry, Brother Ming. I should have held it in. Xiaobao's voice gets softer. Let's hurry. We didn't notice Xiaobao peeing on the ground and his pants. We won't get into trouble, Shun Xian suggests from behind. Lele, Xiaoxian, go help Haoxiang. You three can tidy up the beds while I wash Xiaobao's pants, Ming quickly instructed his younger brothers. Shenluo listened to the children and realized that they were afraid of being punished for wetting the bed. These poor kids were truly scared. Just then, Li Ping came into the room and saw Shenluo standing by the children's door. She gently patted her shoulder. "What's wrong, Luoluo?" she asked, glancing toward the doorway. It seems Xiaobao wet his pants. The children are worried about being scolded and are trying to figure out what to do, Shenluo said calmly. I'll go in and help. Ming may be 10, but he's still a child, Li Ping said as she opened the door. The children froze nervously when they saw her come in. My little ones, what are you all doing in the bathroom? Li Ping asked with a gentle smile. As she walked closer, the children instinctively stepped back. Auntie, it's nothing. We're just using the bathroom, Ming said, trying to hide Xiaobao behind him. Seeing how frightened they were, Shenluo also stepped inside. Sister Ping, the weather's getting colder. Let's find them some warmer clothes. Li Ping looked back at Shenluo and understood. She was trying to ease the children's fear. All right, I'll go downstairs to get them, Li Ping said. Thank you, Sister Ping, Shenluo replied, watching her leave before turning back to the children. Where's Xiaobao? I don't see him, Shenluo said playfully, pretending to look around. I'm here, sister, Xiaobao said, peeking out. Ming tried to pull him back, but was too late. Sister, it's my fault, Ming said bravely. I didn't take good care of my brothers. Xiaobao wet his pants, and the floor too. He's still little. If someone needs to be scolded, please scold me instead. Just then, Li Ping returned with clean clothes. She knelt beside Ming and helped him change Xiaobao's pants. It's all right, Xiaobao. We'll just put on clean ones. No one is angry, and no one will ever hit you, Li Ping said softly. Li Ping gently gave Xiaobao a quick bath, then carried him back to the bedroom to change his clothes. She also took a towel to dry him off. Seeing Li Ping's gentle expression, Xiaobao's fear slowly faded, and he shyly smiled. Thank you, Auntie, Xiaobao whispered. Li Ping patted Xiaobao's head and turned to the other children, saying, All right, later I'll take Xiaobao downstairs. Let's go see the tasty food I made this morning. The children are still weak, so Auntie Ping should make more good food. I'm also craving something delicious, Li Ping said. Her cooking was getting better, and Shenluo was starting to want to eat. The children listened and felt relieved, their faces showing rare smiles. Shenluo watched the scene and felt warm inside. She knew these children had suffered a lot before. Now, they needed a home full of love and care. Okay, I'll take Xiaobao downstairs first. You boys be quick, Li Ping said, holding Xiaobao as she prepared to go cook. Mom, Xiaoya and the doll are also dressed and finished washing up, Xiaoya said, pulling the doll behind Li Ping. Xiaohao, I'll hold you. You guys go downstairs first. I'll be right there. Su Qing yawned and entered Li Ping's room. Li Ping, thank you, Shenluo said sincerely as she approached. Luo, no need to thank me, Li Ping replied with a smile. Xiaoming looked around and realized only he and his brothers were left in the room. He suddenly understood. His sister hadn't blamed them or scolded them. Let's hurry. Sister is very kind to us. We should work harder. Thank you, sister, for saving us and giving us a home, Xiaoming said quickly, handing out toothbrushes to his brothers. About 10 minutes later, Xiaoming and his brothers went downstairs. In the kitchen, Li Ping was busy chopping vegetables. Xiaoya and the doll were helping wash the produce. Xiaobao sat on a small stool, happily munching on a small cookie. Luo, did you sleep well last night? You look a bit tired, Li Ping asked with concern. Shenluo smiled and said, It's nothing. I just stayed up late thinking about things. Li Ping nodded, but didn't ask more. She knew Shenluo, as the head of the family, carried a heavy burden. Before long, the meal was ready. Everyone sat around the table and began to eat. The children were very quiet, eating carefully and not daring to take too much, afraid their older sister might be upset. Xiaoming and Wawa, starting today, you'll learn just like Xiaoya. You need to study and grow stronger. The younger boys will start learning to read, Shinluo said. Xiaoming nodded. Sister, you want us to study? Yes, Shinluo replied, gently patting his head. Even though we can't go to school outside right now, we can still learn and understand things. We shouldn't grow up not knowing anything, right? That's right, Xiaoming. I study every day. When I get tired, Sister Qing plays games with me. It's so much fun, Xiaya said in her soft voice. Hearing Shinluo's words, Xiaoming's eyes lit up with excitement. He nodded hard and said, Yes, sister, I'll study well. I will too, sister. I'll help you take care of the younger ones, Wawa added quickly. She was still young, but she knew learning was important. Seeing the children's serious faces, Shinluo felt very happy. Since we've decided, you'll all study with Sister Su Qing from now on, Shinluo said. After thinking for a moment, she added, I have to go out tonight. Everything at home will stay the same. Sister Ping and Su Qing, please take care of the house and the children. While I'm gone, don't open the door or go outside. Sister, where are you going? Xiaobao asked, looking up with wide, worried eyes. Shinluo smiled and patted his head. I'm going out to find some food and supplies, so we can live better here. Xiaobao nodded, half understanding. Then, be careful, sister, and come back soon. Xiaoming asked nervously, Sister, will it be dangerous? We don't need much food. 1 meal a day is enough. Shinluo felt a warmth in her heart and said, I'll be careful. But 1 meal a day isn't enough, you won't grow tall that way. Then she turned to Li Ping and Su Qing. Sister Ping, Su Qing, I'll leave the house to you. Li Ping and Su Qing both nodded to show they understood. Time passed quickly, and soon it was evening. Shinluo opened the door and left the big villa. When she reached a water source, she took out her speedboat. This time, Shinluo didn't hesitate. She headed straight for the southern district, where there was still someone she needed to deal with. Soon, Shinluo arrived in the southern district. She looked at the familiar area, which was once her home and her last memory before the apocalypse. She remembered every street, every shop, and even the location of each tree. But now, everything had changed. The place was deserted and ruined, as if forgotten by the world. Shinluo drove her speedboat through the alleys of the southern district. At night, the district seemed even quieter and more eerie. She held the steering wheel tightly, staying alert to her surroundings. She reached a once busy shopping mall. The doors were shut, and the glass was covered in dust and cracks. She got out of the boat quietly and approached the mall door carefully. Suddenly, a shadow darted out from a corner of the mall and headed straight for Shinluo. She quickly dodged the attack, moving swiftly. It was a level 2 zombie, and it had hidden its tracks. Shinluo didn't sense its presence at first. The zombie seemed to use the floodwaters and nearby buildings as cover, sneaking up silently. Its movements were quick and clever, very different from ordinary zombies' clumsiness. Shinluo's heart tightened. She quickly adjusted her stance, focusing fully on the sneaky zombie. She knew that a level 2 zombie had some intelligence and attack power. If she was careless, she could get into serious trouble. She tightly gripped her watermelon knife, her eyes showing determination and calmness. She carefully watched the zombie's movements, looking for an opening. Just then, the zombie launched another attack. It opened its blood-red mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and charged at Shinluo's neck. She dodged skillfully to the side and countered by swinging her weapon, hitting the zombie hard. The zombie let out a piercing scream and staggered slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Shinluo launched a counterattack. She moved swiftly and kept attacking the zombie. After a fierce fight, Shinluo finally knocked the clever zombie to the ground. She looked at the fallen zombie and felt relieved. It seemed that a level 2 zombie could be defeated with strength alone. Shinluo felt a little happy, as she had been outside these days and needed to stretch her muscles. However, something puzzled Shinluo. Usually, there should be many level 1 zombies around a level 2 zombie, but she saw no sign of any level 1 zombies. A thought flashed through her mind. Could this level 2 zombie be acting alone? She looked around and indeed found no other zombies nearby. Shinluo frowned. This situation was quite unusual. She stepped forward and carefully examined the zombie's body. After confirming it was no longer alive, she relaxed and started to remove the crystal core from its brain. Foolish woman, not bad at all, fighting a level 2 zombie alone. Xiaohei suddenly appeared in her space, praising her generously. Hey, I haven't trained for a few days. I really miss my strength, Shenluo said, hands on her hips, looking at the mall. She was now on the 3rd floor of the mall. Floodwater reached her calves. She didn't like feeling so wet, so she moved to a hidden corner, slipped into her space, and changed into a diving suit to go down to the 2nd floor. On the 2nd floor, the clothing area. Mannequins were floating around randomly. Anyone with a timid heart might mistake them for corpses. Shenluo moved back and forth on the 2nd floor, collecting all the clothes and supplies in sealed packages into her space. The soaked clothes she left untouched. Even after storing them, it was still difficult to deal with the waterlogged clothes. After finishing her collection, Shenluo continued to descend. When she reached the 1st floor, she used her headlamp to see the layout. It turned out the entire 1st floor was filled with gold jewelry and jade. She looked at the shiny gold objects glowing enticingly in the water, and the jade stones emitting a faint green light. This was a big fortune. There was plenty of gold and jade here. She decided to take it all. After collecting the gold and jade on the 1st floor, Shenluo noticed something else in the water. She probed around and found it was just some large stones. They weighed from a few pounds to over 10,000 pounds. It seemed she had found the legendary betting stones. No matter what is inside, just gather everything. Maybe someday, I can use it to throw at someone. After collecting everything, Shenluo had been underwater for 2 hours. She checked her oxygen tank, which was almost empty. She continued to swim down to the basement level. The 1st underground floor is a food street, and most shopping malls look similar. Just as Shenluo was about to swim a little further inside, her oxygen alarm went off. She quickly returned to her space and made some adjustments. Shenluo sat on the grass in the yard, gasping for air. The space is really good. Being underwater is amazing. It's so tiring. It's already pretty good. Luckily, it didn't find any floating bodies, Xiaohei said casually. What are you talking about? I'm blessed with good luck. I don't care about floating bodies or not, Shenluo said, feeling brainwashed by Xiaohei's words. Images of floating bodies kept flashing in her mind. She comforted herself for a moment, then stood up and went inside to rest a little more. She had just dived underwater and used a lot of energy. Shenluo decided to sleep and regain her strength before going out again. She went to her bedroom, collapsed onto the bed, and quickly fell asleep. In her dreams, Shenluo seemed to return to before the apocalypse. She remembered that her favorite thing back then was to go shopping and eat with friends after work. But suddenly, the apocalypse broke everything apart. Shenluo woke up from her dream, sweating all over. She wiped her sweat, sat up, looked out the window at the sky, and felt a mix of emotions. Inside the space, the sun was shining brightly, and everything was lively. Outside, it was broken and lifeless. After tidying up, Shenluo took out the preserved century egg with pork and small steamed buns that Li Ping had prepared for her. She ate happily. Xiaohei, who hadn't left the space, could find food on his own. She had stored a lot of delicious food before the apocalypse. After finishing her meal, Shenluo took out another oxygen tank. She checked it and estimated it could last about 2.5 hours underwater. Once everything was ready, Shenluo left the space. When she first emerged, she needed to get used to the new environment, as visibility underwater was still very low. Then she continued searching along the food street, hoping to find more supplies. However, as she searched more deeply, she found that the situation here was worse than she had imagined. Shenluo moved toward the food street. She could see the decorations of various shops, Huinan snacks, spicy hot pots, pickled fish, dragon and phoenix fish, rotating sushi, hot pot restaurants. She could still imagine the bustling scene of the past and recall the times she and her colleagues ate here. Many shops had been destroyed by floods. Shelves were empty, with only broken utensils and scattered trash remaining. Shenluo did not give up. She carefully searched every corner, hoping to find something useful. Finally, inside an abandoned hot pot restaurant, she found some unopened hot pot base and seasonings. These seasonings were light, but precious in this post-apocalyptic world. Shenluo carefully checked for other supplies. Her efforts paid off. She found dozens of bags of unopened rice, cooking oil, and some salt. Fortunately, she also found edible grains, which could still be useful later. She stored everything in her space, feeling secretly pleased with her harvest today. In this world, if she showed off her supplies, people might doubt their quality. Otherwise, she wouldn't need to go out searching for supplies, as her stored resources in the space were enough. Until she became strong enough to make everyone afraid, she needed to hide her strength. She understood the principle of not revealing her wealth. But Shenluo continued to sneak into the basement second floor, which was a supermarket, one of the largest in the southern district. Inside, everything from clothing, food, and shelter to entertainment was available. At the supermarket entrance, Shenluo didn't hesitate. She took everything she passed, no matter what it was, and stored it in her space. Thanks to advanced technology, many appliances were waterproof, so even if soaked in water, they could still be used. Shenluo moved back and forth along the S-shaped route, quickly collecting items into her space. She didn't even leave the shelves untouched, taking everything and saving herself time on organizing later. It wasn't until the oxygen tank alarm sounded that she realized she had only collected half of the large supermarket. Shenluo did not rest. She returned to her space, changed the oxygen tank quickly, and hurried back to the supermarket. She wanted to gather everything there. Fortunately, she did not encounter Captain Zhang Yi, the cold-faced leader. After collecting all the items, Shenluo used her sensing ability to find the direction of the storage room. She wanted to check the storage room just in case there were still useful things inside. Soon, Shenluo found the entrance to the storage room. Just as she was about to push the door open, a cold voice came from Little Black. "Foolish woman, maybe you shouldn't go in at all." When had Little Black become so kind and caring? Could there be something scary inside the storage room? But her sensing didn't detect any danger.
Why?
Shenluo communicated with Little Black mentally. Because Little Black hadn't finished speaking. Suddenly, Shenluo felt a force hitting the door of the storage room. This made her hairs stand on end. "Is there a monster inside?" "But I don't sense anything," she said. "Stupid. It's a dead body." Little Black couldn't hold back and said.
"What?"
Shenluo seemed to not hear clearly, so she asked again.
"A dead body."
"Foolish woman, your ears aren't working well in the water," Little Black said angrily. Shenluo hesitated to push the door open. She didn't really want to see the bloated, decomposing corpse. But she thought there might still be useful supplies inside the storage room. She clenched her teeth and decided to take a look. Taking a deep breath, she suddenly pushed open the big door of the storage room. The corpse behind the door was pushed back by the force, falling backward. Shenluo still saw that ghastly, swollen face. Inside, it was pitch dark and she couldn't see anything. Using the light from above her head, the beam pierced through the darkness and illuminated the ground ahead. The storage room was filled with various supplies. Shenluo moved carefully, afraid of stepping on something. She looked around the shelves, quickly collecting items into her space. She hoped to leave this place as soon as possible. Suddenly, her gaze fixed on a pile of water-swollen objects. It was some human corpses, dressed in different clothes, with twisted faces, as if they were crying out in pain from their past lives. Shenluo's heart tightened. She quickly looked away, afraid to see more. She quickened her steps, eager to leave this disgusting place. Suddenly, she heard a strange sound. The sound seemed to come from deep inside the warehouse, deep and eerie, making her feel cold. Shenluo stopped and held her breath, listening carefully. The sound came and went, as if teasing her nerves. She tightly gripped her weapon and cautiously looked around. The warehouse was very dark, with only her flashlight illuminating a small area in front of her. She moved forward carefully, each step feeling very heavy. Suddenly, the sound appeared again, clearer than before. Shin Luo's heart raced. She knew she couldn't hesitate anymore. She took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and walked toward the source of the sound. Deeper inside the warehouse, the light was even dimmer. Shin Luo could only see faint shapes ahead with her weak flashlight. As she got closer, she saw it was a large, closed door. The strange sound was coming from behind this door. Shin Luo frowned. She didn't know what secrets were hidden behind the door, but she didn't want to find out. She only felt fear. Opening the door didn't seem necessary. If there was danger, she could quickly hide in the space. For some reason, Shin Luo didn't want to open the door. She quickly turned back toward the way she came and soon returned to the third floor of the mall. She found a corner, changed her clothes in the space, and then appeared again on the third floor. Afraid others might suddenly show up, she took out a small boat for 2 people and used some mannequins to hide it. Then she headed toward the 4th floor. What Shin Luo didn't know was that outside that door, Zhang Yi and his team had come from the neighboring office building. Because of the zombies in that building, they had to leave underwater, but when they reached this place, they couldn't open the door. Of course, they couldn't open it because Shin Luo was afraid and had placed many barriers in front of the door. Zhang Yi and his team had to find another way. Their oxygen tanks wouldn't last much longer. Fortunately, the mall's fire escape was unlocked. Zhang Yi and a few remaining team members went to the 3rd floor from there. Zhang Yi looked around, but the place was empty, only silence and darkness. At that moment, he noticed a kayak partially hidden behind a model nearby, which caught his attention. It seems some survivors have come here looking for supplies, Zhang Yi whispered to his team members. They continued searching in the direction of the kayak, hoping to find Shin Luo. Meanwhile, Shin Luo had reached the 4th floor of the shopping mall, leisurely strolling around. The situation on this floor was better than on the lower 3 levels, probably because it was higher up and the floodwaters hadn't fully reached here. Shin Luo moved carefully, holding a watermelon knife tightly, always alert to her surroundings. She stopped in front of an electronics store and found that all the devices inside were still intact. Quickly, Shin Luo stored the electronics in her space, then kept searching ahead. Suddenly, she heard hurried footsteps approaching. Her heart raced, and she quickly hid in a hidden corner. Peeking through she saw a few people in combat uniforms walking toward her. Their faces looked tired and tense, as if they were searching for something. Shin Luo silently felt relieved that she had hidden in time, or she might have been discovered. She held her breath and waited quietly as they moved closer. But the group kept coming nearer, seeming to have noticed her presence. Shin Luo made up her mind. If these people tried to rob her, she wouldn't let them get away. She decided to fight with all her might. Suddenly, she charged out from her hiding spot, swinging her watermelon knife toward the closest person, pressing the blade firmly against his neck. If they dared to move, she was ready to cut off his head. However, when she saw their faces clearly, she froze. She cursed inwardly. God, are you playing a joke on me? The less I want to meet someone, the more I do. Shin Luo wanted to hide her strength, but fate seemed to be working against her. The man in front of her was none other than Captain Zhang Yi, the one who had previously made her feel afraid. His eyes were sharp as an eagle, fixed on Shin Luo as if he wanted to see through her. Zhang Yi's voice was deep and strong, showing undeniable authority. Shin Luo took a deep breath, trying to sound calm. Oh, so you are Captain Zhang from the official team at S-City Base. Zhang Yi's eyebrows slightly furrowed, and he pointed to the knife in Shin Luo's hand. We are here to find supplies and rescue trapped people. Can you put down your knife? Shin Luo looked at her watermelon knife, then at Zhang Yi and his team behind him. She hesitated for a moment, but finally lowered her knife. She knew that although she had some skills, it wouldn't be wise to fight the officials directly. Also, from Zhang Yi's words, she understood that their purpose wasn't to rob. I am quite cautious, Shin Luo asked carefully. Zhang Yi didn't answer directly but looked around. Are you here to find supplies too? Shin Luo nodded. Yes, that's right. We all need to eat. What about you, Captain Zhang? Is your team here for supplies too? Zhang Yi smiled slightly. Since we have the same goal, why not join us? After we finish searching, we can go back to the base together. And that kayak on the 3rd floor, is it yours? Shenluo wanted to refuse but nodded anyway. Yes, it's mine. Zhang Yi smiled. It seems you are quite capable. The members of Zhang Ye's team looked at each other in surprise.
What?
Their stern leader was actually smiling, and at a stranger, no less. This was definitely big news, sure to cause a stir when they got back. But thinking about how many people Zhang Yi had, and that they didn't seem to be bad guys, she hesitated. Shenluo's mind moved. Joining Zhang Ye's team might be safer for finding supplies. But she also knew that doing so would expose her abilities. After a moment of hesitation, she shook her head. Thanks for your kindness, Captain Zhang, but I prefer to act alone. Plus, I have my own plans. Zhang Yi didn't seem surprised by her refusal. He nodded. All right, since you have your own ideas, I won't force you. But I still invite you to join our team. Shenluo smiled slightly, indicating she understood. What are the benefits of joining your team? How will we share the supplies we find? Zhang Yi smiled slightly, seeming to have expected Shenluo's question. Supplies are naturally distributed based on contribution. Our team has professional rescue equipment and personnel, so we can find supplies more safely. Of course, if you're unwilling, I won't force you. Hearing this, Shenluo's heart moved slightly. Looking at strength, Captain Zhang seems to underestimate people, but I don't mind. Since you said we split everything equally, I trust you won't go back on your word. Currently, with Zhang Yi leading a team of 5 almost disabled soldiers, their combined strength probably isn't enough to beat her. The reason Shenluo agreed to join was that since she couldn't avoid it, she might as well get to know everyone. It would also help prevent Captain Zhang from constantly worrying about her in the future. She felt like a sneaky cat trying to hide. But she also knew that joining the team meant following its rules, and she might have to give up some freedom. She paused for a moment, weighing the pros and cons. Finally, she looked up, her gaze firm. All right, I agree to join your team and to share supplies based on contribution. I have a family to support. Zhang Ye's lips curled into a smile upon hearing this. He seemed to see through Shenluo's thoughts, knowing she was smart and cautious. He nodded. That's right. I hope our team's strength will satisfy you and that you won't regret joining. Shenluo nodded silently. She thought this was a fair deal. She could stay safe and have a chance to join a strong team. She agreed. Okay, let's move out together. Zhang Yi smiled slightly and signaled his team to follow. They continued searching deeper into the mall, while Shenluo followed closely, feeling both excited and nervous. We are now on the 4th floor. This level has outdoor supplies. Collect daily necessities first, and if you find food, that's best. Next, gather tools for going outside. Now, work in pairs. If there's danger, retreat first, warn others, and gather with the team. Don't go alone. Zhang Yi quickly explained the gathering rules. Ning'an looked at his leader, thinking to himself that these instructions were familiar, so why repeat them? But he thought the captain might be doing it to take care of the new member, Shenluo, so he didn't speak. Zhang Yi looked at Shenluo, assigned the group, and himself and Shenluo were in the same team. Shenluo was a bit surprised. She thought Zhang Yi would deliberately avoid her, but unexpectedly, he asked to be in the same team as her. Zhang Yi seemed to see through Shenluo's thoughts and smiled slightly. What? Not willing to work with me? Shenluo shook her head. No, just a little surprised. Zhang Yi didn't say anything more. He walked ahead of Shenluo. Let's go. By the way, what should I call you? You didn't tell me your name earlier. Shenluo thought for a moment and then said her name without any extra words. Shenluo. Zhang Yi nodded and started to search carefully for supplies. Shenluo followed closely behind. She noticed that although Zhang Yi didn't talk much, he moved quickly and methodically. Before long, they collected quite a few useful supplies. Shenluo secretly nodded. It seemed that this team leader, Zhang Yi, was indeed capable. Suddenly, they heard a loud noise. Zhang Yi immediately became alert and signaled Shenluo to follow him. They carefully approached the source of the sound. They saw a group of zombies attacking their team members. Zhang Yi saw that his team members looked very battered and clearly had no fighting strength left. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi rushed forward to rescue his team members. Shen Luo followed closely, swinging her watermelon knife and cutting down the zombies. Be careful, Zhang Yi warned as Shen Luo also charged forward, hoping she would be cautious. Let your team members retreat first. There's a warehouse on the 4th floor. Have them go inside first and don't hold me back, Shen Luo said, efficiently chopping zombies with quick, precise movements. Seeing this, Zhang Yi quickly told his team members, "You guys retreat first." Ningen wanted to say something, but seeing that he, Li Ning, Wang Tao, and Lin Yao were already exhausted and holding on, plus they hadn't eaten all day, they couldn't fight anymore. They could only pull each other back toward the warehouse, which they then entered and closed the door. Zhang Yi fought zombies while keeping an eye on Shen Luo's actions. She was agile, with precise swordsmanship, and every zombie fell under her blade. Zhang Yi couldn't help but secretly admire. It seems that Shen Luo truly has impressive strength. Soon, with their teamwork, the zombies were quickly cleared away. Done, Shen Luo said, then bent down to extract the crystal core from the zombie's brain. Seeing Shen Luo's familiar technique, Zhang Yi realized he must have watched this kind of work many times. He didn't say much and worked together with Shen Luo to remove the crystal core. How did you know there was something inside the zombie's brain? Zhang Yi asked curiously. Brother, do I need to explain? Don't you read online stories? Post-apocalyptic zombie stories have everything: crystal cores, levels, special abilities, space. You should read more. You'll understand even if you don't get it now. In the end times, aren't you curious about zombies? Shen Luo looked up at Zhang Yi. I didn't say anything, just curious. What's the big deal? Zhang Yi looked at Shen Luo, who was quick to get angry. Curiosity kills the cat, Shen Luo said, genuinely speechless about Zhang Yi. After reading so many online stories, maybe he just wanted to verify if the stories were true. Sorry, I was too abrupt, Zhang Yi said, looking at Shen Luo, not wanting her to get more upset. It's okay. I've finished here. You can do the rest, Ningen panted, leaning against the wall. Zhang Yi was stunned. Aren't you going to help? I'm afraid I can't afford to pay you for extra work. Shen Luo pretended to be tired. Got it. Zhang Yi could only accept it and continued diligently removing the crystal cores. Shen Luo didn't want Zhang Yi to focus all his attention on her. The more work she did, the less she thought about other things. Finally, the two finished extracting the crystal cores and returned to the warehouse. Zhang Yi looked at the exhausted team members and felt a wave of guilt. He knew this mission was too dangerous, and the team members' stamina was at its limit. Everyone take a break and rest to recover your strength, Zhang Yi said. The team members sat on the ground and started resting. Shen Luo went to the side, checked her equipment, and took out water and bread from her backpack. Ningen saw the bread and swallowed saliva. Want some? Shen Luo, forced to eat bread with the team, looked at Ningen as if he were a small dog waiting to be fed. Ningen's mouth produced saliva, and he shyly scratched his head but didn't say anything about wanting to eat. Seeing this, it seems the 5 men have no food or water. They are anxiously searching the 4th floor for supplies, probably hoping to find something to eat. Shen Luo hands the bread and water she has to Ningen. Then she takes out 4 bottles of water and 4 pieces of bread from her backpack and passes them over. We're not hungry, Zhang Yi quickly says when a team member is about to open the food and water. Oh? Then Captain Zhang can go hungry himself, Shen Luo replies with a slight smile. Zhang Yi is choked by her words. He knows Shen Luo is straightforward and speaks honestly, but that's also her true nature. Thank you, Shen Luo, Zhang Yi says sincerely as he walks over to her. Shen Luo looks up and glances at him. No need to thank me. I just don't want to see you holding us back. Hearing this, Zhang Yi forces a smile. But I have to admit, your strength really surprised me, Zhang Yi continues. Shen Luo smiles slightly. Likewise, your strength is pretty good too. They exchange smiles and the atmosphere eases a lot. Zhang Yi knows that although this mission is dangerous, it has helped build some initial trust between them. Alright, everyone has rested enough. Let's keep searching for supplies, Zhang Yi says. The team members stand up, ready to continue. Shen Luo stays seated, coldly speaking. Captain Zhang, I'm tired. I need to rest. Zhang Yi looks at her, then at the tired team members, and thinks for a moment. Okay, since you're tired, take a break first. The rest of us will keep searching and come back to get you later, he says with some concern in his tone. Shen Luo nods. Good thing I'm not your soldier. She really feels exhausted and needs a rest to regain her strength. Zhang Yi, hearing this, asks instinctively, What do you mean? Shen Luo sits quietly, closing her eyes to rest. Because it's tough, because I'm tired, because the captain is clueless. The 4 team members look at each other, afraid to speak. Zhang Yi doesn't understand what Shen Luo means. She was fine just now, so why is she acting so strangely now? Did I do something wrong? Shen Luo finally couldn't hold back anymore. He originally wanted to say he was tired, so everyone could rest. These few soldiers were already exhausted, yet they still had to keep searching for supplies. Aren't they afraid of running into zombies again? Captain Zhang, are you, or are you made of steel? Not afraid of hardship, tiredness, or hunger? But your team members aren't like that. Look at how exhausted they are. Shouldn't they rest? Are you planning to send them to face zombies again? Zhang Yi then carefully looked at his team members. Although they seemed tired, they all appeared spirited, not as Shen Luo described. What's wrong, Captain Zhang? Is there something wrong with your eyes? Your team is just pretending not to fall behind. Unfortunately, the captain is blind to that, Shen Luo said coldly, feeling that this man in front of him seemed a bit unkind. Zhang Yi wanted to explain but didn't know how to start. If you, Captain Zhang, are someone who doesn't care about your subordinates, then I think we should part ways. I don't want my teammates to turn into zombies while fighting, Shen Luo said coldly. Hearing this, Zhang Yi's heart tightened. He looked at his team members. Though they were tired, their eyes still shone with determination. No one was complaining. He knew these team members were like brothers to him, his strongest support. He couldn't let them fall into danger because of overwork. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and said to Shen Luo, You're right. I was careless. We should rest first and regain our strength. Safety is the most important. Shen Luo nodded slightly, a satisfied smile on his face. People are all flesh and blood. In this end of the world, when order will be restored is unknown. To be honest, they might not even be your soldiers, Shen Luo said today, feeling unusually angry. But their primary identity is the backbone of the country. Only after that are they individuals. Zhang Yi understood what Shen Luo meant, but their roles here were clear. If this were a prosperous era, it wouldn't be like this. Many of them have parents, families, children. When you brought them out, didn't they think about their loved ones? Put yourself in their shoes. No one in this world owes anyone anything. You're a good captain, but not a responsible one, Shen Luo concluded. Shen Luo knew that although Zhang Yi looked cold, he actually cared deeply for his team. The group sat down again in the warehouse, secured the door, and rested in different corners. Zhang Yi went aside to check everyone's injuries and physical condition. Fortunately, no one was seriously hurt, which made him feel a little relieved. Shen Luo looked at the 4 young men in front of her, all in their early 20s. She thought that it must be the fire in their hearts that kept them going until now. She quietly added some spiritual spring water to their drinks to help them recover their strength. However, she didn't give any to Zhang Yi. She wanted to see how long their captain could hold out on his own. With the help of the spring water, all 6 of them soon fell asleep in the warehouse. Shen Luo then entered her inner space. You silly woman, are you trying to get close to Zhang Yi? Little Black paced around the yard. Get close to him? Of course not. But since we've met, I can't just keep avoiding him. To understand others is to win every battle. I can't always stay passive, Shen Luo said, holding Little Black in her arms. I don't care, Little Black muttered, finding a comfortable spot to rest. All right, I know. I'll be careful. I'll take a short nap. We still need to gather supplies later. When Zhang Yi wakes up, call me. Before she could finish, Shen Luo fell asleep under the warm sunlight. After some time, Little Black shook her awake. Silly woman, wake up. Zhang Yi and the others are already up, he said near her ear. Shen Luo rubbed her eyes and stepped out of her space. She saw Zhang Yi already on his feet, checking his gear. "You're awake," Zhang Yi said, nodding slightly. Shen Luo nodded back. "Yes, I've rested enough. Let's keep going." Zhang Yi glanced at his watch. "All right, it's getting late. We need to move quickly. Everyone, get ready, we're leaving." But at that moment, none of his teammates showed signs of waking up. Zhang Yi walked closer and saw that all four of them had a fever. Seeing him freeze, Shen Luo stepped forward to check. "Shen Luo, don't come any closer. It's dangerous," Zhang Yi said firmly, stopping her in her tracks.
What?
She asked in surprise. "Are you saying they are injured and turning into zombies?" Shen Luo stepped forward again and went to Zhang Yi's side. "Why are you not listening? I already told you they are in danger now," Zhang Yi whispered. Shen Luo looked at the four team members, their faces flushed, and seemed to understand that perhaps his spiritual spring water played a key role in awakening their special abilities. "It's just a fever. No need to make such a fuss," Shen Luo said casually. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes and replied impatiently, "If they survive, they will become people with special powers. If they don't awaken their abilities, they're just ordinary soldiers." Shen Luo looked at Zhang Yi and appreciated his honesty, as he hadn't hidden anything intentionally. Actually, when they first met, Shen Luo had already seen Zhang Yi's favorability score and information about his abilities through the identification system. Zhang Yi's favorability score was 85%. His abilities included fire and lightning powers. When she and Zhang Yi fought zombies together, Zhang Yi did not reveal his abilities. The reason he didn't use his powers was that his abilities were weak and he couldn't activate them anymore. That's good. I hope they all survive in this end-of-the-world situation. You watch over them, I'll go find some supplies, Shen Luo said before leaving the warehouse.
Zhang Yi didn't speak.
At this dangerous moment, it was understandable that Shen Luo found an excuse to leave. Before Shen Luo left, Zhang Yi quietly said, "Take care." Zhang Yi sat opposite the four team members, praying they wouldn't wake up all at once, or he would be overwhelmed. After a moment, Shen Luo returned, walking straight to Zhang Yi and tossing a rope into his hands. "What's this?" Zhang Yi looked confused. "Use it to tie them up. Otherwise, the two of us can't handle it if they wake up at the same time. Set up the tent at the door and let the man carry them in," Shen Luo said, beginning to tie Ning An's hands and feet with the rope. Hearing the tents at the door, Zhang Yi immediately went to fetch them. Looking at the four tents at the entrance, Zhang Yi's face twitched, and he resigned himself to bringing all four tents inside. Then he noticed something else at the door.
He went out again.
The items weren't many, but they were quite good. "I've finished over here. Captain Zhang, hurry up and set up the tents. One person per tent to prevent the spread of fever symptoms." After finishing her work, Shen Luo sat down and watched Zhang Yi set up the tent alone. She didn't want to help. Men shouldn't be spoiled. Zhang Yi was busy setting up the tent, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Shen Luo sat comfortably nearby, watching intently. Occasionally, she pointed out Zhang Yi's actions, but mostly she observed his every move. Although Zhang Yi was exhausted and panting, he showed no complaints. Finally, all four tents were set up. Zhang Yi wiped the sweat from his face and said to Shen Luo, "All done. I'll carry them inside." Shen Luo stood up and approached the pile of supplies. "Wait, let's make their beds warmer first. It increases the chance of success." Seeing what Shen Luo had done for them, Zhang Yi felt grateful and thought the girl was quite thoughtful. He quickly separated the four people and placed each in a tent. Shen Luo took out bread and water, giving one to Zhang Yi. "Thank you." Zhang Yi didn't bother pretending. He took the bread and water from Shen Luo and ate eagerly. "I'll go find some food later. When they wake up, they'll need to regain their strength." Since these four had a special connection with him and all awakened their abilities by chance, he decided to help them fully. His backpack was small, only able to carry a few bottles of water and some bread. He needed to go out and look around to take things out of his backpack, of course from his space. "I'll go. You stay here and watch everyone," Zhang Yi said, not wanting Shen Luo to tire herself out. Fortunately, he met Shen Luo. Otherwise, He wouldn't have been able to handle these 4 energetic kids awakening their abilities. Suddenly, he remembered Shinluo's sharp words from yesterday and thought her physical strength might be related to her ability. He also thought that these 4 young men might be pretending to be strong because they were afraid of being disliked. "Forget it, I'll go. You keep your energy up in case of emergencies," Shinluo said and left. He had to leave to get the food out. He also discovered that there was a warehouse on this level filled with kayaks, speedboats, and complete equipment. Just now, Shinluo collected some space energy, but he was so happy about his own collection that he forgot to leave 2 outside. He can't let Zhang Yi find out he has a space. If discovered, he will just say that his space is also awakened. After finishing 4 levels, Shinluo took his things and headed back. When he returned to the storage room, he saw Zhang Yi nervously saying, "Please help, build a cover over the storage door." Ning An is about to wake up. Shinluo casually piled some items together and quickly checked the other 3 tents. Luckily, there were no signs of waking or trouble. "How is he?" Shinluo took a bottle of water from his backpack and offered it to Ningen. Because he added spiritual spring water, Ningen seemed to sense the call of life and drank eagerly. Shinluo didn't dare ask more. Watching Ning An's face gradually calm, he slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly, Ningen hummed and started trembling slightly. Zhang Yi saw this and immediately became nervous, ready to handle any sudden situation. Ning An's trembling grew worse. Suddenly, he sat up sharply, his eyes turned bright red, and a strong aura radiated from him. In the next second, Ning An exhaled a cold breath, and his awakening of supernatural powers was confirmed. Zhang Yi was secretly happy. Ning An had successfully awakened his ability. "It seems to be ice type," Shinluo whispered. Zhang Yi kept a close eye on Ning An, relieved that nothing serious happened. Ning An was also panting heavily. A cold chill swept over him, and he curled up under the blanket, trembling from the cold. "Brother Yi, I'm cold," Ning An finally spoke clearly. "Give him some more water." Shinluo handed Zhang Yi the water, with spiritual spring added. After drinking the spring water, Ning An felt his body start to warm up. "Rest first. We'll go see them," Ning An said. Since he was awake, the other 3 should be waking soon, so he needed to go check on them quickly. Time passed second by second. The faces of the other 3 team members grew rosier. Zhang Yi knew their moment of awakening was near. Shinluo followed the same method, feeding each of them the prepared spiritual spring water. Soon after, Li Ning, Wang Tao, and Lin Yao also woke up, each awakening their own supernatural ability. Zhang Yi looked at them with a feeling of happiness and hope. "It seems my spiritual spring water works pretty well," Shinluo muttered quietly. Zhang Yi looked at Shinluo with a heart full of gratitude. He knew that the success in rescuing the team members and helping them awaken their special abilities was thanks to Shinluo. "Shinluo, thank you," Zhang Yi said sincerely. Shinluo smiled slightly. "All right, I accept your thanks, Captain Zhang." Zhang Yi nodded, feeling even more fond of Shinluo, his admiration instantly reaching 100%. When Shinluo saw this, he was so surprised he couldn't speak. He knew that this seemingly cold girl was actually kind and full of a sense of justice inside. Although the 4 team members were still a bit confused, they understood that at the same time, all 4 of them had awakened their abilities. The final conclusion was, Ning An awakened ice powers, Li Ning awakened earth powers, Wang Tao awakened water powers, and Lin Yao awakened metal powers. Shinluo looked at this team of abilities, and he thought they were probably the strongest team in the post-apocalyptic world. Shinluo took out a new backpack from the door, different from the one he carried before. He pulled out 6 bowls of instant noodles and some canned meat. "Captain Zhang, heat some water, and we'll have instant noodles." When Ning An heard the word instant noodles, he got excited and ran over. "Brother Luo, you're amazing. You found this? I've been craving it for so long." Shinluo looked at the big boy in front of him and helplessly nodded. "Eat more later." "Yes, I want the braised flavor." "Wang Tao, come quickly." "Now's the time to use your ability," Ning An called Wang Tao over. "I'll try," Wang Tao said, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Everyone else had awakened impressive abilities, but he only had water powers, which didn't seem very useful in battle. He also felt negative emotions, but didn't want to show them. Wang Tao, do you feel like water powers aren't very strong? Shenluo asked casually. Huh. Wang Tao was caught off guard by Shenluo's sudden question and didn't know how to answer. Actually, they can be very useful. You can work with others. You throw water balls, then find someone with fire powers to ignite them, or team up with ice powers to freeze things into ice blocks. Shenluo continued talking to himself. Just a moment ago, Shenluo's words made Wang Tao feel that Shenluo was being harsh, but the next second, he offered a solution. Wang Tao listened to Shenluo, and his eyes gradually brightened. He didn't expect his water element ability to have such a use. Yes, we can work together. That will make us much stronger in battle, Ningen said excitedly. He seemed to already see their team shining brightly in the end times. Zhang Yi looked at his team members with a feeling of pride. All right, let's eat some instant noodles first, Zhang Yi said, activating his fire element ability. In 3 minutes, 6 hot bowls of noodles were ready. Although it was just simple instant noodles, in the end times, they became a rare delicacy. Everyone sat together, eating noodles eagerly. Shenluo still asked the question she wanted to ask. Are you a fire element ability user?
Zhang Yin nodded.
Ning hurriedly answered. Our team leader awakened his ability early in the end times. He's amazing. He can shoot a fireball that leaves no enemy behind. Wow, that's impressive. Are you just bragging? Shenluo said on purpose. Just now, when I was cooking noodles, did you see? Our team leader can now control the fire's strength, size, and shape precisely. Isn't that amazing? Ningen kept talking excitedly. That does sound pretty good. It seems your team leader is very familiar with his ability, Shenluo thought. She still believed teaming up was the right choice. Otherwise, how would she know about Zhang Ye's ability? Plus, his ability level had already broken through to the 3rd tier. Shenluo felt a bit uncomfortable. It was her fault. Why did she give him spiritual spring water, causing him to break through? She had hoped to be stronger than Zhang Yi in battle, but now it seemed she might soon catch up. You're not bad either, Zhang Yi suddenly said, startling everyone. Yeah, Luo's sister, you're so strong. Killing zombies so skillfully, many girls would be so scared they'd scream. You just go up and strike with your sword. So cool, Ningen said, acting like a little brother. Shenluo felt a little shy from the praise. Her cheeks turned slightly red and she smiled. Really, am I that cool? Of course, Luo's sister. You're basically our goddess, Li Ning echoed, full of admiration. Shenluo was a bit embarrassed by everyone's praise, but she quickly regained her composure. She knew that in this end times, strength was the most important thing. All right, let's finish eating. Captain Zhang, shouldn't we plan our next move now? Shenluo changed the subject because she didn't want to dwell on that issue. Zhang Yi nodded seriously and said, All right, let me talk about the resource distribution. The zombie brains we just killed have crystal cores. We each get half because they didn't contribute. After speaking, Zhang Yi handed Shenluo a small bag containing about 50 crystal cores. That's a fair split, Shenluo said without hesitation, casually tossing the bag into her backpack, which was actually her space. Ability users rely on crystal cores to improve their powers. I think we should let the 4 of them absorb the energy first to strengthen their abilities before we leave, Zhang Yi suggested. Shenluo listened to his idea and nodded slightly, showing her agreement. She believed that after absorbing the crystal core energy, these 4 newly awakened ability users would definitely become stronger. Okay, let's wait until they finish absorbing the crystal cores before we leave, Shenluo said. Then she stood up, ready to go for a walk. Zhang Yi saw that Shenluo didn't show any other expression and took out the remaining crystal cores, giving each person 10. He then began guiding the 4 team members on how to absorb the crystal core energy. He told them to hold the crystal cores in their hands, feel the energy inside, and guide it into their bodies. Hearing Zhang Yi, the 4, Ningen and the others, started trying to do as he said. Shenluo watched quietly from the side. She noticed that all 4 had good talent and quickly learned how to absorb the crystal core energy. Their strength was also steadily increasing. However, since the crystal cores hadn't been processed, if they absorbed too much at once, they might reject the energy. Don't you want to process the crystal cores before they absorb them? Shinluo asked softly. It's just a simple cleaning. We don't have the technology to purify the cores yet, so we can only supply them for absorption, Zhang Yi replied, knowing that besides rejection, some of the energy might not be fully absorbed. All right, Shinluo said, taking out 4 crystal cores soaked in spiritual spring water for 4 hours and handing them to Zhang Yi. These are. Zhang Yi took the purified crystal cores, surprised and speechless. This is a waste. Just absorb this one, Shinluo said. Although she had just met these people, they all liked her very much. Her favorability with each of them was 100%. This made Shinluo want to do more for them. For example, the purified crystal cores. Are you still reading online novels? Zhang Yi asked again. Yes, Captain Zhang. You can find a couple to read when you go back. I learned a lot. Shinluo sat back in her original position, ready to rest again. Do you have more? Can I trade with you? Zhang Yi asked excitedly. What are you thinking? You think these are like vegetables everywhere you look, Shinluo said, not wanting to give Zhang Yi these for his gifts for his little fans. Can I ask how you purified them? Zhang Yi continued. Washed with water, Shinluo replied. Washed with water? Cleaned with water. Zhang Yi was more surprised. He had used water before, but not to this extent. What else would I use? Shinluo asked back. But I also washed with water, and it didn't reach this level, Zhang Yi questioned further. Shinluo thought to herself, of course not with ordinary water, but with spiritual spring water. Otherwise, how could she purify impurities? But she didn't want to reveal that it was spiritual spring water. Just soak them more, and try different methods. I do the same. Not all crystal cores can be successfully purified. The success rate is only about 0.1%. Shinluo remained calm. 1 in 1,000? And not even guaranteed. Zhang Yi was stunned. That meant the 4 purified crystal cores in his hand at least required 4,000 crystal cores. Probably around that many. With so many zombies, just kill them all. The more you kill, the more you learn how to use the crystals. Isn't it that hard? Shinluo continued to tease Zhang Yi, finding it quite interesting to fool him. Zhang Yi looked at Shinluo, a hint of helplessness in his eyes, but more shock and curiosity. He didn't expect that this seemingly young girl had such amazing abilities and knowledge. Shinluo, you really opened my eyes, Zhang Yi said sincerely. Shinluo smiled slightly. She didn't care much about the praise. She just enjoyed the fun of fooling others. She knew that in this end of the world, strength was the most important, but sometimes extra skills and knowledge could give her some advantages. All right, Captain Zhang, let's let the 4 of them absorb the crystal cores first. Shinluo changed the subject because she didn't want to dwell on that issue. Zhang Yi nodded and looked again at the 4 team members who were absorbing energy from the crystal cores. He felt hopeful. He knew that after absorbing these purified crystal cores, their strength would improve a lot. Time passed slowly. Ning En and the others looked healthier, and their breathing became steadier. Zhang Yi watched their changes and felt glad he met Shinluo. If it weren't for her, these 4 might still be in their tents, uncertain about their lives. Finally, Ning En and the others opened their eyes one after another, their faces shining with excitement and happiness. They felt a new, powerful energy inside them, a feeling they had never experienced before. Captain, I think I've leveled up. I'm now a level 2 ice elemental, Ningen shouted excitedly. He then released his special ability, creating an ice spike that hit the wall. Zhang Yi looked at Ning An's ability with a surprised smile. He patted Ning An on the shoulder and said, "Good job, Ning An. It seems this awakening has really boosted your strength." Li Ning, Wang Tao, and Lin Yao also showed their abilities. Their strength had also grown a lot, and they had all reached level 2 in their special powers. Zhang Yi looked at his team members with confidence and hope. He was grateful to Shinluo. Without her crystal cores, they wouldn't have been able to level up. Their improved abilities also made them safer in the future. Ning and Li Ning, Wang Tao, and Lin Yao looked at Shinluo with even more admiration. All right, everyone, don't get too excited. Let's take a short break and then continue searching for supplies, Zhang Yi said to calm everyone down. Although everyone was curious about whether Shenluo had special abilities, she hadn't said anything, and they didn't want to ask. After all, she had done so much for them since they just met. Zhang Yi looked at them with a happy smile. He knew these 4 team members had taken their first step toward becoming true special ability users. Good. Now that you've awakened your abilities, the next step is to keep practicing and improving your skills. Zhang Yi spoke as he divided the remaining crystal cores among them. Keep these cores and continue absorbing their energy to improve your special abilities. Ning En and the others took the cores and nodded in understanding. They knew that in this end-of-the-world situation, only by constantly improving their strength could they survive better. The crystal cores they received were very different from the ones Shenluo had given them. Ning En quietly counted the cores in his hand. His big brother had given him 91. He wondered how he could save enough to trade for a purified core from Sister Luo. All right, should we start planning our next move? Shenluo changed the subject, not wanting to dwell on this issue. She knew that the most important thing now was to find more supplies so more people could survive in this world. Zhang Yi looked at Shenluo and nodded. He already had a rough plan in mind. Our current task is to keep searching for useful supplies. As for underwater, our oxygen tanks only support about half an hour, and I'm worried about dangers in the water. So, for now, we'll give up on underwater exploration unless we find new oxygen tanks upstairs, Zhang Yi said firmly, showing determination in his eyes. Shenluo listened and nodded slightly, agreeing with him. Okay, let's go now. Shenluo stood up and led the way out of the warehouse. She didn't want to take all the items in front of everyone, so she planned to store them later in her space after Zhang Yi and the others left. Zhang Yi also stood up and looked at his team. He loudly said, "Everyone get ready. We're leaving soon." The 4 members of Ning En's team stood up, checked their gear, and prepared to go. The 6 of them arrived at the 5th floor, which was a large children's supermarket. Shelves were filled with all kinds of goods, from food to daily necessities. But after the end of the world, many items were scattered on the ground, some even damaged by zombies. Shenluo looked at the scene and felt a little sad, but she liked the items inside. She had a big family, with 8 children to take care of. Everyone split up and gathered supplies quickly, Zhang Yi ordered. Shenluo, Zhang Yi, Ning En, Li Ning, Wang Tao, and Lin Yao quickly spread out and started gathering supplies in their own areas. Shenluo went to the food section. She looked at the neatly packed food on the shelves, quietly took half into her space, and packed the rest into 2 bundles. She quickly put the food into her backpack, while also looking around carefully to watch for any danger. Soon her backpack was full. Since it was food for children, the amount wasn't large, mostly sweets. Shenluo didn't hesitate and put everything inside, no matter what it was. She stood up and used her special power to release vines. Wherever the vines touched, she could control them. So, half of the items in the children's supermarket went into her space. Little Black saw a pile of cheese sticks and immediately pounced on them, lying on top and enjoying himself. Seeing how satisfied Little Black looked, Shenluo's lips curled into a small smile. "You're such a glutton. I'll go see if there's more and gather everything." Shenluo found the cheese stick area again. She scattered a few on the ground, but the rest went into her space. There were also children's jam, which Shenluo liked very much because of its sweet and sour taste. It was much better than the jam she usually ate. She usually didn't buy it, but now she took all she could. Shenluo secretly gathered a lot in a place where Zhang Ye's team couldn't see. Besides food, she kept very few other items. After all, there was no need to take too much from the supermarket, as most items were ordered online and delivered directly from the warehouse based on receipts. So, it didn't matter if her appearance looked a little empty. Shenluo made up her mind and stopped worrying about it. In the large children's supermarket, 2/3 of the supplies were gone in an instant. Fortunately, Shenluo made the illusion very realistic, so Zhang Ye's team didn't notice anything unusual. At this moment, Zhang Yi and the others finished gathering supplies and came together. They looked at Shenluo's bulging backpack, and a hint of surprise appeared in their eyes. Big Sister Luo, what are you packing? Your backpack looks almost full, Ning'en said with a smile, full of admiration. Shin Luo smiled slightly. Jam, milk powder, small biscuits, and 2 bottles of calcium. Will that be enough to fill you up? And Sister Luo, why do you need milk powder? Although Wang Tao has a 100% liking for Shin Luo and hasn't spoken much before, it was Shin Luo who gave him confidence. Her water-based ability is very strong and can also solve the team's water supply problem. At home, there are a bunch of kids waiting for their sister to take care of them. These things are just right for them. Shin Luo also doesn't mind telling Zhang Yi about the people in her small team. Do you have children? Zhang Yi suddenly interrupted. Yes, 8. Is there a problem? Shin Luo looked at Zhang Yi with confusion. 8? Sister Luo, you're joking, right? Ning'en ran over to Shin Luo in surprise. If you don't believe it, that's fine. I have kids to raise, so no matter how hard it is, I still have to go out to find food, Shin Luo said half-jokingly. Sister Luo, I have some formula milk here. I'll give it to you later. Ning'en's eyes reddened, and she reached out to tug at Shin Luo's sleeve. At that moment, Zhang Yi pulled her back by the collar. Just talk, no need to pull and tug like that, Zhang Yi said, then noticed that the atmosphere around them seemed a bit off. Seeing Ning'en so excited, Shin Luo couldn't help but feel a little amused. She patted Ning'en on the shoulder and said with a smile, All right, Ning'en, I understand your good intentions. The base also needs formula milk. Later, Captain Zhang will distribute the supplies fairly. No, Shin Luo, we will give you everything we've collected. The rest we need to pack and take away, Zhang Yi said with a frown. Pack and take away? How do we take it? Shin Luo was curious. Could the other side also have a space system like hers? This isn't something I should tell you, but I trust you, Zhang Yi said, relaxing his brow, as if he had made a major decision. The 4 team members looked at Zhang Yi, understanding his decision. I'm a 3-element ability user. One is the fire element you saw earlier, another is lightning, and the last is space. My space isn't very big. It used to hold only a mid-sized bus, but after upgrading to level 3, it's about the size of a basketball court. The food and some children's supplies here can just help improve the base's shortages. After hearing Zhang Yi, Shin Luo nodded. So the space system can also be awakened. But why doesn't her own space system store have this? Foolish woman, you already have a space system. Why do you still need a space ability? It's just a waste, Xiao He, who was lazily lying on a cheese stick with a bloated belly, said. Shin Luo communicated with Little Black using his mind. Did you just tell me that? Shin Luo pointed to his nose. Yes, I trust you, Zhang Yi said. Then he placed the large collection of supplies in front of Shin Luo. He also put other usable items into his own space. All right, since you have space and I can't compete with you, just divide it however you want. Shin Luo suddenly felt like giving up. He relied on the system for everything, and Zhang Yi was probably destined to have so many special abilities easily. Although he felt a bit jealous, he was glad he had secretly stored many things in his space just now. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss now. Since you have space, why don't you have any food? Why didn't you pack up the tent downstairs earlier? Shin Luo felt like he had been tricked. Boss, it wasn't intentional to hide it. We gave all our food to the residents we rescued. My other teammates have already taken them back to the base. Because we encountered zombies, we attracted their attention to protect them, which is why we came to this building, Ning'en said before Zhang Yi could speak. That's really noble. Shin Luo rolled his eyes at Zhang Yi. I'll temporarily store your things in my space. Wait. Before Zhang Yi finished speaking, Shin Luo interrupted. No need. I'll take my stuff to the 3rd floor soon. Since I found food, I don't want to stay any longer. My boat is so small, I can't carry everything back once I find it. Captain Zhang, let's part ways here. After saying that, Shin Luo turned around, carrying 1 bag behind him, 1 in front, and holding 3 large bags in each hand. He walked away without giving Zhang Yi a chance to speak. Zhang Yi hesitated, unable to finish his words. Sister Luo just left like that. Ning'en felt a bit reluctant. Let's keep searching upward. Hopefully, we'll meet her again someday, Zhang Yi said, casually gathering the remaining items into his space. Ning'en was a little sad. It would be great if Sister Luo could stay with us. Are you dreaming?
She's not even part of our team.
How can she stay with us? Li Ning, the oldest of the four, said. Sister Luo is so kind, and she can even fight zombies. What's not good about her? Ningen spoke childishly. There's nothing wrong, but right now we're not on the same path. Didn't your Sister Luo say we need to take care of children? How could she abandon her family and just follow us? Lin Yao also spoke. It's not a big deal. When we go back, we can bring Luo's family to the base. Ningen suddenly thought of this idea. If the leader agrees, she would turn around and find Shin Luo right now. All right, let's keep moving. Zhang Yi interrupted them and led the way toward the 6th floor. Shin Luo left their sight quickly, packing her things into her space. She went to the 3rd floor and stored everything from the warehouse as well. She thought the tent was hard to find, so she decided not to leave it behind. Since she had space powers, she figured she could store everything without trouble. Even if Zhang Yi had space abilities, others wouldn't know. Without her belongings, Zhang Yi would think only someone with space powers had been there. She then jumped onto a small boat, took out a simple device, and transformed the boat into a powered boat. She sped away from the place. After leaving, Shin Luo remembered what Ning and had just said. The nearby buildings probably didn't have anything left either. She didn't want to waste more effort, and decided to keep moving to find a new place to stay. Not long after she left, Shin Luo thought again. Zhang Ye's space isn't very big, so he couldn't have taken everything from this building. It might be better to go back now. Anything Zhang Yi didn't want, she could store in her space. Shin Luo planned to keep her distance from Zhang Yi. Even if they met, she wasn't worried. She could just hide in her space. No matter how tired Zhang Yi was, he wouldn't find her. Thinking this, Shin Luo returned to the building about half an hour later, arriving at the 6th floor. The 6th floor was a large electronics supermarket with all kinds of electronic products. She released her vines and found that Zhang Ye's team wasn't on the 6th, 7th, or 8th floors. She relaxed and started browsing. The store had many electronic items, from the latest smartphones and tablets to high-end cameras, drones, and even professional audio equipment. All available. Shin Luo carefully looked around and stored these intact electronic devices into her space. In this post-apocalyptic world, electronic devices are valuable resources, especially for those who still remember civilization. They are essential for entertainment and learning. Shin Luo moves between the shelves, stopping now and then. She doesn't need to pick carefully. Everything is automatically stored in her space. She notices that although these electronic devices have endured the hardships of the end times, most are still in good condition. Shin Luo feels happy inside, thinking she has come to the right place this time. After collecting everything outside her space, she heads straight to the 7th floor, which surprisingly is a fitness center. Inside, there are many fitness machines, including treadmills, stationary bikes, and various strength training equipment. Everything she needs. Looking at these machines, Shin Luo feels a bit emotional. Before the end of the world, these might have been symbols of a healthy lifestyle. Now, they are rare resources that help people stay strong and ready for battle. These tools are also what Shin Luo needs. To improve her physical strength, she must use these supportive machines. She begins moving through the small workout areas, quickly collecting the equipment into her space. Her movements are smooth and fast, as if she's used to doing this. After gathering the fitness gear, Shin Luo doesn't leave immediately. Instead, she continues searching the 7th floor for other useful supplies. She finds that besides the fitness equipment, there are some sports supplements and nutritional products in the boss's office, things that help boost strength and recover energy. Shin Luo thinks that Zhang Yi didn't collect these carefully, so she's lucky to find them now. Without hesitation, she adds these supplements to her space as well. After finishing on the 7th floor, Shin Luo moves to the 8th floor. The 8th floor is a large library filled with all kinds of books and documents. She wanders among the shelves, feeling the rush of knowledge around her. She knows that in this world, knowledge is also a precious resource. These books and materials might give her important information and clues about the end times, helping her face future challenges better. So, Shen Luo begins collecting useful documents from the first row into her space. She plans to take all the books, regardless of their type. She wants to carry everything with her. Especially some technical books. If I can't understand them, doesn't mean others can't. After searching the library, Shen Luo finally left satisfied. As she stepped onto the 9th floor, she noticed faint movement there. She immediately became alert, slowed her steps, and carefully approached the source of the sound. Through a half-open door, Shen Luo saw a few shadows moving inside, seemingly whispering. A thought crossed her mind. Could there be other survivors here? Or perhaps members of Zhang Ye's team who got separated? She didn't act rashly, but quietly moved to the other side, trying to listen to their conversation. Boss, what should we do? Even though those people went upstairs, what if they come back and find us? A young voice said. Don't worry. They won't think we're hiding here. Also, I saw them collecting a lot of supplies on the 8th floor. They're probably busy organizing now, a calmer voice replied. Shen Luo's heart tightened. Looks like her earlier actions didn't attract their attention. That's both good and bad. Good because she can continue searching for supplies here. Bad because these people are also survivors and don't seem friendly. She continued to listen through the door, hoping to gather useful information. Boss, we've been hiding for so long. What if they catch us? The young voice asked again, full of worry. Don't worry. They won't dare. This building is so big. How could they know we're here? Once they leave, all the supplies here are ours, the calm voice said confidently. Hearing this, Shen Luo made her decision. She quietly retreated to a hidden corner, silently observing the door. She thought to herself, these people are clearly survivors who have taken over here. They know Zhang Yi is part of a rescue team and haven't followed him. Instead, they are hiding. It seems these few are planning to be the rulers of this place. Since she has discovered them, she can't just ignore it. Shen Luo decided to stay calm and find a way to deal with these troublemakers. She quietly returned to the 8th floor, took out a sharp watermelon knife from her backpack. Shen Luo once again reached the staircase on the 9th floor, carefully climbing up without making any noise. She silently rehearsed her plan, thinking about how to deal with these people with the least effort. As she approached the door, Shen Luo took a deep breath and threw an empty can down the stairs. After throwing it, she quickly slipped into the space, and the door on the 9th floor was pushed open. She peeked down to look below. Because her view was blocked, she could only step out of the 9th floor door to check further. At that moment, the door behind him quietly closed. Shen Luo struck him with a hand chopped to the back of his neck. She threw him onto the floor on the 8th floor and splashed water on him to wake him up. But Shen Luo didn't give him a chance to fight back. She took a quick step forward, knocking him down and pressing a watermelon knife against his throat. The man trembled with fear, unable to speak clearly. How long have you been here? Do you have any other accomplices? Shen Luo's voice was cold and firm. She needed to find out about these people quickly to plan her next move. The man answered, trembling. We've been here for over a week. It's just the two of us. Shen Luo narrowed her eyes, sizing him up to see if he was lying. But from his eyes and expression, it seemed he wasn't telling the truth. 2 people? You'd better think carefully before you answer. Shen Luo increased the pressure on her grip, slightly pressing the watermelon knife, causing the man to groan in pain. Don't kill me. I'm telling the truth. It's just the 2 of us, he begged repeatedly, full of fear. Shen Luo sneered inwardly. At this moment, lying would only put him in more danger. She decided to test him further. All right, then what's your purpose for hiding here? Don't tell me you're just waiting for the rescue team. The man hesitated, seeming to struggle with his thoughts. Finally, he spoke. We wanted to wait until the situation stabilized here before going out to find our family. Hearing this, Shen Luo couldn't help but feel a bit sad. The knife was already at his throat, yet he still wouldn't tell the truth. It seemed there was no point in asking further. There was no need to keep him alive. Shen Luo raised her knife and swiftly ended the man's life. After dealing with this person, Shen Luo did not leave immediately. Instead, she hid at the door on the 9th floor, waiting for the man to come out. Sure enough, not long after, another man came out from the ninth floor, looking around nervously. Shinluo held her breath. When he got closer, she suddenly rushed out from her hiding spot and threw him to the ground with a quick shoulder throw. The man lay on the floor. Before he could react, Shinluo had her knife at his neck. Don't move. Tell me, how many of you are there? Shinluo's voice was cold, sharp like a blade. The man looked scared and stammered. No one? No, no one else. Just the two of us. You really aren't afraid of dying, Shinluo said sharply, pressing her knife a little deeper against his neck. The man felt the cold blade and shivered. Shinluo increased her grip, pressing the knife down slightly. The man's face turned pale instantly. One more chance. Be honest. Shinluo's voice was deep and strong. The man trembled all over and finally told the truth. Okay, I'll tell you. Upstairs. There are more people. They are under our boss. There are only 4 of us on this floor. Shinluo was happy to hear this useful information. She decided to act quickly to avoid more trouble later. Oh, there are 2 more inside, Shinluo said firmly. Which floor is your boss on? How many people are inside? Why are you here? The man's face was pale, and sweat ran down his cheeks. He answered trembling. The boss is on the 10th floor. There are about a dozen people inside. We're here waiting for the situation to settle and collecting some supplies. Shinluo nodded, already planning her next move. She wondered how they managed to avoid Zhang Ye's team. Tell me, how did you avoid those people who just went upstairs? Shinluo needed to know, or she might end up in the same situation later. The man trembled even more, almost crying. We don't know. Maybe they didn't see us. We've been very careful, not making much noise. Shinluo squinted, looking at the terrified man. It was clear he wasn't lying. However, she couldn't let her guard down, as people's hearts are hard to predict in the end-of-the-world scenario. Little Black, do you think they managed to avoid Zhang Ye's team because they have some unknown skills or special abilities? Shinluo communicated with Little Black through her mind. That's possible. Among those with special abilities, there might be some who can interfere with others' powers, Little Black replied lazily, hiding in the space and rarely coming out to help. What do you mean by interfering with powers? Is it some ability that can block sounds or something? Shinluo asked, always curious and asking questions. That's roughly the idea, Little Black said casually, still basking in the sun. Got it. Are you not coming out now? Shinluo asked, annoyed, tugging at Little Black's neck. Foolish woman, let go. With your current skills, you don't need me to help. You can handle it yourself. If you say you're lonely and miss me, then I will come out to keep you company, Little Black said, still moving his 4 little legs in the air. Shinluo put away her watermelon knife, but her eyes remained cold. Fine, I'll trust you for now. Let's go inside. But remember, if you or your team have any inappropriate thoughts, I won't show mercy. The man nodded repeatedly, like pounding garlic. No, we dare not. We definitely dare not. Shinluo didn't say anything more. She pushed the man, and they entered the 9th floor together. The 9th floor was a media company. Inside, there were a few old sofas and some messy desks and chairs. Unlike the previous floors, this place didn't seem to have been looted. Some supplies and documents were still scattered on the tables. Shinluo looked around cautiously, alert in her heart. She pushed the man to a corner of the room, still holding her watermelon knife tightly. Where are those 2 people? The man trembled all over and pointed at a closed door. They're inside. Shinluo's eyes sharpened. She slowly approached the door. She gently pushed the door open and peeked inside. She saw 2 figures sitting around a table, whispering to each other. She was planning her next move, deciding to deal with these people first before finding their boss. Shinluo stepped back to the man and whispered threateningly, "Don't try anything funny, or I'll send you to meet the king of first." The man nodded quickly, full of fear. Shinluo pushed him toward the door and suddenly rushed inside, her watermelon knife flashing a cold light in the air. The people inside the house were clearly frightened by the sudden change and forgot to react for a moment. Shinluo quickly drew her knife and instantly took down one person. The other person finally snapped out of a shock, grabbing a dagger and rushing toward Shinluo. Shinluo moved swiftly, dodging left and right in the narrow space. She swung her watermelon knife like lightning, and wherever it went, blood splattered from the person's body. Soon, only Shinluo and the man being held hostage remained in the room. Shinluo looked at the corpse on the ground, feeling no emotion. In this post-apocalyptic world, she had become used to such killing. She coldly looked at the man and asked, "Why did your boss want you to stay here? What secret is hidden on this floor?" The man was already terrified out of his mind, unable to speak clearly. Shinluo impatiently grabbed his collar and pulled him out of the room. She pushed him into the corner and pressed her watermelon knife against his throat again, her voice cold as ice. "Speak or stay silent." The man trembled all over, his face pale as paper, eyes full of fear and despair. He knew that his life or death at this moment depended entirely on Shinluo's decision. I'll tell you. The man finally broke down, his voice trembling with tears. "Our boss told us to stay here because this floor has some important documents and data. He said these files are related to our future and must not fall into the wrong hands." Hearing this, Shinluo couldn't help but feel curious. What kind of documents and data could make this man so nervous? She decided to probe further. "Oh? Important files and data? Can you tell me exactly what they are?" The man hesitated for a moment, as if struggling with his last thoughts. But seeing Shinluo's cold gaze, he finally chose to be honest. It's a map and information about a secret base. Our boss said that the base hides a lot of supplies and weapons, enough for us to survive in this world. But the location of that base is very hidden, and only with these files can we find it. After hearing this, Shinluo felt a surge of excitement. If this news is true, she might be able to find that secret base and get more supplies and weapons. No wonder when she just released her sensing ability, there was nothing but files and similar things. But she knew this news was too important to trust the man easily. She had to check it herself. So, she grabbed the man again and took him to the 10th floor. At this moment, Shinluo had already released vines. When leaving the 9th floor, it was empty. She hadn't left a single paper. All of it was stored in a corner of her space. On the way, the man kept begging for mercy, but Shinluo was unmoved. In this end-of-the-world situation, kindness and sympathy only make you more vulnerable. Finally, Shinluo brought the man to the 10th floor. As she pushed open the door, she saw a few men smoking at the entrance. They clearly didn't expect anyone to suddenly break in and were stunned. Shinluo's eyes were cold, and she tightly held her watermelon knife, ready to fight. The men quickly reacted, pulling weapons from their waists and glaring fiercely at Shinluo. "Old Wang, why are you bringing a woman up here? Didn't the boss say to stay in your place and not cause trouble?" One man shouted. Shinluo ignored their questions and looked coldly at the man being held. "Tell me, where is your boss?" The man trembled all over. He. She killed Brother Wu. I'm the only one left alive." Before he finished, Shinluo cut his neck directly. Quiet. She didn't answer, but just looked at them coldly, her eyes full of deadly intent. "Tell the boss that this woman killed our brother and came to challenge us," the leading man said. Seeing this, the other men stopped talking and charged at Shinluo with their weapons. Shinluo moved quickly, dodging left and right in the narrow space. Her watermelon knife swung like lightning, blood splattering everywhere. Soon, all those men fell to the ground, silent. Shinluo looked at the bodies on the ground, but she felt no emotion. Just as she was about to go inside, dozens more people rushed out from inside. Shinluo felt a headache. There were really too many of them. As Shinluo finished speaking, a small black cat appeared behind her. People thought Shinluo had brought some help, but it was just a cat. Everyone burst into laughter. "Brother, attack. Kill her. Avenger for our brothers," the leader said, rushing forward. The black cat was quick and agile, weaving through the crowd. Its claws were sharp as knives, and each swipe sounded like a fierce wind. The people mocking the black cat soon stopped laughing. They were shocked to see that this cute-looking black cat was so powerful in battle. Every attack it made hit the enemy's vital points accurately, quickly taking down one opponent after another. Shinluo was not idle either. Her watermelon knife was like a death scythe, swinging and taking lives with each strike. Her eyes were cold and firm, with no hesitation or fear. She knew she had to finish these people quickly. If they surrounded her, the consequences would be terrible. With the combined attacks of the Black Cat and Shinluo, the enemies quickly lost their strength. They ran in panic, but no matter where they fled, they couldn't escape Shinluo and the Black Cat's pursuit. Soon, only Shinluo, the Black Cat, and the scattered bodies remained on the floor. Shinluo looked at the mess on the ground, but she felt nothing. The Black Cat jumped onto her shoulder and licked its paws. Shinluo gently petted the Black Cat's head, then put away her knife and prepared to move on. She went to the office door, pushed it open, and saw a tall man sitting behind the desk, playing with a dagger. He looked surprised, not expecting Shinluo to suddenly come in. Shinluo looked at him coldly, pushed him aside, and held her watermelon knife tightly.
Who are you?
How did you find this place? The tall man asked, standing up with a cautious look. Shinluo didn't answer. Instead, she asked directly, "Are you their boss?" The tall man nodded, a fierce look in his eyes. "Yes, I am. Are you here to die?" Hearing this, Shinluo smirked coldly.
D?
Huh, you don't know who's really going to die. After speaking, she suddenly moved like a ghost, rushing toward the burly man. The watermelon knife flashed a cold light in the air, aiming straight at the man's vital spot. The burly man was startled and frightened, quickly dodging to the side. But Shinluo was too quick, and he couldn't avoid her attack. Suddenly, with a splat sound, the watermelon knife pierced deeply into the man's shoulder. He let out a painful cry, dropping his dagger to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Shinluo kicked his knee, causing the man to kneel on the ground. She looked at him coldly, pressing the watermelon knife against his throat. "Tell me all the secrets you know," Shinluo said with a cold, emotionless voice. The burly man's face turned pale, and his eyes were full of fear and despair. He knew that his life or death depended entirely on Shinluo's decision.
I
will tell you," he finally broke down, his voice trembling with tears. "My secret is that I have stored a lot of food here, enough for us to survive for 3 months. Shinluo frowned slightly, clearly dissatisfied with this answer. She increased her grip, pressing the watermelon knife down a little more, causing the man's face to turn deathly white. He didn't expect to be so stubborn even at death's door. "One more chance. Be honest. Otherwise, you'll regret it," Shinluo said in a low, firm voice, her eyes showing unwavering determination. The burly man trembled all over, sweat sliding down his cheeks. Seeing that he was still trying to deceive her with lies, she slapped him. His face immediately swelled red, and several teeth were knocked out. At that moment, he truly panicked. This woman's methods were cruel. And how did she find this place? He had already interfered, so no one should have been able to find him. How did she get in? What about his substitute? Don't kill me. I will tell the truth. He finally broke down, tears in his voice. Actually, we do have a secret here, but it's not food. It's a secret base related to government research before the end of the world, with cold weapons inside. Hearing this, Shinluo couldn't help but feel curious. She didn't expect that this burly man would reveal such a secret. "Since there are cold weapons, why didn't you take them?" "Honestly," she coldly urged. The burly man's face grew even more grim. He knew he could no longer hide the truth, so he admitted honestly. "Actually, we wanted to go and get those cold weapons, but the entrance to the secret base was heavily blocked, and the place has been flooded. We couldn't get in." Shinluo frowned at his words. She didn't expect that at this moment, this man was still lying. Even if the official research base was submerged underwater, it wouldn't be flooded inside. This news was too important. She couldn't give up easily. She had to find a way to locate the entrance to the secret base and get the cold weapons inside. So, she pressed the watermelon knife harder against the burly man's throat. "Tell me, where is the entrance to the secret base?" Shenluo's voice was cold and sharp, without any emotion. The burly man trembled all over, sweat running down his face.
I
will tell you, he finally broke down completely, trembling as he spoke. The entrance to the secret base is in the western suburbs, at West Peak Mountain. Hearing this, Shenluo's eyes flashed with a glint of light. West Peak Mountain in the western suburbs, she was not unfamiliar with this place. Before the end of the world, she had heard of a mysterious base there, but she never knew its exact location or purpose. She never thought she would learn this secret from this burly man today. She decided that before leaving City S, she would go to West Peak Mountain and find the entrance to that secret base. Knowing what this confidential file was for, there was no need for this man to stay alive. So, she raised the watermelon knife and decisively cut down, ending the burly man's life. After dealing with him, Shenluo put away the knife and turned to look at Xiaohei. Xiaohei, should we go to West Peak Mountain now, or wait a bit? Shenluo asked urgently. Since these people haven't gone in, it means the way in hasn't been found yet. There's no need to rush. Let's gather everything first, then head to West Peak Mountain, Xiaohei suggested reasonably. Hearing this, Shenluo agreed that Xiaohei's advice made sense, and she nodded. She began searching in the office, collecting important documents and supplies into her space. Soon, the entire office was thoroughly searched and emptied by her. Shenluo and Xiaohei also found their hidden storage on the 10th floor, which contained enough supplies to feed over 100 people for more than 3 months. They were excited. Shenluo smiled so broadly that her eyes nearly disappeared. She quickly stored all these items into her space, then left the 10th floor with Xiaohei. They carefully walked through the corridor, trying not to make any noise, heading toward the 11th floor. In this way, Shenluo quickly followed all the way up to the 22nd floor. Because Zhang Yi was on the top floor, Shenluo didn't want to meet him, so she didn't go any higher. Starting from the 11th floor, most of the buildings were offices. Most of the items she collected were popular drinks that office workers liked to brew. Although the amount wasn't large, Shenluo still gathered over 10 boxes. At that moment, Shenluo heard footsteps coming down from upstairs. Boss, what should we do with the stuff upstairs? There's still half of the gold. Shouldn't we take it all? Ningen looked back toward the upper floors. Yeah, let's carry lighter things. Captain, you should put the gold away, Wang Tao added.
Stop talking.
If we run into danger, carrying so much could be risky, Zhang Yi said. Gold, and even half of the gold? Going back was the right choice. Shenluo and Xiaohei hid in her space, waiting on the 22nd floor for Zhang Yi and his team to leave. After they had gone far, Shenluo finally left her space and ran quickly upstairs. About half an hour later, she had stored the remaining half of the gold, along with antiques and scroll paintings, into her space. Just as Shenluo was about to leave, she suddenly heard noisy footsteps coming from downstairs. She didn't hesitate and quickly slipped into her space. She saw Zhang Yi and his team returning. Boss, everything's gone, Ningen said, surprised as he looked around.
This isn't the time to talk about that.
Hurry, close the door and block it, Zhang Yi ordered, walking last and quickly shutting the door. He then told Ning and Wang Tao to bring chairs to block the entrance. Shenluo watched everything clearly from her space and couldn't help but feel relieved. Luckily, she hid in time, or she would have been caught by Zhang Yi and his team. She quietly waited, listening to the sounds outside. You see Zhang Yi and his group standing still at the door of the room, staring at the entrance without making a sound. Shenluo is inside the space and cannot use her special abilities, so she can only wait. Could something behind be chasing Zhang Yi and his group? Shenluo guesses silently and decides to wait a little longer to see what happens before making any plans. Time passes second by second, but the noise outside continues, without stopping. Shenluo feels a bit anxious. She doesn't know what is happening outside or how long she will need to hide here. Suddenly, she hears hurried footsteps outside, followed by the sound of the door being hit. Shenluo is startled. Could it be a zombie coming after them? If it is a zombie, Zhang Ye's fighting skills should be enough to handle it.
It can't be that weak.
Thinking quickly, Shinluo wonders, if they could fight it off, why did Zhang Yi run back? Where is the problem? But right now, going outside might not be a good idea, and she also wonders how to explain herself. Everyone get ready to fight. Wang Tao, prepare the quick descent gear. Zhang Yi orders. Are we just going to run if we can't fight? Shinluo, inside the space, sips her milk tea and talks to Xiaohei.
It's a zombie.
And it's a level 3 zombie. Xiaohei replies coldly. Can we beat it? Shinluo asks Xiaohei. Try fighting it alone if you want. I think you can. Xiaohei squints at Shinluo. At this moment, the banging outside becomes even louder. Wang Tao, Li Ning, you two go down first. Then Ning and Lin Yao, Zhang Yi says, forcefully blocking the door that might burst open any second. Boss, I won't go. I want to go down with you. Ning En's eyes turn red. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and go. If not, none of us will make it out. I can only hold for 3 minutes. Zhang Yi struggles to block the door. Go quickly. Don't let the captain waste his effort. Wang Tao says, then leaps down, descending quickly along the rope. Li Ning follows closely behind. Seeing them go down, Zhang Yi signals Ning and Lin Yao to follow. Before leaving, Lin Yao quickly releases his abilities to reinforce the 9-layer metal door. But after doing so, Lin Yao feels a bit exhausted. Take Lin Yao with you. Zhang Yi understood Lin Yao's intention, but his exhausted body made it hard to move. Ning clenched his teeth and helped Lin Yao to the window. The two quickly jumped down together. Fortunately, neither of them was carrying anything heavy. If they had bags or packages, it would be impossible to jump down quickly. At this moment, Zhang Yi ran toward the window while speaking to the air. No matter who you are, I know you mean no harm. We just have limited strength and we can't fight off the zombies outside. You probably have a way to hide, so we hope to meet again someday. Is Zhang Yi talking to himself? Shinluo looked at Zhang Yi with confusion. Zhang Yi quickly reached the window and jumped down. Wow, Xiaohei, do you think we should learn this skill too? Then we wouldn't need stairs in the future. Jumping down is better. The water is below, and as long as you can swim, it's fine. At worst, just get a few minor injuries, Xiaohei said, standing beside Shinluo and looking toward the window. The banging at the door seemed to lessen as Zhang Yi and Xiaohei left. I think I'd rather not. I don't like getting wet. Shinluo decided to rest a bit before leaving. She also wanted to fight the zombies outside, especially since they were level 3. But right now, she didn't have a level 3 crystal core.
Don't rest. Come out now.
The level 3 zombies will run away soon. Xiaohei tugged at Shinluo's sleeve, not letting her sit on the lounge chair. Okay, let's go fight. Let's smash its head, Xiaohei said confidently. If he could fight it, what was there to fear? Just attack and finish it. Shinluo drew her watermelon knife, which shimmered coldly in her hand. She stared at the door, ready for battle. Suddenly, a huge figure burst through the door and rushed inside. It was a level 3 zombie, rotting all over, with red eyes and a growl, lunging toward Shinluo. Shinluo moved quickly, dodging the zombie's attack, and swung her watermelon knife, slicing the zombie's arm. Black blood sprayed out, and the zombie roared even louder, becoming more frantic. Shinluo remained fearless. She clenched her knife tightly and fought fiercely. Every swing hit the zombie's vital points, and black blood kept splattering. But the zombie's life force was very strong. Even injured, it kept attacking Shinluo with madness. At that moment, the zombie suddenly spat out a large fireball, which crashed fiercely toward Shinluo. Quickly, Shinluo dodged to the side, easily avoiding the fireball. However, the fireball hit the ground and burst into strong flames, instantly igniting nearby objects. Frowning, Shinluo was surprised that this level 3 zombie still had fire-based powers. This brought her quite a bit of trouble. But Shinluo did not back down. She tightly gripped her watermelon knife and charged at the zombie again. This time, she didn't hold back. Instead of attacking directly, she used vines to bind the zombie's limbs. Each strike carried strong power, aimed at the zombie's vital points. The zombie, by the vines, moved slowly, but still struggled desperately, growling loudly as it tried to break free. Seizing the opportunity, Shinluo swung her knife. The blade flashed like lightning, cutting quickly at the zombie's neck. With a cracking sound, the zombie's head rolled to the ground, black blood splattering and staining the floor red. Shinluo took a deep breath, looking at the fallen zombie, feeling a bit scared. This level 3 zombie was indeed very strong. If she had been careless, she might have lost her life. She put away her watermelon knife and looked at the items consumed by the flames, feeling a little regretful. These were things she had collected with great effort, and now they were destroyed in the fight. Foolish woman, water powers, huh? Using your powers to put out the fire, Little Black said as he helped her. Oh, I forgot, Shinluo said with a sheepish smile, showing her teeth. She quickly focused her mind and activated her water powers. Suddenly, a cool stream of water flowed from her palms, rushing toward the surrounding flames. The fire hissed as the water hit, quickly being extinguished. Shinluo watched the flames die out and let out a sigh of relief. She hadn't expected to forget to use her powers to put out the fire at such a critical moment. Luckily, Little Black reminded her just in time. She looked gratefully at Little Black, then walked over to the zombie, using her watermelon knife to cut open its head and take out the crystal core inside. It was a level 3 crystal core containing powerful energy. Shinluo stored the crystal core away.
Fortunately, it was still intact.
She turned to look at Little Black and said, "Let's go. There's nothing here worth staying for anymore." Little Black nodded and followed Shinluo as they left this dangerous place. They carefully walked through the corridor, trying not to make any noise. Shinluo and Little Black quickly went downstairs and soon reached the exit on the 3rd floor. Little Black, let's find a place to rest for a while, then stay in the North District for a few more days. Things are chaotic now, with many people taking control and hiding in the community. I want to gather some supplies first before leaving, Shinluo asked urgently. Little Black was silent for a moment, seeming to think. After a while it spoke, "It's getting late. Let's find a place to rest, or we could go back to the warehouse on the 4th floor. Shinluo listened and thought Little Black made sense. It was indeed late, and after the fight they just had, they needed to rest. She nodded and said, "Okay, let's go back to the warehouse on the 4th floor to rest." They quickly walked through the corridor toward the 4th floor. Soon, they arrived at the same warehouse as before. Shinluo opened the door and went inside. The warehouse was now empty. Shinluo closed the door securely, took out her tent, and lay down on it. With Little Black nearby, Shinluo quickly fell asleep. As night deepened, the warehouse fell into silence. Only Shinluo and Little Black's breathing echoed in the quiet night. The next morning, Shinluo ate a little and then set off in her speedboat toward her next destination. It was the hotel where Shinluo used to live. She had long been eager to see the hotel's bedding again. Now that she was back in the North District, she couldn't miss the chance. The hotel was not far from where Shinluo was. She quickly arrived at the hotel's entrance in her speedboat. She looked up at the tall building, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. This was the hotel where she had lived before the apocalypse, but now it looked completely different. The lobby was flooded, and Shinluo was now on the 4th floor of the hotel. Shinluo carefully arrived at the 4th floor of the hotel. The elevator was no longer working, so she had to walk up the stairs. Most of the hotel room doors were tightly closed. Shinluo didn't know if anyone or anything dangerous was inside. She moved carefully, sensing her surroundings with her special abilities. She searched floor by floor and soon reached the one where she used to stay. Gently, she approached her old room and tentatively pushed the door. The door was unlocked and opened easily. Shinluo entered and saw that the room was exactly the same as when she left before the disaster. Now it was covered in dust and cobwebs. She went to the bed and looked at it, feeling a warm sense of familiarity. But she didn't have time to remember the past now. Shinluo started packing the items in the room into her space. She set up her tent inside, then took out hot rice and water. She planned to rest there for the night and continue searching for supplies tomorrow. As night fell, Shinluo lay inside her tent, listening to the rain outside. Suddenly, she heard loud noises outside. She was startled, sat up quickly, and went to the door, preparing to look outside through her special mirror. At that moment, she saw a man and a woman standing outside the door. The man was encouraging the woman to knock. Shinluo became alert. She tightly held her watermelon knife, ready for any danger. Through her mirror, she saw the man say to the woman, "Just knock already. Why all the fuss?" The boss said that once that woman got here, she didn't go upstairs anymore. She might be inside. The woman looked hesitant. She glanced at the man and the closed door, then finally raised her hand and gently knocked. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was clear in the quiet night. Shinluo held her breath, staring at the mirror, afraid to miss any detail. Outside, the woman knocked for a while. When there was no response, she was about to leave, but the man stopped her. "Yongge," no one answered. "Don't rush to leave. Knock again." Maybe the person inside is sleeping and didn't hear. The man spoke again, encouraging the woman to keep knocking on the door. The woman felt helpless and had no choice but to knock again. "This is the last door. If no one is inside, we'll have to break it down," said the man named Brother Yong. Shinluo listened carefully from inside the room, feeling anxious. She knew that if she didn't come out soon, these two might force their way in. But now, how could she explain her presence if she did come out? Frowning, Shinluo thought hard for a plan. Just then, outside the door, Brother Yong's voice said, "Forget it, let's stop knocking. We'll just break the door." Shinluo was startled, realizing she couldn't hesitate any longer. She took a deep breath, focused her mind, and prepared to use her special power. As Brother Yong and the woman prepared to break the door, it suddenly opened. Both Brother Yong and the woman were surprised, not expecting the door to open so suddenly. Shinluo stood at the door, smiling gently, and asked, "What are you two here for?" They looked at each other, surprised and confused. They didn't expect someone to be inside, especially a young girl. Brother Yong quickly regained his composure. He looked at Shinluo from head to toe and said, "Miss, our boss said that once someone reaches this level, they don't go any higher. We're here to find you." Shinluo kept her guard inside but stayed calm outwardly. She asked, "Oh? Who is your boss? Why does he want to see me?" Brother Yong didn't answer her question directly. Instead, he said, "Miss, come with us. Our boss wants to meet you." Shinluo smiled slightly and asked, "Where's your boss? How does he know there's only one person on this level?" Brother Yong smirked confidently and said, "You'll find out once you go." Shinluo smiled and asked, "What if I refuse to go?" Brother Yong's expression darkened. "Then don't blame us for being rude." He lunged toward Shinluo. She quickly dodged his attack with a swift move. Holding her watermelon knife tightly, she prepared to fight. Brother Yong didn't expect Shinluo to be so agile. He paused for a moment, then lunged at her again. Shinluo moved lightly around the room, avoiding his attacks skillfully. The woman stood nearby, watching Shinluo and Brother Yong fight. Her eyes showed surprise and fear. She didn't expect that this young-looking girl had such strong fighting skills. At that moment, Shinluo caught a mistake from Brother Yong. She swung her watermelon knife and cut his arm. Brother Yong let out a painful cry and retreated, clutching his arm. Seeing this, the woman was so frightened, she kept stepping back. Shinluo held her watermelon knife tightly, watching Brother Yong and the woman carefully. She knew she couldn't underestimate them. Even though they didn't seem strong, who knew if they had other friends hiding nearby? "Our boss means no harm. He just wants to invite you to the top floor," Brother Yong said stubbornly. Shinluo snorted coldly and said, "Invite? Is that how you invite people? I really can't accept that." Brother Yong clenched his teeth and said, "Miss, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Our boss is not someone you can offend." Shinluo smirked and said, "Oh, then I want to see how capable your boss really is." She swung her watermelon knife again, attacking Brother Yong. He quickly waved his dagger to block her attack. The woman watched nervously from the side. She didn't expect Shinluo to be so powerful. She secretly felt lucky she hadn't rushed into the fight. The battle between Shinluo and Brother Yong was intense inside the room, with flashes of blades and danger everywhere. Every clash made metal clang loudly, making everyone nervous. Brother Yong was skilled, but under Shinluo's fierce attack, he gradually fell behind. He had several new wounds, with dark blood oozing out, looking very fierce. Seeing this, the woman finally couldn't hold back and said, "Miss, let him go."
We will leave now.
Shinluo stopped and looked at her. "Can't fight and now you want to run." The woman quickly shook her head, tears in her eyes. "No, my sister is still upstairs. If I can't go back with Brother Yong, she will be bullied by them." Shinluo frowned slightly but suddenly said, "Hold on. You are working together, so I can't trust your words." The woman's face changed when she heard this and quickly explained, "Everything I said is true. My sister is really on the top floor. She is controlled by a man called Blackie. If I don't go back on time, she will be in danger." Her eyes were already reddening, and tears welled up. Shinluo stared closely into the woman's eyes, trying to find answers there. Her eyes showed urgency and sincerity, which made Shinluo hesitate a little. She paused for a moment, then asked, "Why is your sister being controlled by them?" The woman trembled slightly and whispered, "Before the end of the world, my sister and I came here for a trip. We didn't expect the world to end. We escaped to this hotel with a group of people. We thought it would be safer, but it turned out they are a crazy group. They not only took our food and water, but also—" She broke down crying at this point. Seeing her in pain, Shinluo felt a wave of sympathy. Her grip on the watermelon knife loosened a little. She took a deep breath and asked, "Oh? You said Blackie is the leader of this group. How many people are with him?" The woman sobbed and tried to calm herself, saying, "Yes, Blackie is their leader. I don't know exactly how many there are, but they occupy several rooms on the top floor. There are probably quite a few." Shinluo nodded, thinking quietly. It seemed this group was quite powerful, and it wouldn't be easy to get rid of them. She looked at the woman with a firm expression and asked, "How many people like you are being held hostage?" The woman's expression flickered with complexity. She whispered, "I don't know the exact number, but I know there are quite a few of us. We're all controlled on the top floor, used as free labor by Blackie and his group to find supplies. If we don't cooperate, we get beaten." "Is that so? Then you tell me," Shinluo said, grabbing a man named Yong-go without hesitation and slashing at his thigh. Yong-go let out a painful scream and collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. The woman was startled by Shinluo's sudden action. She didn't expect her to be so decisive in attacking Yong-go. Shinluo tightly held a watermelon knife, her eyes showing a hint of cruelty. "Tell me, what kind of person is your boss, Heizi? How many people does he have? Where do they usually operate?" Yong-go, clutching his bleeding thigh, looked at Shinluo with a pale face and a flicker of fear in his eyes. He knew he was now in Shinluo's hands. If he didn't tell the truth, he probably wouldn't escape death. So he trembled and said, "Heizi. Heizi is a ruthless person. He has about 20 or 30 people under him. They usually operate on the top floor. They occupy several rooms and pile the supplies they find there. He also controls many people like us, forcing us to search for supplies. If we refuse, we get beaten." Hearing this, Shinluo already had a plan in mind. She looked at Yong-go and the woman and said, "So you're also being forced, not really one of Heizi's true followers." Yong-go quickly nodded and said, "Yes, I was also forced. They made me do things for them. I really don't want to be involved with them." Shinluo sneered and said, "Then why did you try to attack me just now?" Yong-ji's face changed and he hurriedly explained, I was just following orders. I didn't know you were like this. Also, if I really worked for Heizi, why would he let me bring her alone?" Shinluo ignored Yong-go and turned to the woman asking, "What are your plans now?" The woman bit her lip and said, "I have to go back with him. If I don't bring you back, my sister will be punished. I want to go back and save her. Before Heizi reacts, you should leave quickly." Hearing this, Shinluo felt a wave of sympathy again. She looked at the woman and said, "All right, you come with me to the top floor. I'll help you rescue your sister." The woman's eyes lit up with surprise. She nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, yes. Thank you so much, miss. Thank you very much. As she finished speaking, she looked at Shinluo again and said, Miss, I know you mean well. I see you're quite capable. I want to save my sister, but I also don't want you to get hurt. Their methods are too cruel. You should leave now. Fool, don't want to live. If you don't take her up, it's either your sister dies or you do, Yong-gu said anxiously. The woman glared at Brother Yong and said coldly, Shut up. You don't have a say here.
If ed.
I don't want to live as neither a person nor a ghost. Brother Yong shrank back in fear from her fierce look and dared not speak again. Shinluo looked at the woman with a firm gaze and said, Don't worry, I won't act recklessly. Since I said I want to help you, I will do my best. I also don't want to see more people controlled by the black figures. The woman looked at Shinluo's determined eyes and felt a surge of gratitude. She shook her head and said, Miss, the top floor is a dangerous place where no one comes out alive. Going there is risking your life. Shinluo smiled slightly and asked, Then tell me, why are you still alive now? I'm an electronic engineer. Because of my modifications, the top floor is powered. That's also why the black figures haven't harmed me or my sister. Usually, I do cleaning work or go out to find supplies inside the building, the woman explained. Shinluo nodded, thinking carefully. She looked at the woman and asked, Are you familiar with the layout of the top floor? And where do the black figures usually stay? Hearing this, the woman's eyes showed a hint of surprise. She didn't expect Shinluo to plan to go directly to the top floor. But she quickly regained her composure, nodded, and said, Yes, I know the layout well. I can draw it with my eyes closed. The black figures mainly stay in the biggest room, which is filled with supplies they've collected. Hearing this, Shinluo silently considered her options. It seemed she needed a good plan to rescue the woman's sister and escape safely. She looked at the woman and said, Then you come with me. Lead the way. The woman hesitated at this. She knew the top floor was the territory of the black figures, and going there might be very dangerous. But thinking of her sister still suffering in their hands, she clenched her teeth and nodded. Shinluo followed the woman, clutching her watermelon knife tightly, walking carefully toward the top floor, ready for battle. As soon as they reached the top floor, they encountered patrols from the black figures' guards. Shinluo's eyes sharpened, and she quickly pulled the woman into a hidden spot nearby. The patrols were few but looked fierce, each holding weapons. Shinluo quietly stayed alert, watching the patrol team carefully, waiting for the right moment to act. Suddenly, one of the patrol members stopped and looked around. He then whispered to the others, Did you hear anything? The others also stopped and listened closely. Shinluo held her breath, afraid of being noticed. The patrol team headed toward the top floor door, saying, Is it that annoying woman again? One of them nodded and said, Maybe. Let's go check. They moved toward the top floor door. Shinluo felt anxious inside. She knew that if they were caught now, she and the woman would be in great danger. She tightly gripped her watermelon knife, showing a fierce look. Just as the patrol team was about to reach the door, Shinluo suddenly rushed out. Like a flash of lightning, she quickly charged at them. The patrol team was caught off guard and panicked. Shinluo was quick and skilled with her knife, knocking down several members easily. The remaining patrol members, frightened, backed away. Shinluo took the chance to attack again, slashing the last member's neck. He fell down, and Shinluo brushed dust off her clothes. She looked at the woman and said, Let's go find Blackie. The woman was stunned by Shinluo's bravery. She paused for a moment, then nodded quickly and followed Shinluo into the top floor room. They carefully walked through the corridor and finally reached the door of the room where Blackie usually stayed. Shinluo pressed her body against the wall and peeked inside through the door. Inside, Blackie was sitting at a large table, surrounded by a few henchmen, drinking and talking loudly. In a corner of the room, Shinluo saw the woman's sister. She was tied to a chair, her face full of fear and despair. Shinluo's heart tightened. She looked at the woman and whispered, Is that your sister? The woman looked inside and nodded, saying, Yes, she's my sister. Shinluo clenched her watermelon knife, her eyes showing determination. She looked at the woman and softly said, Wait here. I will go inside to rescue your sister. The woman quickly grabbed Shinluo's arm, her eyes full of worry. Miss, please be careful. Shinluo nodded slightly. Find a place to hide. Then she gently pushed the woman aside, opened the door, and stepped inside. Blackie and his men were drinking happily and didn't notice the movement at the door. Shinluo went to the woman's sister, quickly untied the ropes binding her, and whispered, Your sister is outside. Go find her. The woman's sister was surprised for a moment, then nodded quickly and carefully headed toward the door. Shinluo stood in front of Blackie. At this moment, Blackie and his men finally noticed something was wrong. They put down their cups and looked at Shinluo. I heard you're looking for me, Shinluo said coldly before Blackie could speak. Blackie's face darkened. He stood up and looked at Shinluo, coldly saying, It seems you are quite capable. Coming here alone. Shinluo smiled slightly. That's flattering. Blackie looked at Shinluo with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Since you're here, you might as well stay. Shinluo tightly held her watermelon knife, her eyes firm. Is this the underworld palace? Only in No Way Out. Blackie laughed loudly. Leave? Do you think you can leave today? He waved his hand, signaling his men to come forward. They all drew their weapons and surrounded Shinluo. With you guys, do you think you can keep me here? Shinluo suddenly moved, dodging their attacks, then quickly counterattacked. Her swordsmanship was fierce, each swing of her blade accompanied by a gust of wind, making everyone nervous. Blackie was surprised to see this. He hadn't expected Shinluo to be so powerful. He hurriedly shouted, Everyone attack together. Don't let her escape. His men, hearing this, became even more aggressive in their attack on Shinluo. But Shinluo was fearless. She clenched her watermelon knife and fought fiercely with Blackie's men. She darted to avoid the first attack, then swung her sword, slicing the second man's arm. The remaining men, seeing this, backed away in fear. Blackie's face turned pale. He hadn't expected Shinluo to be so formidable. He clenched his teeth and charged directly at Shinluo. Shinluo stepped forward to meet him, engaging in a fierce fight. The black-clad man was skilled, but Shinluo was more agile. Using her quick movements and sharp sword skills, she gradually gained the upper hand. Seeing this, the black-clad man felt a bit nervous. He knew he couldn't lose to Shinluo, or his reputation would suffer greatly. So, he used all his strength to try to turn the situation around. However, Shinluo fought even more bravely. With a swift strike, she cut the black-clad man's shoulder. He let out a loud cry and fell to the ground. His followers, seeing this, backed away in fear, not daring to approach. Shinluo looked at the fallen man and said coldly, With this little skill, you still think you can control others. The black-clad man, clutching his wound and looking pale, glared at Shinluo with hatred, saying, You won't have a good ending. At that moment, the black-clad man secretly used his ice elemental power, instantly freezing Shinluo inside an ice pillar. Shinluo was surprised by his ability. She tried to break free from the ice, but it was extremely solid and unmoving. Seeing this, the black-clad man smiled proudly. Do you think you've won? I want you to stay, but can you still run? He waved his hand, signaling his followers to come forward, ready to tie Shinluo and the ice pillar together. Boss, that's impressive. When did you get this power? One of the followers praised. Yeah, Xiaojin was right. Big brother, this power is amazing, another follower agreed. The followers kept praising him, and the black-clad man looked very proud. He looked at Shinluo frozen in the ice and sneered, Humph, with your little skill, you think you can fight me? Shinluo secretly smiled inside. She was a water element user and was not moving, just observing to see if she could learn more about his abilities. The black-clad man was in a good mood, pleased with his power. He waved his hand and said, Enough talk. Hurry up and tie her up. Take her back to the room. I want to have some fun with her. His followers moved forward to tie Shinluo and the ice pillar together. Just then, Shinluo activated her powers. Shinluo, who was tied to an ice pillar, suddenly closed her eyes as the ice around her began to melt. Heisei saw this and his face changed. He didn't expect Shinluo to have such a skill. He quickly shouted, "Hurry, pull her away from me," but it was already too late. The ice pillar around Shinluo instantly turned into water, and she broke free. She moved her stiff limbs, frozen from the cold, and looked at Heizi with a cold expression, saying, "Is that all you've got? It seems you're not so impressive." Hearing this, Heizi's eyes widened with anger. He didn't expect Shinluo to be able to break his ice barrier. He roared loudly and charged at Shinluo again. Shinluo moved quickly, dodging Heizi's attack, then countered swiftly. This time, she used all her strength. Every swing of her weapon was accompanied by a sharp wind, making others feel nervous. Heizi saw this and felt a bit panicked. He knew he couldn't beat Shinluo. If this continued, he might be defeated by her. So he shouted, "Retreat!" Then he turned and ran toward the door. His followers saw this and hurriedly ran after him. Shinluo watched them escape and gave a cold smile. She used her wood element power, and vines instantly wrapped around the others. Heizi and the others were suddenly caught by the vines and fell to the ground. They struggled to break free, but only failed. Shinluo walked up to Heizi, stepped on his chest with her foot, and said coldly, "Trying to run? Not so easy." Heizi gasped for air, looked at Shinluo with fear and resentment, and asked, "Who? Who are you?" Shinluo smiled slightly and said, "Who I am doesn't matter. What's important is that today you've fallen into my hands." She turned to her captured followers and said, "You people who often do bad things, today is your punishment." Hearing this, they begged for mercy, trembling. But Shinluo was unmoved. She looked at Heizi and asked, "Tell me, where are the people you captured hiding?" Heizi clenched his teeth and said, I won't tell you." Shinluo sneered and said, "Stubborn? Let's see how long you can keep that attitude." She activated her special power, and the vines began to tighten. Blackie immediately felt short of breath, his face turning red, and his eyes full of fear. I'll tell you." Blackie finally couldn't bear the pain and started to confess. Shinluo listened to Blackie's confession. She decided to take this chance to catch Blackie and others all at once, completely removing this threat. She stared at Blackie with a cold look in her eyes. "You better tell the truth and don't try any tricks." Blackie nodded repeatedly and said, I won't dare. I will tell the truth." Shinluo signaled the vines to loosen a little so Blackie could breathe normally. Blackie took a few deep breaths and then explained in detail where the people they captured were hiding, as well as their plans and methods. When Shinluo first arrived on the top floor, only about 10 people controlled by Blackie were there. The number didn't match what the woman had said, so she decided to trick Blackie. Unexpectedly, Blackie was sent by the high-level leaders of the base. He collected homeless people outside and secretly sent them into the official base in S City. Blackie said he didn't know what those people were used for once inside. To verify the truth, Shinluo used her mental power for the first time and confirmed that Blackie really didn't know what the people inside the base were doing. Since she now understood the situation, Shinluo didn't want anyone else to get hurt. She decisively used her power again. The vines on everyone's bodies quickly tightened, and soon, Blackie and the others were crying out in pain and lost consciousness. After making sure they were all unconscious, Shinluo released the vines. She looked at Blackie and the others lying on the ground, with no trace of mercy in her heart. These people had done many evil things. Today was their punishment. Shinluo turned and entered the inner room, looking at the supplies filling 2 rooms. She left 1/5 of the canned meat, sausages, self-heating rice, instant noodles, water, and other supplies, and stored the rest in her space. Then she stepped out of the room. Before she could speak, the door to the neighboring room opened. A woman and her sister hurried over. "Are you hurt?" The woman carefully examined Shinluo's whole body. Shinluo smiled and looked at the woman. "They're already dead. Find someone to gather the bodies and put them in one room. There's food and water in the other room for you to take." The woman was surprised when she heard this. She didn't expect Shinluo to be so powerful and to have quickly taken care of Heizi and the others. She quickly nodded and said, "Okay, I will go call someone." Then she pulled her sister and ran toward the end of the corridor. Soon, the woman returned with a few men. They looked at Hae-zi and the others lying on the ground, their eyes full of shock and fear. "What's going on?" one man stammered. Shinluo didn't reply. The woman looked at him and said, "Hae-zi and the others have done many bad things and have been killed. You put them in one room and move the remaining supplies to another room." The men looked happy when they heard this. They nodded quickly and started moving supplies and handling the bodies. About half an hour later, the woman came out of the room. She looked at Shinluo and said, "Miss, we've finished cleaning up. What should we do next?" Shinluo looked at the men and women in front of him and said, "The official base in City S has been built. I can take you to the gate of the City S official base. You can distribute the supplies among yourselves, and you'll have enough food before entering the base." The woman looked at Shinluo and asked, "Will you come with us?" Shinluo shook his head and said, "No, I am just passing through City S and taking you along the way. Staying here isn't safe. If another person like Hae-zi comes, your situation will be the same." Hearing this, the woman looked a little disappointed. She looked at Shinluo and softly said, "Miss, we don't know how to thank you." Shinluo smiled slightly and said, "No need to thank me. I was just passing by. Hurry up and pack your things. We are leaving now." The woman nodded and quickly turned to call the others. Soon, everyone finished packing. They carried the supplies and followed Shinluo toward the City S official base. Shinluo had prepared a speedboat on the 4th floor earlier, pulling a small boat behind it. It could hold about 10 people. Finally, they arrived near the City S official base. Shinluo stopped and turned to the group, saying, "I'll see you off here. Just walk 3 buildings inside, and you'll reach the main gate. Go ahead." Everyone looked at Shinluo with gratitude and some sadness. "Won't you come with us to the front?" "What if there's danger?" one older person asked nervously. "Teacher Wu, isn't it unfair to trouble a young girl like this? If she can help us escape trouble, we should be thankful. Why are we still relying on her?" An elderly man with white hair said. "Professor Lin, now is not the time for this," Teacher Wu replied from behind. "Miss, you're leaving now. You've already helped us by bringing us here and giving us supplies. We can't ask more of you." "Thank you," Professor Lin said, bowing deeply to Shinluo. Shinluo quickly helped him up. "There's no need for that. I was just passing by." A woman stepped forward, holding Shinluo's hand. "Miss, can I go with you? I don't want to go to the official base. I'm an electrical engineer and know a lot. I really want to stay with you. If you go to the base and tell them your skills, you'll be valued and treated well," Shinluo replied, looking at her. The woman shook her head, her eyes firm. "No, I don't want to go to the official base. My sister, and I just want to stay with you." "Miss, can my sister and I follow you?" Shinluo looked at her determined face. She knew this woman was sincere about staying with her because her affection for Shinluo was 100%, and her sister felt the same. Seeing Shinluo silent, the woman nervously said, "Miss, I know I shouldn't say this, and I don't want to burden you. I just really want to stay with you. If you don't want me to, I won't hold it against you." The 2 sisters nervously tugged at their sleeves. Shinluo thought for a moment and said, "All right, since you've decided, come with me. But I want to warn you, following me might be dangerous. Be prepared." The woman smiled happily. "It's okay, Mississippi. I'm not afraid of danger. As long as I can stay with you, I'm willing to do anything." Shinluo nodded and said, "All right, let's set out now." Then, Shinluo turned and walked toward the boat, with the woman following closely behind. The others watched their backs as they left, filled with gratitude and envy. They knew Shinluo was a good person. She had saved them and left supplies for them. Having the woman follow Shinluo was also a blessing for them. Shinluo and the woman reached the boat. Shinluo started the engine, ready to take the woman away into the distance. Suddenly, an old voice called out from behind, "Miss, wait for me." Shinluo turned around and saw Professor Lin running over quickly. She stepped off the boat and moved to a drier spot. "Professor Lin, why did you come along?" Professor Lin almost knelt before Shinluo. "Miss, please take me with you. I know this end-of-the-world situation isn't useful for us old professors, but I am still healthy. I can do chores and clean up. Just give me one meal a day, please. Shenluo couldn't let Professor Lin kneel. She quickly helped him up. Professor Lin, Before she could finish, Professor Lin interrupted. Miss, I know I shouldn't ask for your kindness like this, but I really want to follow you. I believe that if one day you establish your own base, it will be a very good one. Shenluo knew Professor Lin was speaking sincerely, but she wondered about his background. She wasn't wealthy or part of a strong team at the start. What kind of beginning did she have? An apocalyptic start where she had to run a kindergarten and an elderly care home? But Professor Lin was indeed a rare expert in biological studies of the end times. Why had he ended up here? In her previous life, Professor Lin was taken back to a base by officials for research. Could it be that she had beaten him to it? Sorry, miss, Professor Lin said sadly after Shenluo remained silent. He turned to leave. Professor Lin, come aboard. I was just thinking about how to get you onto the boat, Shenluo said, walking up to him. Are you really willing to take me with you? Professor Lin was so excited he didn't know what to say. Shenluo nodded. Let's go, old Lin. Professor Lin was excited as he followed Shenluo onto the speedboat. He never expected Shenluo to actually be willing to take him along. His eyes were full of gratitude as he looked at Shenluo. Miss, thank you for taking this old man with you. Shenluo smiled and said, Professor Lin, there's no need to be so polite. Hearing this, Professor Lin nodded repeatedly, his eyes slightly red. Under Shenluo's control, the speedboat quickly headed toward the northern suburbs. Professor Lin looked at the surrounding scenery and couldn't help but feel surprised. I never thought I'd have a chance to leave this place. Yeah, I didn't expect my sister and I to survive either, the woman spoke. That's right. I thought they set my sister out just to let her die outside, and then they would also kill me, the younger sister added. Girl, what's your name? Professor Lin asked the familiar-looking girl in front of him. I'm Xiaoan, and this is my sister Xiaolo. We're here to visit us city. Actually, the trip is just a cover. We're here for a military research conference, Xiaoan said, avoiding eye contact with Shenluo. Shenluo understood that everyone has their secrets. As long as they don't threaten him, it's okay if they don't share everything. Hearing this, Professor Lin looked surprised. A military research conference? You're actually connected to the military, Xiaoan quickly shook her head. No, we're not military personnel. We were invited by the military to attend the conference. But then the apocalypse suddenly broke out, and we got trapped here. Professor Lin nodded thoughtfully, a hint of contemplation in his eyes. He looked at Shenluo and said, Miss, it seems our journey won't be peaceful. Shenluo smiled slightly and replied, Yes, in times like these, where can there be peace? Professor Lin agreed with a nod. He then looked at Xiaoan and Xiaolo and asked, Xiaolo, I want to ask, your father is named Xiao Jun, right? Xiaoan's face showed surprise. Professor Lin, do you know my father? Professor Lin nodded, a trace of memory flashing in his eyes. I know your father. He was my former student. I never thought his daughter would grow up so much. Hearing this, Xiaoan felt a warm sense of familiarity. So, Professor Lin was my father's teacher. What a coincidence. Professor Lin looked at Sister Xiaoan with a lot of emotion in his eyes. He said, Yes, what a coincidence. I never thought I would meet old friends again during the end of the world. Shenluo looked at Professor Lin and asked, Professor Lin, since Sisters Xiaoan and Xiaolo are not military personnel, why were they invited to this research meeting by the military? Hearing this, Professor Lin frowned slightly, a hint of thought crossing his face. I'm not entirely sure about that. But when the military holds a research meeting at this time, it must be very important. Shenluo nodded, feeling curious. So, what is this research meeting about? Professor Lin shook his head. I don't know the details. But since Sisters Xiaoan and Xiaolo were invited, they must know some inside information. He looked at the sisters and asked, Xiao and Xiaolo, can you tell me what this research meeting is about? The sisters Xiaoan exchanged a hesitant look, knowing this was a serious matter. They didn't want to hide anything from Professor Lin and Shenluo, who looked concerned. Finally, Xiaoan gritted her teeth and said, Professor Lin, Miss Shen, We don't really know what the research meeting is about. But we've heard rumors that the military is working on a medicine to fight the zombie virus. Professor Lin looked surprised. A medicine to fight the zombie virus? So, zombies appeared before the end of the world? Did the authorities know about this long ago? Xiaoan nodded, her eyes showing complexity. We're not sure either. But from what we know about the research meeting, it seems they knew the end of the world was coming and are actively looking for solutions. Shen Luo frowned. If the military knew the end of the world was coming, why didn't they take action earlier to prevent it? Professor Lin sighed. Some things are beyond our understanding. Maybe the military has its own reasons and plans. The sisters Xiaoan and Xiao Lu nodded silently. They understood that some things were simply not for them to know. Shen Luo looked at Professor Lin and said, "Let's go back first. We can discuss the details later." Professor Lin looked at Shen Luo's determined eyes and felt a sense of relief. Maybe she really could lead them out of this end-of-the-world situation. Under Shen Luo's control, the speedboat continued heading toward the northern suburbs. Soon, Shen Luo reached the area of the northern suburbs that was not flooded. She led Professor Lin, Xiaoan, and Xiao Lu ashore and took them to the off-road vehicle. They prepared to leave this place. "Big Sister Luo, are we not taking the speedboat and the kayak?" Xiao Lu looked a bit reluctant to leave the travel tools. "No, we don't have extra gasoline now. We'll use the speedboat again once we find more fuel," Shen Luo said, not wanting to explain further. She could do whatever she wanted with her speedboat. She couldn't carry it around. Also, Shen Luo had already stored the speedboat and kayak in her space using vines. "Big Sister Luo, once I learn how to do things, I want to go with you to find supplies. I also want to find a better speedboat for you," Xiao Lu suddenly spoke, even though she hadn't said much all along. Hearing this, Shen Luo turned to look at Xiao Lu, a faint smile in her eyes. "Okay, once you learn how to do things, we will go together to find a better speedboat." Soon, Shen Luo returned to the villa in the northern suburbs. She used a remote control to open the villa's door and drove inside. "Big Sister Luo, is this your home?" Xiaoan pressed against the car window, looking outside. Shen Luo nodded and said, "Yes, this is a villa I bought before the end of the world. I didn't expect it to come in handy now. It's a good shelter," Professor Lin said happily, looking at the structure of the villa. At that moment, a few children suddenly ran out of the house. "Big Sister Luo." Everyone called Shen Luo in unison. "Big Sister Luo, you're back." Su Qing quickly ran out and hugged Shen Luo. "All right, let's go inside." Shen Luo patted Su Qing to signal her to let go. Because Shen Luo was surrounded by a group of children, all pulling at her clothes. This scene stunned the three people who had just gotten out of the car. "Su Qing, let go quickly." Li Ping signaled Su Qing to look at the three people standing beside the off-road vehicle. "Professor Lin, Xiaoan, Xiao Lu. This is Li Ping. The person next to me is Su Qing," Shen Luo introduced. "Hello, I am Li Ping. Hello, I am Su Qing. I am Little Treasure. I am Lulu." Children took turns introducing themselves to Professor Lin, Xiaoan, and Xiao Lu. They wore pure, happy smiles, as if the worries of the end of the world hadn't touched them. Professor Lin looked at these lively, adorable children and was surprised that Shen Luo had taken in so many kids and provided them with a safe place to stay. Xiaoan and Xiao Lu also looked on in amazement. They had never seen such a warm and peaceful scene before. Before the end of the world, their lives were always busy and competitive, and they never had the chance to experience such simple happiness. Shen Luo looked at the children and said softly, "All right, kids, let's go inside and talk." She held Su Qing and a few children by the hand and led them into the villa. Inside, the spacious, bright living room made Professor Lin, Xiaoan, and Xiao Lu feel very comfortable. They didn't expect that Shen Luo still had such a cozy and warm refuge during the difficult times. Shen Luo poured hot tea for the three of them. Everyone sat on the sofa in the living room for a short rest. Li Ping went back to the kitchen to prepare food for the whole family. Soon, steaming dishes were ready. Li Ping had prepared 4 dishes: pork with vermicelli and cabbage, cold cucumber salad, tomato and egg stir-fry, and stir-fried bean sprouts. Thinking that Professor Lin, Xiaoan, and Xiao Lu hadn't eaten oily food in a long time, she kept the meal simple. Everyone sat together, enjoying this rare treat. Although the dishes were simple, being able to eat a warm meal in the end of the world was already a luxury. Professor Lin looked at the table full of food and sighed, "Luo Luo, isn't this a bit too extravagant?" Xiao and Xiao Lun nodded repeatedly. "My sister and I have small appetites. As long as we have something to eat, we're full." "This is too luxurious." Shen Luo smiled and said, "Eat up. This is just our usual amount." Hearing this, Professor Lin admired Shen Luo's generosity. He looked at her with gratitude and said, "Luo Luo, do I really not need to hold back? Resources are hard to find now, and there are so many of us. We don't want to be a burden to you." Shen Luo smiled slightly and replied, "Professor Lin, I have enough supplies. It's okay. Everyone eat freely. Without good health, everything else is less effective." Lele blinked her big eyes, ate eagerly, and nodded happily. "Yes, Sister Luo is right. We are now well-fed every day, and we also exercise with Sister Qing." "Grandpa, look at the muscles on my arms, they're getting hard," Little Bao said as he grabbed more food. "That's right, Grandpa. Look at our bodies. We're very strong, and we even learned military exercises," Xiaoming said, showing his small arm to Dr. Lin. Wow, Professor Lin looked surprised at the group of young children. In a world after the end, it's important to have the ability to protect ourselves. Even though they are young, having a strong and healthy body from a young age increases their chances of survival. So, Ping takes care of their daily needs and Suqing trains and teaches the children, Shenluo said while eating, already more than half full. "However, my abilities are limited, and I can only teach them so much. But now, with Professor Lin here, the children can learn even more," Suqing said with a squint, watching the clever kids. "That's great. I will be responsible for everyone's learning in the future," Professor Lin said excitedly, happy to be useful. Shen Luo didn't speak. She wanted to discuss with Professor Lin about researching an antidote for zombies. She needed to prepare a laboratory for him to use for research, as per his request. The children cheered happily. "Luo Luo, I'll go get the clean clothes for Professor Lin and the others later." Li Ping thought about asking if the rooms needed to be rearranged, but then she just went to get the clothes. "Pingjie, you're in charge of the arrangements. Just do it." Shen Luo knew Li Ping was worried about overthinking. She then continued, "Pingjie, go ahead and adjust the rooms. For now, everyone stays as they are." "Okay, Luo Luo. I understand." Li Ping nodded and agreed, thinking about how to arrange things better. So, the children shared one room. Suqing, Xiaoluo, and Xiaoan shared another. Professor Lin had his own, and Li Ping with her kids, Xiaoya and Xiaohao shared another. The next morning, Professor Lin finished washing up and went downstairs. He heard lively sounds coming from the training room on the first floor. Curious, he pushed open the door and saw Lele, Little Bao, Xiaoming, and others practicing military exercises seriously under Suqing's guidance. Although their movements are still a bit awkward, their seriousness and persistence make Professor Lin feel very happy. "Professor Lin, you're awake? Come and see how the children are practicing," Suqing greets with a smile when she sees Professor Lin. Professor Lin nods and walks into the training room, carefully watching the children's movements. He occasionally nods, with a look of admiration in his eyes. Good, good. The children have a lot of potential," Professor Lin praises. Hearing his praise, the children practice even more enthusiastically. Lele excitedly shouts, "Grandpa Lin, look. Do you think I've become stronger now?" Professor Lin smiles and pats Lele's head, saying, "Yes, Lele has become stronger. You'll be able to protect yourself in the future. All right, children, our training time isn't over yet. Let's keep going." Suqing calls the children back into line for more practice. As time passes, the children's training gradually comes to an end. They are covered in sweat, but have happy and satisfied smiles on their faces. Professor Lin walks over and gently pats their shoulders, encouraging them to keep working hard and keep improving. "Children, it's time to eat." Li Ping's voice is heard just then. The children nod happily and run to the dining hall. At the table, steaming hot food smells very tempting. Professor Lin also comes to the table. "Is this how it is every day?" Suqing nods. "Yes, Every morning from 5 to 7:30, 2.5 hours of exercise. At 9, they do a 5-kilometer run. In the afternoon, they study. In the evening, they have free time to play games or watch TV. Hearing this, Professor Lin can't help but sigh. What a strict schedule. In such an environment, the children can stay healthy and also develop discipline and resilience. Professor Lin, take a rest for 2 days and then join us for training, Su Qing says. Everyone here has to go through hardships before enjoying the good times. These old arms and legs of mine. Professor Lin worries his body might not handle it. It's okay, Professor Lin. Just take it slow and follow along. I have videos of Tai Chi and other exercises, Su Qing reassures. Suing finished speaking and was about to go grab her phone from her pocket. Professor Lin quickly waved his hand, afraid she might be pulled away to exercise next. Good morning, Professor Lin. Shenluo came downstairs and saw the scene before her, quickly interrupting. Qing, don't bother Professor Lin so early in the morning. Oh, then I'll go help Sister Ping in the kitchen, Suing said and ran to the kitchen. Professor Lin watched Suing's cheerful back and couldn't help but smile quietly. He turned to Shenluo and said, Shenluo, you really put a lot of thought into this. In such chaotic times, creating such a good environment for the children is truly rare. Shenluo smiled slightly and replied, Professor Lin, we're just doing our best. The children are our future, and their growth and health are very important. I believe that as long as everyone works together, we can get through this difficult time. Professor Lin nodded, his eyes shining with determination. Professor Lin, can we have a talk? Shenluo invited. Professor Lin nodded and followed Shenluo outside the villa. Shenluo, are you here to talk about the antidote for the zombies? He said, You're right. As long as we unite, no difficulty is insurmountable. By the way, is now a good time to talk? Hearing this, Shenluo's expression became serious. She said, Professor Lin, I want to ask if I want to set up a laboratory like this, what preparations should I make? What kind of equipment do I need? Or, where can I find such a laboratory? Hearing this, Professor Lin thought for a moment and then slowly said, setting up a laboratory is not easy. There are many factors to consider. First, you need a large enough space with good ventilation and waste disposal systems. Second, the equipment inside the lab is also crucial, such as biosafety cabinets, centrifuges, microscopes, PCR machines, and so on. These are essential for biological experiments. Shenluo continued to ask, Professor Lin, do you know where the research bases are located in the country? Professor Lin frowned and thought for a moment before replying, research bases are spread out quite widely. Some large cities and research institutions might have them. For example, key universities and research institutes in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and other places could have advanced laboratories. My previous research institute was south of the International School in the Eastern District. However, now that the world has ended, these laboratories are likely abandoned or destroyed. It's a pity that all the research data inside is lost. Professor Lin sighed and continued speaking. Shenluo heard this and said, It's okay, Professor Lin. If I go to the East District, I will check if there are any materials you need. If there are any remaining documents, I will bring them all back. Professor Lin looked at Shenluo gratefully and said, Thank you so much, Shenluo. If you can find those materials, it will greatly help our research. Shenluo nodded and said, Professor Lin, if I get the chance, I will go and look for them. Luo, Professor Lin is here. Come to eat, Li Ping called out as she walked to the small courtyard, inviting the two inside. Hearing this, Professor Lin and Shenluo headed to the dining room together. Everyone was already sitting around the table, waiting for them to join. Li Ping served Professor Lin a bowl of soy milk and placed some small buns and steamed dumplings in front of him, enthusiastically saying, Professor Lin, eat more. You look so thin. Professor Lin smiled and took the food, saying, Thank you, Li Ping. It's a blessing to be able to enjoy such delicious food in this environment. Xiao Bao picked up a piece of dumpling and handed it to Professor Lin's bowl. Grandpa Lin, this dumpling is really tasty. Try it. Professor Lin smiled and took a bite and praised, Very good. Soft and sticky, with a fresh flavor. Everyone at the table ate and chatted happily, the atmosphere very warm. Lele suddenly remembered something and looked up to ask, Grandpa Lin, are you coming for a run with us later? Professor Lin smiled and shook his head. Not today. I want to get used to the environment first. I'll join you tomorrow. Lele looked a little disappointed but nodded understandingly. Okay, then Grandpa Lin, you have to keep your promise. Professor Lin nodded seriously. Don't worry, I will keep my word. Yes, Grandpa Lin, Xiao Bao will run with you from behind, Xiao Bao said with his mouth full. Good, good. With you kids here, I have to get moving too, Professor Lin said, smiling happily. After saying this, Professor Lin picked up his chopsticks, took a bite of food, and chewed slowly, enjoying this rare warm moment. After Shenluo finished eating, she looked at everyone and said, Sister Ping, I will leave the house in your hands. I need to go out again this afternoon. This time, I will be gone for about 7 days. Luo sister, let me go with you this time, Su Qing said with big, bright eyes. This time I will go alone. You all stay at home to practice your skills. When you can handle more than 10 minutes on your own, you can follow me, Shenluo said with a smile. Hearing Shenluo's words, Su Qing was a little disappointed but nodded firmly. Okay, Luo sister. We will work hard to train and meet your requirements as soon as possible. Lele and Xiao Bao also expressed their support. Yes, Sister Luo, we will do our best. Luo, what can Xiao Luo and I do? Just give us some work, Xiaoan said carefully, looking at Shenluo. Xiao and Xiaoluo, just like everyone else, after 2 days of rest, start training your bodies. In the afternoon, help the children learn knowledge. Also, cooking needs someone to help Sister Ping every day. As more people arrive, preparing food becomes more difficult. So, Xiaoluo, Xiaoan, and Su Qing, one of you each day will assist Sister Ping with cooking. Hearing Shenluo's plan, Xiaoan and Xiaoluo looked at each other with determined expressions. They said together, Okay, we understand. Rest assured, Luo sister, we will do our best. Shenluo looked at them with satisfaction. She knew these children had strong willpower and unyielding spirits. Given enough time and opportunity, they would surely grow into outstanding people in this post-apocalyptic world. All right, everyone, continue eating, Shenluo said, making the atmosphere at the table warm and harmonious again. After the meal, Shenluo returned to her room and began packing her belongings. After lunch, she drove her large off-road vehicle away from the villa heading east. When she encountered water ahead, Shenluo switched to a speedboat and headed toward the research institute that Professor Lin mentioned. Following the map and a vague direction, Shenluo arrived near the international school. She looked around and saw that the school gates were closed, and the area was silent. Only occasional zombie roars from the teaching building broke the quiet. She carefully drove the speedboat, staying alert and observing her surroundings. Shenluo slowly walked along the school's wall. She noticed that the wall was a bit broken, probably from the mischief of students before the end of the world, but now it served as her entrance to the school. She gently crossed the wall and moved onto the school playground. After winding around, she finally left the international school. At last, she arrived in front of a building that looked very much like a research institute. The building was strange, somewhat like an administrative building of a government office from different places. The main door was on the 4th floor, with 2 doors on each of the first floors, but now they were not visible. Shenluo stored her speedboat and climbed up along the handrails. She saw the main door was tightly shut, with a rusty lock hanging on it. She used her machete to smash the lock hard. With a loud, the lock broke apart. She pushed open the door and stepped inside. The inside of the research institute was dark and cold, with only a few old windows letting in a little light. Shenluo turned on her flashlight and carefully looked around. She found that the equipment here was a bit old, but still in good condition. She felt happy inside, knowing she hadn't come here in vain. Shenluo walked down the dim corridor, exploring step by step. The rooms on both sides of the corridor were all tightly closed, as if hiding many secrets. She gently pushed open each door, checking inside. They were filled with various experimental tools and books. Although time had covered these items with dust, Shenluo could still see their former glory. She started from the 4th floor and searched floor by floor upward. She first stored everything that could fit into her space. Actually, she could have taken the entire research building into her space, but the system warned her that living creatures could not be stored together and needed to be separated. So she ran downstairs to see what was inside this building. Were there survivors or mutated zombies? Shinluo moved carefully along the corridor, her steps light, afraid of disturbing anything here. She used her flashlight to illuminate ahead, the light appearing especially bright in the dark environment. She reached a room that looked like the main control room. The equipment inside was old, but still showed signs of being once advanced. Shinluo approached and saw that a computer was still on, with a light shining on it. She was surprised. Could there still be someone here? She gently turned on the computer, and the screen lit up instantly. It displayed some complex data and charts, probably records from an experiment. Shinluo carefully examined them, trying to find useful information. Suddenly, she heard a faint sound, like something moving nearby. She immediately became alert, shining her flashlight around. She saw a figure flash past the doorway of a nearby room and quickly disappear into the darkness. Her heart tightened. Could there really be zombies here? She cautiously approached the room, pushed the door open, and saw it was empty. But she smelled a strong smell of blood, which made her more certain of her guess. She continued exploring and found that each room was filled with various experimental equipment and tools. Some rooms also had old notebooks and books related to experiments. Shinluo knew these were valuable research materials, and she had to take them all. So she started working quickly, gathering the equipment and books she could carry into her space. While she was busy, she suddenly heard hurried footsteps. She immediately became alert and hid in a corner of a room. A few figures ran down the corridor, wearing old clothes, with dirt and scars on their faces. Shinluo's heart sank. Were they survivors or zombies? She clenched her knife tightly, ready to fight. But when she saw their faces clearly, she realized they were just children. These children looked only about 10 or 12 years old, with eyes full of fear and despair. They were covered in scars, and their clothes were torn, showing they had been through a lot. A wave of pity rose in Shinluo's heart. She wasn't sure whether to help or not. Just as she took a deep breath and was about to step out of her hiding spot, one clever-looking boy said, "We've searched everywhere. There's no food here. What do we do if we can't get some to eat?" Another slightly weaker boy trembled and said, "Yeah, class monitor. We've been out for days and haven't found any food. If this keeps up, we'll starve to death." The boy heard this, and his eyes showed a firm look. "No matter what, we can't go back empty-handed. Our classmates are still there. We should keep looking. Maybe we missed something. The class monitor has already searched 3 times. There's nothing but paper, no food at all," said a shorter boy. "Yeah, and we're too tired. I'm afraid we might not even make it back," said the boy with glasses. "We can't bring any food back. The red-haired ones won't let our female classmates go," said the class monitor helplessly. "Class monitor, do you think if we bring back food, the red-haired ones will let our friends go? Do you think they'll leave us alone? They're just waiting for us to leave so they can do whatever they want," shouted the boy with glasses. "I understand. You 3 go ahead. Whether you go home or to the base, it's up to you," said the class monitor after a few seconds, as if he had made a firm decision. "Are we really going home? This is the East District. Our homes and school are just 2 streets apart. Have you seen anyone come looking for us? We are all children abandoned by our families," said the shorter boy with anger in his eyes. "Yes, class monitor. Where can we go now?" "The red-haired ones won't let us go," said the weaker boy with a trembling voice. "You 3 go to the base. You heard the broadcast just now. There's an official base in the north suburb. You 3 go there. I'll go back to school. When you arrive at the base, if you find your family, go home. If not, stand on your own. I have only one request. When you get to the official base, please ask the officials if they can help us. If they can, please come here and rescue us." The class monitor made his final decision. Hearing this, the 3 boys looked at each other with hesitation and reluctance in their eyes. "Class monitor, we can't leave you alone," said the boy with glasses first, his voice firm. Yes, class monitor. We'll go together and think of a way, said the weaker boy. The shorter boy didn't speak, but his eyes showed the same determination. The class monitor looked at them, feeling a warm feeling in his heart, but he knew they all had strong spirits and firm willpower. You all know I have to go back. My sister is still at school. I can't leave her. The class monitor finally shook his head and made his decision. However, class monitor, what can you do if you go back? There's no food left at the school and your sister. The slightly weak boy's words were cut off by the class monitor. No matter what, I can't leave her here alone. I promised my mom I would take good care of my sister. You guys should go to the base. Maybe your families are there, or maybe you'll find a new start, the class monitor said with a firm and determined look. The three boys fell silent, knowing that the class monitor's decision couldn't be changed. They looked at each other. Class monitor, I'll go back with you, said the boy with glasses, his voice trembling a little. Me too, added the slightly weaker boy. The shorter boy didn't speak, but tightly held the class monitor's hand, showing he had already made his choice. The class monitor looked at them, eyes slightly red, voice choked with emotion. Thank you all really. But we can't all go back. That would be too dangerous. You two go to the base and ask the authorities if they can send help. I'll wait here for you. The shorter boy finally spoke, his voice steady but low. Class monitor, we're not leaving. We want to go back with you and face everything together. We can't let you bear all this alone. The class monitor looked at them, his eyes shining with gratitude. He knew these brothers shared the same strong spirit and determination. They were willing to face any danger for each other. He took a deep breath and said, All right, we'll go back together. But we must be careful and not act rashly. We need to find food and water, protect ourselves, and keep everyone safe. The three boys nodded and prepared to leave. Shinluo didn't want to interfere now. After they left, she planned to follow them to the international school. Then she would do good deeds, fix the red-haired girl, and continue exploring the research facility. She stored the equipment and books she could take with her into her space, preparing to bring the research center into her space. The space still warned Shinluo that there were living creatures inside the research center. The only part Shinluo didn't go to was below the 4th floor, underwater. She helplessly put on her diving gear in the space and prepared to go to the 3rd floor. However, Shinluo couldn't understand why there would be living creatures in places flooded with water. As she headed toward the 3rd floor, she noticed that the flooded 3rd floor surprisingly had no water. Shinluo admired how well sealed the building was. The lower floors hadn't been damaged. Her curiosity grew stronger. What secrets does this building hide? Why is there no water on the underwater part? She carefully entered the 3rd floor and found that its layout was similar to the upper floors, but it was darker and colder. She turned on her flashlight and looked around carefully, trying to find some clues. Suddenly, she heard a faint sound, like someone whispering. She became alert and followed the sound. She saw a door slightly open, with a faint light coming from inside. Gently, she pushed the door open and saw a figure sitting at a table, studying some blueprints. Shinluo was surprised. Could there really be someone here? She tiptoed into the room, afraid to disturb the person. The person didn't seem to notice Shinluo's presence and kept focusing on the blueprints. Shinluo quietly approached and realized it was a middle-aged man. His face looked tired, but his eyes shone with determination. Her curiosity grew. Who was this person? Why was he here? And why was he studying blueprints? She cleared her throat softly to get his attention. The man looked up, his eyes full of suspicion and confusion.
Who are you?
Why are you here? He asked in a hoarse voice. Shinluo smiled slightly and said, I'm just passing by, just looking around. The man's suspicion didn't lessen at all. He stared at Shinluo closely, as if trying to find a flaw in her expression or actions. Seeing this, Shinluo couldn't help but think to herself, this person is really cautious. But she didn't mind. In this end-of-the-world situation, staying alert was necessary to survive. She smiled and said, Don't be nervous, I really am just passing through. I am very interested in this place, so I came to take a look. The person seemed moved by Shinluo's sincerity, and his cautious look eased a little. He stood up, walked over to Shinluo, and carefully examined her. Shinluo met his gaze confidently, and the two of them stared at each other quietly. After a while, the person finally spoke. "Since you've finished looking around, you should leave. There's nothing to eat or drink here. You won't find anything useful." Hearing this, Shinluo was a bit surprised. Curious, she asked, "Then why aren't you leaving?"
My name is Lin Hao.
"I am a researcher here. Before the end of the world, I worked here. After it happened, everyone left, and I stayed behind to wait for the old." At this point, Lin Hao suddenly became alert. "You actually dared to control me.
Who are you?
What do you want?" Shinluo sighed helplessly and said, "Do you know Professor Lin?" "I am a researcher, not a professor," Lin Hao replied angrily. Shinluo suddenly remembered that she didn't really know Professor Lin's full name. Now, she couldn't explain anything clearly. "All right, I'll take you away and find Professor Lin. Once you see him, you'll understand," Shinluo said, hoping to bring Lin Hao along. Having an assistant for scientific work is always helpful. As for whether this assistant is trustworthy, that's a bit of a test. Hearing this, Lin Hao's eyes showed a hint of doubt and caution. "Why do you want to take me to find Professor Lin? I don't know you, and I don't know you talking about Professor Lin. Are you a spy?" Shinluo rubbed her forehead and smiled. "I only just saved Professor Lin a few days ago. He's trapped in a hotel in the southern district." Lin Hao looked at Shinluo, seeming to judge whether her words were true. After a while, he slowly nodded. "All right, I'll trust you this time. But if you dare to lie to me, I won't let you go." Hearing this, Shinluo secretly felt relieved. She knew she had successfully convinced Lin Hao, and now she could leave the research institute with him. She turned and walked toward the door, saying, "Let's go." Lin Hao's eyes flashed with a sly look. Taking advantage of Shinluo's distraction, he turned around quickly, trying to sneak into the room behind him. Shinluo didn't know what Lin Hao was planning. Before the door closed completely, she quickly struck him with a hand chop, knocking him out, then tied him up. She also put a body bag over him. Carrying him around like this, no one would suspect what he really was. To prevent Lin Hao from waking up halfway, she gave him sleeping medicine that would keep him unconscious for 7 days and nights. After that, she headed downstairs to look carefully for any living creatures. The basement was filled with large laboratories, fully equipped with all kinds of supplies. On the first floor, Shinluo also found an entrance leading underground. Exploring with vines, she discovered there were 3 more levels below. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't notice there was anything underneath. Shinluo planned to go down and check carefully, but she was worried about the 4 children. After exploring, she decided to store the research facility in her space. She and Lin Hao then fell safely into a speedboat. Shinluo covered Lin Hao with a waterproof cloth. The speedboat sped across the murky water, with Shinluo skillfully steering toward the international school. As they moved deeper, the outline of the school gradually appeared. Shinluo felt nervous, not knowing how the 4 children were doing now. She took a deep breath, brought the boat closer to the school building, and carefully observed the surroundings. The school was silent, with no sounds at all, like a dead city. Suddenly, she heard a faint cry for help. The voice seemed to come from inside the building. Shinluo's heart moved, and she immediately headed toward the sound. She crossed the empty corridor, moving carefully to avoid alerting any hidden dangers. The cry for help grew clearer, and Shinluo's heartbeat quickened. She finally reached the door of a classroom. It was half open, with faint light shining through. Peering through the gap, she saw more than 10 children curled up in the corner of the room, their eyes full of fear and despair. The 4 boys she had seen earlier were lying in the middle of the classroom. Their condition looked worse than before, clearly having endured many hardships during this time. "After 2 days out, I haven't found anything. The class monitor is really useless." The red-haired boy sat on the chair, looking coldly at the 4 boys on the ground. Next to him was a blood-stained baseball bat, clearly the weapon he had just used to beat the boys. A few of his followers gathered around him. each showing fierce expressions and laughing as they watched the boys on the ground, as if they were watching an interesting show. Shinluo saw this scene and felt her anger ignite instantly. These children were already pitiful enough, and now they were being bullied like this. She clenched her knife tightly, ready to rush in and stop the bullies. But just as she was about to act, she heard a girl's voice from inside the classroom. "Red-haired, you're going too far. They've already tried their best. You can't blame them for not finding food." "Not blaming them? Then who should we blame?" The red-haired boy suddenly pulled the girl into his arms, and she blushed shyly in his embrace. Hearing the girl's words, Shinluo couldn't help but feel a little fondness for her. But then, her attention was drawn back to the red-haired boy's actions. He didn't seem to take the girl's words seriously. He still looked coldly at the 4 boys on the ground, a cruel smile on his face. "If they can't find food, then according to our plan, let's see who'll be our first meal tonight," the red-haired boy said coldly, signaling his followers to act. "Brother red-haired, that goes without saying. It has to be the girl from the class. Look at her soft skin and tender flesh. It's been almost 3 months since the end of the world, but she still looks so lively," one girl whispered to him. Hearing this, the red-haired boy's eyes flashed with a wicked light. He looked down at the girl in his arms and smiled cruelly. "Good idea, little darling. You really are my little sweetheart," he said, pushing the girl away and standing up. He then walked over to the 4 boys. His followers immediately understood and surrounded the boys, trapping them. The boys looked terrified. They knew that their class leader's sister might be in serious trouble today. "Don't touch my sister," one of the boys tried to speak up, but he was pressed down by the followers and couldn't move. The red-haired boy looked at him with a cold smile. "What do you think you can do? Today, I've decided on your sister." As he spoke, he reached out to grab the class monitor's sister. The girl didn't resist, but instead fell toward Hong Mao. At that moment, everyone noticed that Hong Mao had stopped moving. They then saw that the girl was holding a wallpaper knife, pressing it firmly against Hong Mao's main artery. "Don't move. Let my brother and the others go," she shouted loudly. Hong Mao's followers were stunned. They didn't expect this seemingly gentle girl to have such courage and bravery. They dared not act rashly, afraid that any mistake might anger her and cause Hong Mao's death. Hong Mao was also stunned. Feeling the coolness on his neck, he looked at the girl in disbelief. He never thought he would fall into the hands of this small girl. He struggled hard to break free, but the girl had a strong grip, and the wallpaper knife was steady against his artery, making him unable to move. You dare," Hong Mao shouted angrily, trying to intimidate her with his tone. But the girl was fearless. Her eyes were firm and resolute. "You see if I dare. If you move them, I will make you bleed." Hong Mao's followers looked at him, waiting for his command. Hong Mao was furious, but knew he shouldn't act rashly now. He took a deep breath, calmed himself, and said, "Fine, I will let them go. But you must promise not to hurt me." The girl nodded slightly. "As long as you let them go, I won't hurt you." Seeing this, Hong Mao signaled his followers to release the 4 boys. Once free, the boys quickly ran to the girl and helped her hold Hong Mao. After being subdued, Hong Mao's arrogance disappeared, replaced by fear and unease. He kept struggling, trying to break free from the boy's grip, but it was useless.
How dare you treat me like this?"
"I won't let you go," Hong Mao shouted angrily, but his voice had lost its former authority. The girl still pressed her wallpaper knife against his neck, her eyes firm and resolute. "People like you are just a waste of food in this world," the class monitor's sister said coldly. When Hong Mao heard this, a hint of unwillingness flashed in his eyes, but he knew he had no way to resist now. They all left the classroom. The sister of the class monitor finally let go of the wallpaper knife and signaled the boys to release Hong Mao. A few boys quickly pushed Hong Mao back into the classroom and then locked the door from outside. Shinluo hid in the shadows, watching everything. She couldn't help but praise the class monitor's sister. Although this girl looked fragile, she suddenly showed great strength and courage when it mattered most. It was truly impressive. Shinluo thought to herself that this was a good chance to get rid of Hong Mao once and for all, so he wouldn't cause trouble in the future. At that moment, Shenluo saw Hong Mao and his little followers jump out of the new window. Although it was on the 4th floor, the water below on the 3rd floor made it safe for them to jump. Shenluo thought for a moment and decided to run after them. The most important thing was to catch up with the children, who were all injured. She quickly ran out, determined to find the children and make sure they were safe. Just as she was about to cross the corridor toward the 3rd floor, she saw Hong Mao and his followers running toward the children. "Where are you running to?" Hong Mao shouted loudly, raising his sharp knife, which emitted a cold aura. "Don't come any closer, or we won't be nice to you," the boy with glasses shouted bravely, trying to scare Shenluo with his tone. But Hong Mao was not frightened. He kept running toward the children with a fierce smile on his face. "What are you trying to do?" The class monitor shouted loudly, gripping his wooden stick tightly, ready to defend against Hong Mao's attack. Hong Mao didn't expect the class monitor to shout so suddenly. He paused for a moment, but quickly reacted. So you're this overconfident guy," Hong Mao said coldly, glancing around at the class monitor. The class monitor didn't care about Hong Mao's gaze. He stared at him closely, ready to block any sudden attack. "I warn you, don't act rashly, or I won't be polite to you," the class monitor said firmly. Hearing this, Hong Mao curled his lips into a cold smile. "Just you? Do you think you can stop me? Today I will settle your sister. And you bunch of useless people, I won't let you go for a moment." He waved his machete and attacked the group of squad leaders. Seeing this, the squad leader immediately swung his wooden stick to defend. Although he was young, he was very quick and agile. After a few moves, he fought Red Hair to a standstill, using his last strength. At this moment, just as Red Hair's knife was about to hit the squad leader's shoulder, Shenluo suddenly appeared, releasing vines that pulled the squad leader back, avoiding Red Hair's attack. Red Hair didn't expect anyone to interfere at this moment. He stared wide-eyed at Shenluo and shouted angrily, "You're a supernatural. Who are you? How dare you ruin my plans?" Shenluo looked coldly at Red Hair and said, "Kid, I am your grandma." Red Hair was furious upon hearing this. "Woman, I will kill you." He swung his machete at Shenluo. Shenluo moved quickly, easily dodging the attack, and smirked coldly. "You think you can kill me? That's a joke." Red Hair, more angry, waved his machete and kept attacking Shenluo. But Shenluo was very agile and always managed to dodge at critical moments. After a few rounds, Red Hair was exhausted and panting, while Shenluo still looked energetic.
Who
are you?" Red Hair gasped, looking at Shenluo with fear. Shenluo smiled slightly and said, "I told you, I am your grandma. And today, you have to pay for what you've done." With that, Shenluo moved instantly in front of Red Hair and kicked him to the ground. Red Hair lay on the ground, struggling to get up, but Shenluo was already behind him, stepping on his back, making him unable to move.
"You.
How dare you treat me like this? I won't let you go," Red Hair shouted fiercely. Shenluo sneered and said, "Little brat who needs a lesson still won't let me go? Let's see how you beg for mercy later." After speaking, Shenluo looked down at Red Hair with disdain. Red Hair, pinned to the ground, could only struggle and roar. "Let me go. Do you know who I am? My dad is the school director here. If you dare hurt me, he won't let you go." Listening to the angry shouting, Shenluo became even more sure that this child had been spoiled and didn't understand how to respect others or take responsibility for his actions. She slightly lifted her foot and then stomped down hard. Redhead let out a loud cry. "What are you all just standing there for? Get some ropes and tie them all up," Shenluo said, turning to the class monitor and the others. Redhead was on the ground, grimacing in pain, but he still stubbornly said, "Let me go, you brat. I was only teaching those useless kids a lesson. They should listen to me." Hearing this, Shenluo's eyes flashed with anger. She lifted her foot again, ready to give Redhead a deeper lesson. But at that moment, the class monitor and classmates had already tied everyone up. They stood neatly to the side, waiting for Shenluo to speak. Shenluo looked at Redhead and his little followers, feeling pleased. These kids usually relied on their family's power to bully others at school. Now, they finally got the punishment they deserved. Shinluo used a tool to open a classroom door and signaled to carry Redhead and his group inside. She sat on the chair at the podium. Class monitor, right? Take the others and search their pockets. Make sure not to leave any knives or dangerous items, so they can't escape. The class monitor nodded immediately and led a few classmates to search them. They carefully checked Redhead and his followers' pockets and belongings, making sure nothing useful for escaping or fighting back was missed. Shinluo sat calmly on the podium, watching everything. Teacher, we're done searching. They don't have anything on them, the class monitor said, placing the items they found on the desk. This surprised Shinluo. The kid called her teacher. After a few seconds of hesitation, Shinluo continued, You boys go and arrange the desks and chairs around them and stack them high. Why? The class monitor asked, a bit confused, but then quickly added, We'll do it right away. Shinluo didn't reply. She left the classroom and opened the nearby rooms. She told them to bring all the desks and chairs into the rooms. The girls also didn't sit idle. They took the initiative to carry desks and chairs from different classrooms. Soon, all the rooms were filled with stacked furniture. They locked the doors and came back to Shinluo. You see Shinluo on the first classroom, near the stairs on the 3rd floor. The floor has water and bread on it. The children rush in excitedly, but no one reaches out to take the food on the ground. Although each child is swallowing saliva, they seem hesitant. Don't just stare. Share the food and eat. We'll talk after you're done. Shinluo remains seated on the chair at the podium, watching the children gather. The children look at each other with hesitation and confusion in their eyes. They seem unable to believe that the food in front of them is really for them. Teacher, is this food really for us? Finally, a brave child asks. Shinluo smiles and nods. Yes, this food is for you. Go ahead and eat to regain your strength. Hearing this, the children relax and step forward to take the food. They carefully tear open the bread packaging, afraid of dirtying their precious food. Then they eat quickly, as if it's the tastiest food they've ever had. Thank you, teacher, a girl says gratefully while eating her bread. Shinluo nods with a smile. Then he looks at a boy and asks, I hear they call you class monitor. The boy looks up at Shinluo and says, I'm the class monitor of 2nd year class 1. These are students from the 2nd year section. Because we're in a special training to prepare for an international competition, the school arranged for us to stay on the 5th floor. I didn't expect that when I woke up the next day, it would be the end of the world. What's with that red-haired person? Shinluo continues. Their father is on the school's board of directors. That day, for some reason, he was also staying on the 5th floor along with his little followers, the class monitor explains. We hid in the stairwell at first, but the red-haired person caught us. They stole our backpacks and food, then locked us up. They told us to find food. When we couldn't, they beat us. 2 of our classmates have already been killed, the boy with glasses says angrily. So, everyone who survived in this building is here? Shinluo asks. The children nod repeatedly. All right. Shinluo looks at the group, about 20 children. The speedboats and kayaks probably can't hold all of them. Teacher, are you planning to take us away? The class monitor looked at Shinluo's expression and asked bravely. Yes, I plan to take you to the official base. And I am not really a teacher, just someone passing by. Shinluo stood up and stretched her limbs briefly. Teacher, no, sister. Can you really take us away? A girl asked excitedly. Shinluo nodded. Yes, I can take you away, but... Seeing Shinluo hesitate, the children thought she had some kind of request. Sister, all our things have been taken. When we get to the base, we will find our family and thank you properly, a girl said, afraid of being left behind. She stepped forward and tried to grab Shinluo's sleeve, but because of Shinluo's authority, she stopped in front of her. Thank you, little sister. I don't want your things, Shinluo said, patting the girl's head. The children looked confused, glancing at each other. Here's the situation. The speedboat can carry up to 12 people. One of my companions is injured on the boat, so only 10 people can get on. The kayak behind can hold 8 people. That means I can take 18 people. But there are more than 20 of you here. Shenluo looked at the sad faces of the children and couldn't continue. As soon as Shenluo finished speaking, the children's faces turned serious, full of worry and helplessness.
So,
What do we do? A boy asked anxiously. Shenluo was silent for a moment, then said, We can only take some of you first, then come back to get the rest. Stay here and wait for me. I will come back as soon as I can. The children knew deep down that if the red-haired group came out and left them behind, they would be in great danger. Sister, if we lie on the wood or wear float rings, can you pull us with the boat? The class monitor, who had not spoken before, suggested. Of course. I can go slower. It will be tough for those in the water, though, Shenluo replied. If possible, those with stronger bodies can go into the water, use the buoyancy, and let me drive the boat to take us away. Let's start moving. There are materials for the competition on the 5th floor. We need to get them, the monitor told the others. After speaking, the class monitor led a few strong students to the 5th floor to get the competition materials, preparing to make simple flotation devices. Other students began dismantling desks and chairs in the classroom to use as temporary floats. Shenluo watched the busy children and felt a bit emotional. Although they are young, they can stay calm and work together in difficult times, which is rare. Soon, the class monitor returned with some students carrying a pile of materials. They started making simple floats using plastic buckets and ropes. After about an hour and a half of effort, they finally made 7 or 8 basic floats. The children moved the floats to the corridor outside the classroom, waiting for Shenluo to organize their departure. Shenluo looked at the makeshift floats. Although simple, they were quite good given the situation. She approached the children and said, All right, everyone ready? We are about to start. The children nodded eagerly, full of determination and hope. Shenluo pulled out the speedboat and kayak from a hidden spot, then had 10 children board the speedboat and 8 children on the kayak. The remaining children prepared to use their homemade floats, tying ropes to connect with the floats on the boat. Shenluo checked all the children on the boat, making sure everyone had their seat belts fastened before starting the engine of the speedboat and kayak. The speedboat and kayak slowly moved away from the school building, heading toward the main gate. The children in the water held tightly to their floats, following the boat. Although they shivered from the cold, no one complained or gave up. Shenluo led the way in the speedboat, pulling the kayak and some floats behind, looking like a mother duck leading her ducklings on a trip. The convoy slowly passed through the campus toward the school gate. Throughout the journey, Shenluo carefully watched the surroundings, afraid of any sudden problems. The children also held tightly to their floats, not daring to relax for a moment. Worried that the children might stay in the water too long, Shenluo took out an old kayak from the storage, placing it near an old pavilion using vines. The children got into the kayak, trembling all over from the cold. Shenluo felt a bit regretful for not mentioning earlier at school that she had brought 2 kayaks. She took out a rain cover from her backpack, letting the children hide inside it, and also took out 4 pieces of chocolate, giving each child a piece to boost their energy. All of these were taken from Shenluo's space. With that, Shenluo led more than 20 children quickly to the nearby North District official base. All right, children, walk forward from the car. There should be guards in the 2 buildings ahead, and they will take you back to the base. Big sister, will you come with us? Asked a little girl. Yes, I have other things to do. I will visit you when I can, Shenluo replied, then returned to the speedboat, ready to leave. The children watched Shenluo leave with mixed feelings of gratitude and reluctance. They knew Shenluo had saved them and helped them escape from that scary place. She waved to them and then drove the speedboat away quickly, disappearing from their sight. Following Shenluo's instructions, the children carefully moved forward. They were very nervous, afraid of making noise and alerting the guards, which could cause trouble. Fortunately, the guards soon spotted them and safely guided them back to the base. At the base, the children found their families and learned why no one came to find them at school. Because Hong Mao's father told them that their children had died, so no one had come to rescue them. After Shenluo left, she headed toward the western part of the city, specifically to the West Peak Mountain, to find a secret official research base. West Peak Mountain is on the edge of the city, with high terrain, steep slopes, dense forests, and few visitors normally. Shinluo drove her speedboat quickly to the foot of West Peak Mountain. Looking at the thick forest, she thought it was the best hiding place. If someone needed to escape disaster, this would be a good spot. But she also had to deal with the insects, rodents, and wild animals here. Shinluo docked her speedboat on the shore, then carried her backpack and started her search for the secret research base. She carefully climbed up the winding mountain trail. Birds chirped continuously in the forest, and occasionally, the distant roar of wild animals could be heard, making Shinluo stay alert at all times. After several hours of difficult trekking, Shinluo finally reached the mountaintop, but there was nothing there. She looked around, hoping to find her destination among the dense trees, but all she saw was emptiness. How should she find it? Shinluo sat on a large rock at the mountaintop, staring at the unapproachable West Peak. At this moment, Xiaohei appeared out of nowhere and patted her shoulder with a palm. "Fool, use your wood element powers. This is your world. All these plants are yours." "Oh, right," Shinluo thought, realizing she had been about to ask Xiaohei not to scare her, but instead, it brought her a big surprise. She slapped her forehead and suddenly understood. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and felt the strong presence of wood element energy around her. Then, she slowly opened her eyes, raised her hands gently with palms facing up, as if summoning something. Suddenly, the trees around began to sway lightly, as if responding to her call. Soon, tiny vines poked out from the woods and slowly moved toward Shinluo. She smiled slightly, pointed her finger, and gently touched a vine. The vine seemed guided and started to grow rapidly, spreading outward. Before long, Shinluo was surrounded by dense vines, forming a natural barrier. Standing inside the vine barrier, she closed her eyes again and tuned into the wood element energy. This time, she sensed a faint energy fluctuation coming from deep within the forest. Opening her eyes, a hint of joy appeared in her eyes. She followed the direction of the energy wave and started walking forward. The vine barrier moved with her, always keeping a distance. Shinluo walked faster and eventually broke into a run. Her excitement was hard to put into words because she knew she had finally found the secret official research base. When she reached a hidden valley, her eyes suddenly opened wide. In front of her was an unremarkable small wooden house nestled halfway up the mountain. Shinluo hurried forward and pushed open the door of the small house. Inside was dim, but enough for her to see the situation clearly. This is a simple, rough wooden cabin, probably used by forest rangers to rest. Shinluo thought for a moment. There should be an entrance to the research base here. She carefully examined every corner of the small cabin, not missing any possible clues. On the wall, there are a few old ranger uniforms and some simple daily items. Besides that, there's nothing special. Shinluo walked to a corner of the cabin, where some dry wood and miscellaneous items were piled up. She gently moved the dry wood aside and found a loose wooden board underneath. A sudden idea struck her. She pushed hard and lifted the board. Sure enough, there was a hidden staircase leading underground beneath it. The staircase was blocked by a large stone. Shinluo struggled to move it away. She carefully descended the stairs, her flashlight illuminating the way ahead. At the bottom was a heavy iron door, covered in rust, looking like it hadn't been opened for a long time. Shinluo pushed the iron door, but it wouldn't budge. She looked around, searching for a way to open it. Then she noticed a small mechanism beside the door. Following the instructions on the mechanism, she gently turned it. With a click, the iron door slowly opened. Shinluo took a deep breath and stepped into the passage behind the door. The passage was flanked by sturdy stone walls, with a flashlight casting flickering shadows on them. She walked forward along the corridor, feeling both nervous and excited. After walking for a while, Shinluo finally reached the end of the passage. In front of her was a large steel door. She gently pushed it open and stepped inside. Inside the base, the lights were bright, but it was very quiet. Shinluo looked around. The research base was huge, almost covering the entire western peak of the mountain. She carefully entered the base, trying not to make any noise. She walked along a wide corridor, with closed laboratories on both sides. Through the door cracks, she saw various experimental equipment and test tubes, as if the busy scene before the apocalypse was still ongoing. Shen Luo secretly marveled at how large and advanced this secret research base was. She continued walking forward and arrived at a control room. The control room was full of various screens and buttons. Through the screens, Shen Luo saw that this was a 7-story building. Each floor had its own special area. Shen Luo thought that the research equipment here was clearly better than Professor Lin's lab. She wanted to take all this high-tech stuff with her. Just as she was about to store the research base in her space, she saw many people suddenly appear on the lowest screen. There were a lot of people, but they looked strange. Shen Luo looked carefully and realized these were former researchers from the base, who had somehow turned into zombies. Since there were zombies here, Shen Luo knew she had to defeat them all before she could store the base in her space. So, Shen Luo made herself a special access card in the control room. She took a deep breath, clenched her watermelon knife, and started harvesting her crystal core. It turned out that Shen Luo's careful search on each floor, along with Black Slap, seemed to have opened her energy channels. On each floor, Shen Luo only needed to use her wood element powers to check each room. If she found zombies, she would use vines to lure them in front of her, then quickly cut them down. Black complained that Shen Luo was now too lazy, not even bothering to move. But because using her powers drained her energy, Shen Luo had to rest after every 2 floors to recover her mental strength before using her powers again. And so, Shen Luo cleared each floor of zombies, leaving her battle marks behind. Her movements looked relaxed, but each strike was precise and deadly, showing her rich fighting experience and strong strength. As she went deeper, the number of zombies increased, but Shen Luo was not afraid. With her wood element powers, sharp senses, and good judgment, she could always spot zombies early and defeat them one by one. While clearing the zombies, Shen Luo also noticed some interesting things. Although these zombies looked very fierce and were all level 2, they moved very clumsily, as if they were somehow limited. She had thought there were only a few zombies, but it turned out each floor hid many more than she expected. After clearing up to the 6th level, Shen Luo realized she had been fighting zombies for several hours. She was very tired and hungry now. She found a clean and tidy room, took out her small tent, and sat inside to rest. She hadn't rested properly in a long time. After eating, she quickly fell asleep. In her dream, Shen Luo felt like she was in a peaceful forest, surrounded by fresh wooden scents that made her feel very comfortable and relaxed. She strolled along a forest path, walking on soft grass, with lush trees on both sides. Everything looked so peaceful and beautiful. But good times always don't last long. Suddenly, loud footsteps broke the quiet of the forest. Shen Luo looked up alertly and saw a group of zombies running toward her. She was startled and woke up suddenly. When she woke, Shen Luo found herself still sitting inside her tent. Everything around her felt very real. She touched her forehead and saw tiny beads of sweat. It was just a dream. Shen Luo sighed, still feeling a little scared. She knew she couldn't stay in this safe place forever. She needed to regain her strength quickly and continue clearing the remaining zombies. So, she got out of the tent, ate a little, and prepared for the next fight. Shen Luo took a deep breath and gripped her watermelon knife tightly again. When she reached the last level, she took a deep breath and opened the door to the 7th level. Most of the people in the upper 6 levels were researchers who hadn't left yet. But on the 7th level, there were people dressed in all kinds of clothes. Some wore white lab coats, some were soldiers in military uniforms, and others wore work clothes from the base. All of them had turned into zombies and were wandering aimlessly here. During the fight, Shen Luo noticed something strange. Although these zombies looked very fierce, their bodies were actually very weak. Whenever Shen Luo swung her watermelon knife at them, she could easily cut into their bodies, as if they had lost their original toughness and strength. Shinluo guessed that maybe these zombies had been here for a long time and didn't have enough food or water to keep them alive. Long periods of hunger and thirst had made their bodies very weak. They were only acting on instinct. All the zombies were level 1, while the 6 upper floors were level 2. Thinking of this, Shinluo came up with a plan. She decided to use the zombies' weakness to finish them quickly. She sped up, using her wood element ability and the sharpness of her watermelon knife to wildly harvest the crystal cores. Every zombie she killed dropped a crystal core. Shinluo collected these cores and put them into her backpack. She fought on the 7th floor all night. When she finally killed the last zombie with her final strike, she let out a long breath of relief. Looking at the ground full of zombie bodies and crystal cores, Shinluo was very happy. She called Xiaohei to help her gather the cores. Now, she could add this secret official research base to her space. She closed her eyes and felt the fluctuations in her space. Soon, her figure disappeared from the spot. The entire research base vanished before Shinluo's eyes, leaving only an empty valley and the bodies of zombies everywhere. Shinluo left Shifeng Mountain and found 2 more gas stations along the way. Seeing the supplies in her space, she felt it was becoming very difficult to gather resources now. People who hadn't reached the base faced even greater challenges for survival. At that moment, Shinluo received a system notification. The villa's front door was open. "What's going on?" Shinluo muttered to herself. "Just look and see," Xiaohei said, lying on Shinluo's leg. She saw that after the villa door opened, Su Qing and Xiaoan dragged in a man dressed in black. Shinluo quickly drove her boat toward the villa. When she arrived in front of the villa, she saw the door wide open. Inside was quiet, with no sound at all. She didn't have time to check the surveillance and rushed inside. She saw a group of children hiding in a bedroom on the 1st floor. Su Qing, Li Ping, Professor Lin, Xiao En, and Xiao Lo were gone. The supplies at home were also much less. Xiaoya saw Shinluo rushing over and crying loudly while holding her. "Older sister Luo, Mom, and the others have been taken away by bad people. Don't cry, Xiaoya. You and your little brother and sister go to the basement, lock the door tightly. Your sister will go to rescue them." Shinluo closed the villa door and quickly entered the space to check the surveillance footage. It turned out the injured man was pretending. He tricked Xiao, and Xiao felt sorry for them and quietly opened the villa door. Su Qing saw this and had no choice but to help Xiao by distracting the kidnappers. Before they could close the door, more than 20 people rushed in from both sides of the villa. At first, everyone fought back hard, but the kidnappers captured Xiao Bao and threatened everyone's lives with him. That's why everyone surrendered. They not only took everyone away, but also stole many supplies. They planned to come back for a second time to take more supplies. Shinluo watched the surveillance footage, her anger growing hotter. She didn't expect anyone to dare cause trouble on her territory. She also regretted that she forgot to activate the defense system when she left. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms, but she didn't feel any pain. Her eyes were filled with anger and determination. She must rescue Su Qing and the others and make these bad people pay. Shinluo took a deep breath, trying to calm her mind. She knew that anger wouldn't solve anything now. She needed to stay calm and make a careful plan. She analyzed every detail in the footage, trying to find weaknesses and flaws in these people. She wondered who they really were, why they had such strong power, and what their true purpose was in kidnapping Su Qing and the others. But now was not the time to think about these questions. Shinluo knew she had to act quickly, or Su Qing and the others might be in danger. She decided to sneak into their hideout first, find out their secrets, and then look for a chance to rescue them. Since everyone's identity was recorded in the recognition system, their positions weren't far from her. They were located north of her villa. On her way to rescue, Shinluo encountered 6 people, each driving a van. These 6 were heading toward her villa. Shinluo wouldn't let them go. She stood in the middle of the mountain road and stopped the 2 vans directly. The van's people saw that the person blocking the road was a young girl. They immediately relaxed and got out of the vehicle, planning to teach this reckless girl a lesson. However, they did not expect that Shinluo was not someone they could easily handle. Shinluo suddenly appeared behind one of them like a ghost. With a light swipe of her watermelon knife, a thin line of blood appeared on his neck. Seeing this, the others were shocked and quickly drew their weapons, attacking Shinluo. But Shinluo moved like a clever swallow, weaving through the crowd. Every strike she made was precise and deadly. Soon, all 6 of them fell to the ground, lifeless. Shinluo looked at the bodies on the ground, her expression calm and emotionless. Along the way, she used her wood element powers to avoid countless traps and ambushes, finally reaching the hideout where Su Qing and the others were held. The place was heavily guarded, with patrols everywhere. Shinluo took a deep breath, focused her energy to the limit, and quietly slipped inside. Using her sharp senses and judgment, she avoided the patrols and reached a room where everyone was kept. Inside, she saw Su Qing in ragged clothes, Li Ping and Professor Lin lying on the ground barely alive, while Xiaoan and Xiao Lo were nowhere to be seen. Shinluo's heart tightened. Just as she was about to act, she suddenly heard footsteps outside. She quickly hid behind the door, holding her breath and listening carefully. 2 men in black entered. One said, "All these people are locked up here. The boss said once they get the stuff, they'll deal with them. Kill the men, send the women to jail." The other nodded and said, "Got it. I'm comfortable here. You go check the next room." Hearing this, Shinluo's anger burned inside her. She couldn't believe how cruel these people were. Not only did they kidnap Su Qing and the others, but they also planned to kill them. She clenched her watermelon knife tightly, her nails almost digging into her palms, but she felt no pain. Her eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. She decided to first take down these 2 men, then find a way to rescue Su Qing and the others. At that moment, one man suddenly approached the door where Shinluo was hiding. Shinluo was startled and quickly held her breath, staying perfectly still. The man stopped suddenly in front of the door, seeming to sense something. He looked around cautiously, and Shinluo's heart pounded with fear of being discovered. Just then, another man shouted, "Old Zhang, what are you hesitating for? Come and enjoy yourself." The man called Old Zhang hesitated for a moment but finally turned and walked into another room. Shinluo felt relieved but remained cautious. She took advantage of Old Zhang leaving to quietly open the door, planning to attack him when he was unprepared. Suddenly, Shinluo heard the crying of Xiaoan and Xiao Lo from the next room. Her heart raced as she quickly realized they were also being held there. Without hesitation, she rushed into the next room. Inside, Xiaoan and Xiao Lo were tied to chairs, their mouths gagged with cloth, looking scared. Shinluo hurriedly untied their ropes and removed the cloths from their mouths. Xiaoan and Xiao Lo immediately threw themselves into Shinluo's arms, crying loudly, "Big Sister Luo, you're finally here. We thought we would never see you again," Xiaoan choked out. Shinluo patted their backs and comforted them. "It's okay now, it's okay. I'll take you away from here right away." After saying that, Shinluo quietly led Xiaoan and Xiao Lu out of the room. Just then, she suddenly heard Old Zhang shouting, "Oh no! Someone's escaping. Chase after them." Shinluo's heart skipped a beat. She quickly understood that Old Zhang had noticed something was wrong in the next room. Without hesitation, she grabbed Xiaoan and Xiao Le and rushed outside to the room where Su Qing was. She pulled Su Qing up from the ground, carrying Li Ping and Professor Lin on her back, ready to escape. However, the shouting and footsteps outside grew louder, indicating the enemies had already discovered their location. Shinluo's heart raced. She knew that if they tried to escape now, they would definitely be attacked by the enemies. So, she decided to find a hidden place to hide, waiting for the enemies to leave before finding a way to escape. She looked around and saw a platform outside the window of the room. She quickly opened the window and helped Su Qing and the others climb out one by one to hide. Then she slipped into the space and hid beside the wardrobe, holding her breath and listening to the sounds outside. She saw Old Zhang and a few others rush into the room, looking around, clearly searching for them. Xi and Luo secretly felt relieved, glad she noticed the wardrobe in time, or they would have been found. But just then, old Zhang suddenly walked over to the wardrobe and stopped. His gaze lingered on the wardrobe for a moment, as if he sensed something. Xi and Luo's heart pounded, afraid he would discover her. Old Zhang reached out and gently pushed open the wardrobe door. At that moment, he suddenly frowned and said, Where did everyone go?" After saying that, he left the room with his people. Xi and Luo let out a breath of relief, but remained cautious. She knew it wasn't safe to relax yet and had to find a way to escape quickly. After old Zhang and his group left, she immediately took Suqing and the others and quietly slipped out of the room, rushing outside. They avoided the enemy's sight and finally reached a remote corner. Xi and Luo looked around and found it was a hidden spot, not easy to be discovered. She decided to hide there for now and think of a way to escape at night. She told Suqing and the others to hide behind an abandoned box while she stood nearby, alert and watching the surroundings. Time passed second by second and finally night fell. Under the cover of darkness, Xi and Luo quietly led Suqing and the others toward the villa. They carefully avoided the enemy's sight and successfully returned to the villa. Back inside, Xi and Luo immediately activated the security system and sealed the villa tightly. She knew they were temporarily safe, but the enemies wouldn't give up easily. After returning, Xi and Luo gave Professor Yen some spiritual spring water, which helped him stabilize. Suqing was beaten and broke 3 ribs. Li Ping was covered in skin injuries. Xiaoan was trembling as she stood in front of Shin Luo. "Sister Luo, I'm sorry." Shin Luo didn't feel like listening to Xiaoan's explanation right now. Her attention was focused on Suqing and Li Ping. Seeing Shin Luo silent, Xiaoan felt even more guilty and stood behind her, unsure of what to do. At that moment, there's a loud banging on the villa door. "You bunch of troublemakers. How dare you come back? Hurry up and open the door for your grandfather," a rough voice shouted. Xiaoan trembled all over when she heard this.
Xiao le tightly grabé Xiao en un sleeve.
"Come out quickly, or your grandfather will get angry. This time, if we catch you, it won't be like before," the voice outside the villa said with a laugh. Shin Luo's eyes turned sharp. She took a deep breath and used the remote to open the villa door. The door slowly opened, revealing more than 10 men outside, dressed in black with fierce looks on their faces. They saw Shin Luo. She now had fair skin, delicate features, and a cold, sharp gaze that flickered with a hint of mischief. One man chuckled and said, "Boss, this girl is really pretty. If we sell her to the pleasure house, we could get a lot of supplies." Shin Luo's eyes grew colder. She looked at these people with a cold stare, already planning her next move. Seeing Shin Luo just standing quietly, someone couldn't help but speak up. "Boss, isn't this girl mute?" Another man chuckled and said, "What if she is? Mutes are more fun to play with." He then lunged toward Shin Luo. Shin Luo moved quickly, easily dodging his attack, then kicked him in the stomach. The man flew backward like a broken kite and fell heavily to the ground. The others were shocked and drew weapons, rushing toward Shin Luo. But Shin Luo moved like a clever swallow, weaving through the crowd. Every strike she made was precise and deadly. Soon, all the men except the boss were on the ground, no longer breathing. The boss looked at his fallen men and then at Shin Luo, a flash of fear in his eyes. He swallowed hard and forced himself to stay calm. He said, "Young lady, don't be proud. If you kill me, our boss won't let you go. So it's better not to do something you'll regret." Hearing this, Shin Luo sneered and said, "Oh, your boss? I want to see how capable he really is." After saying that, Shin Luo walked toward the boss, ready to catch him and find out who was behind the scenes. But just then, the boss suddenly pulled out a gun from his pocket and aimed it at Shin Luo. Shin Luo was startled but kept her composure. She stared tightly into the boss's eyes, trying to find a weakness. The boss's face twisted into a fierce smile. "What, scared now? Surrender and give up." At this critical moment, Shin Luo suddenly moved like a ghost, appearing behind the boss. She lightly slashed with her watermelon knife, and a thin line of blood appeared on his wrist. The boss's eyes widened as he looked at his hand holding the gun, which was now separated from his body. His severed hand slowly fell to the ground as he stared at Shinluo in disbelief. Shinluo looked at him coldly and said, "With your skills, you think you can catch me?" Then she kicked the boss, knocking him to the ground. Taking the opportunity, she pressed down on his shoulders, holding him firmly. The boss struggled, trying to break free from Shinluo's grip. "You woman! How dare you cut off my hand? I'll kill you!" But Shinluo held him tightly, preventing any escape. She looked at the boss coldly and asked, "Tell me, who are you really? Why did you take them? Who is the mastermind behind all this?" The boss gasped for breath, his eyes full of fear and despair. He knew he couldn't escape this time. Under Shinluo's pressure, the boss finally spoke. He trembled as he told her everything he knew. It turned out these people were members of a criminal group called the Dark Organization. They specialized in human trafficking and stealing supplies. This time, they targeted Shinluo's villa, planning to steal the valuables and capture everyone inside. Shinluo listened and fell into memories. In her past life, she also heard of a dark organization led by a mysterious person whose true identity was never seen. Everyone who saw their real boss had died, with no survivors. In this life, she wondered how she had caught their attention. It seemed she needed to leave City S very soon. She clenched her fists tightly, nails digging into her palms. Then she drew her sword and decisively ended the boss's life. After dealing with the boss, Shinluo looked at the bodies on the ground. She shook her head helplessly and resignedly carried each body outside the villa. Shinluo promised herself that in the future, she would not try to handle such people inside the villa because cleaning up was really troublesome. After finishing all this and returning to the villa, she saw Xiao and Xiao Lu sitting in the living room, both covering their faces and crying. "Big Sister Luo, I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have opened the villa door and let them in," Xiaoan said. "Do you know what people fear most in the end times?" Shinluo finally spoke coldly. "Yes, not having a conscience," Xiaoan replied. "You're wrong. The biggest fear is when people lack self-awareness, ability, and self-protection skills, and yet they put those around them in danger. False kindness," Shinluo said coldly. "Big Sister Luo, we were wrong. Please forgive us. We promise we won't make decisions on our own again." Xiao Lu knelt in front of Shinluo. "I can take care of you because I have the ability to protect everyone. When danger appeared this time, I was able to save everyone with my own strength. But I overestimated myself. If I hadn't returned in time, the children would have been taken away, and I might not have been able to save everyone." Shinluo's anger was clear in her eyes. "Big Sister Luo, I know that without you, my sister, and I would have been sold. We understand what could have happened. Without you, I might have become someone's toy and caused trouble for everyone. I can't ask for forgiveness, but can you please not send us away? Can you give us a chance to change?" Xiaolu was truly afraid that those men's words were true. "Go to the official base. I can't entrust my back to people I can't trust because I can't bear any consequences," Shinluo decided. "Big Sister Luo, we're sorry. We understand now." Xiaoan did not beg and understood how much trouble her recklessness had caused Shinluo, as well as seeing Professor Lin, Su Qing, and Li Ping injured. "There is a van at the door. You two should leave," Shinluo said, then went into the first-floor bedroom to see the injured Professor Lin. Shinluo entered the bedroom and looked at Professor Lin lying on the bed, feeling a wave of guilt. She knew that everything was caused by her carelessness. If she had noticed the abnormal signs earlier, maybe she could have avoided this disaster. Professor Lin looked at Shinluo as she entered, forcing out a faint smile. Luo, thank you for saving me again." Shinluo shook her head and said, "Professor Lin, are you feeling better? If you feel uncomfortable, tell me. You are seriously hurt, so you must rest well." Professor Lin sighed and said, "It's all my fault. I'm too old and useless now. If you hadn't come back in time this time, we might not have survived." Shinluo comforted her. "Professor Lin, don't say that." No one expected what happened this time. Professor Lin nodded and asked, Luo, Can I ask for a favor for the Xiao sisters? Shenluo thought for a moment. Professor Lin, when you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. Professor Lin held Shenluo's hand and continued, please forgive them. Xiaowen was tricked because the man she saved said you were injured ahead and was asking for help. Otherwise, she wouldn't have impulsively opened the door. Hearing this, Shenluo's brow furrowed slightly. She was silent for a moment before slowly saying, Professor Lin, I understand what you mean, but what happened this time was too serious. Their actions almost caused the entire team to fall into disaster. People should have good judgment. Professor Lin wanted to say more, but Su Qing, who had just opened her eyes, also said, Sister Luo, please forgive Xiaowen this time. She was too nervous, and it's also my fault. I didn't stop her. If she does this again, let her leave. I need absolute obedience, so I can have no worries. Professor Lin and Su Qing silently lowered their heads, understanding that Shenluo's decision was for the safety of the whole team. Shenluo looked at them and said calmly, All right, let's stop here. You two go rest first. I need to check on Li Ping. After saying that, Shenluo turned and left the bedroom, heading toward Li Ping's room. Li Ping's injuries were not serious, but she still needed good rest. Shenluo entered the room and saw Li Ping lying on the bed. A warm feeling filled her heart. In this end-of-the-world situation, having such loyal friends was her greatest luck. Shenluo sat by the bed, gently holding Li Ping's hand, and softly said, Li Ping, are you feeling better? Is anything uncomfortable? Li Ping opened her eyes slightly, looked at Shenluo, and forced a small smile. Sister Luo, I'm fine, just a bit sore. Shenluo nodded and said, Pain is normal. Just bear with it. It will get better in a few days. Rest well during this time and don't think too much. Hearing this, Li Ping felt touched. She knew that although Shenluo was usually quiet, she treated them like family. Shenluo talked with Li Ping for a few more words, then got up and left the room. She knew there were still many things she needed to handle. Shenluo went to the living room and looked at Xiaowen and Xiaolu sitting on the sofa, her eyes showing determination. She had to make them understand that in this end of the world, their actions could bring disaster to the entire team. Shenluo approached them and said calmly, Xiaowen, Xiaolu, pack your things. Follow me to a place. Xiaowen and Xiaolu were surprised, unsure where Shenluo was taking them. But they understood that Shenluo's decision was for the good of the team. Silently, they stood up and followed Shenluo out of the villa. Shenluo took Xiaowen and Xiaolu to a remote abandoned warehouse. The area was deserted, with only a few dilapidated buildings standing. She stopped and turned to look at them, saying, This used to be a supply warehouse, but after the end of the world, it was abandoned. Today, I brought you here to help you understand that in this end-of-the-world situation, every decision we make could affect the survival of the entire team. Xiaowen and Xiaolu lowered their heads and dared not look directly into Shenluo's eyes. Shenluo continued, Xiaowen, your actions today almost put the whole team in danger. I know you meant well trying to help someone, but in this harsh world, good intentions can sometimes be a weakness. We must stay alert at all times to survive. Hearing this, tears welled up in Xiaowen's eyes. Sister Luo, I know I was wrong.
I really understand now.
I will be more careful in the future and won't make such decisions again. Shenluo looked at Xiaowen calmly and said, I hope you remember this lesson. Before you act next time, think carefully. Don't let your kindness become a burden for the team. Then she turned to Xiaolu. Xiaolu, as Xiaowen's sister, you should remind her not to act impulsively. You are sisters, and you should support each other to face the challenges of this end of the world together. Xiaolu nodded repeatedly. Sister Luo, I understand. I will watch over her and make sure she doesn't make mistakes. Seeing this, Shenluo nodded slightly. All right, that's all for today. When you go back, reflect on your actions. I hope you truly understand that in this world, every decision can be a matter of life or death for the team. After speaking, Shenluo turned and left the abandoned warehouse, leaving Xiaowen and Xiaolu standing there. They watched her walk away, feeling a deep sense of guilt and self-blame. They knew their actions today had caused a lot of trouble for the team. Xiaowen wiped her tears and said to Xiaolu, Lele, let's go back. I will think carefully about my behavior and promise not to make such decisions again. Xiao Lu nodded too. Yes, sister. We will work hard and not let Sister Luo down. Then, the two held hands and quietly left the abandoned warehouse, heading toward the villa. After returning to the villa, Xiaoen and Xiao Lu both fell silent. They knew how much trouble their actions had caused the team and understood that Shen Luo's strictness was for everyone's safety. In the following days, Xiaoen and Xiao Lu became very careful. They no longer made decisions easily, but thought carefully first to make sure their actions wouldn't endanger the team. Shen Luo watched their change and felt a little comforted. She then started preparing to leave S City and head toward B City. She knew that only by leaving quickly could the team stay safe from the dark organization, so Shen Luo began organizing everything. She carefully checked the supplies and equipment in the villa, making sure they had enough for more than half a month on the road, with no omissions. After a few days of rest, Professor Lin, Su Qing, and Li Ping's injuries gradually healed. Li Ping, I'll make some simple noodles and buns these days for easy travel, Shen Luo said as she went to the kitchen and saw Li Ping busy preparing dinner. Li Ping nodded and started making the noodles and buns. Luo, make some steamed buns and flour rolls. Just heat them up and make some soup so everyone can eat well. Sure, but for the kids, we should prepare some milk powder and eggs for nutrition. Adults need them too, Shen Luo said happily while standing by the dining table. Big Sister Luo, how about making some tea eggs? We can eat tea eggs first, and then boiled eggs later. Su Qing also came to the kitchen. Sounds good. You and Li Ping can decide. We're not short of these, Shen Luo replied, looking at the two. I'll make a little more. Luo, you. Li Ping hesitated but then smiled at Shen Luo. Got it. Housekeeper, Shen Luo said as she sat down and took an apple to eat. Seeing Xiaoen also come to the kitchen, Shen Luo casually handed her an apple. Thanks, Luo, Xiaoen said happily as she caught the apple. Where's Xiao Lu? Why isn't she here? Su Qing asked. She's playing some games with Xiao Ming and a few others in the fridge, Xiaoen replied. Qinger, cut some apples for the kids too, Shen Luo said, handing the bright red apple to Su Qing. Qing Su took the apple and smiled, nodding. All right, Sister Luo, don't worry. I will take good care of the children. After dinner, Shen Luo gathered everyone in the living room for a meeting. Shen Luo stood in the center of the room with a serious and firm expression. She looked around at everyone and slowly said, We are about to leave City S and go to City B. Along the way, we may face many dangers and challenges. I hope everyone is prepared and stays alert at all times. As soon as Shen Luo finished speaking, the room fell silent. Everyone was quietly thinking about the unknown journey ahead. Professor Lin broke the silence first, asking, Luo, what do we need to prepare for this trip? Shen Luo looked at Professor Lin and then at everyone else, speaking slowly. I have prepared some necessary supplies and equipment, including food, water, medicine, and weapons. But we might also encounter other problems like bad roads, bad weather, or groups of zombies. So I want everyone to stay calm, follow instructions, and work together. Everyone nodded to show they understood. Shen Luo continued, Also, we need someone to drive, someone to watch for danger, and others to take care of the children and manage supplies. Does anyone have any ideas? Su Qing volunteered. Sister Luo, I can drive. I learned how before, and even though I haven't driven much after the end of the world, I believe I can do it. Shen Luo looked at Su Qing with a hint of approval. Good, Qing. Thank you. But we also need a driver because we won't stop, we have to keep moving forward. Xiaoen also spoke. Luo, I can drive too. Professor Lin nodded and said, I can handle watch duty. I'm older, but my eyesight is still good. Shen Luo thought for a moment and nodded. All right, initially, Su Qing and Xiaoen will drive. It might be tough, so I hope everyone can hold on. Sister Ping and Xiao Lu will do the watch. When they're tired, Professor Lin can take over. Xiao Ming is the oldest child here, and he, Xiaoya, and the doll will take care of the younger children. Everyone agreed to follow Shen Luo's instructions and work together to face the upcoming journey. Shen Luo looked at everyone and continued, Thank you all for trusting me. Moving away from S City is something we have no choice about. As you can see, The rain is still falling, and sooner or later, it will flood our current home. After heavy rain, no one knows what will happen, so we need to find another place to survive. On the road, I need everyone to obey completely. Do not share food with others without permission, and do not open the door to strangers entering the RV. Luo, are we leaving in the RV? Li Ping asked excitedly, thinking about what transportation they would use when leaving. Yes, the RV is behind the villa. It can hold about 10 people, Shen Luo replied. Great. That way, the children won't suffer, Li Ping said, feeling relieved. Shen Luo nodded. Yes, I thought about the children, so I decided to leave in the RV. It will be more comfortable for them on the road. Sister Luo, can I see the RV later? Xiao Lo, only 17, looked like a young lady, but still kept a sweet girl's heart. Compared to Xiao Lo was more mature in handling things. Of course, everyone can see it later. We've adjusted the layout before leaving. We'll gradually move our things onto it. Once everything is ready, we'll set off. Shen Luo continued with the plans. After arranging everything, the children ran to see the RV behind the villa. Even some adults followed to check out the environment where they would live for the next month. The RV wasn't big, but had all the necessary facilities. It was the latest model for the end of the world. When it was first released, almost one was sold for each one made. Shen Luo got it for free. The RV had 2 floors. It was taller and wider than a large truck, with a shape that looked a bit like a transforming vehicle from foreign movies. The first floor was mainly the living area, and the second floor was for activities. It had 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. The bedrooms had bunk beds that could sleep several people at once. The living room had a long table and some chairs, perfect for eating and resting. The kitchen had simple cooking tools and tableware to meet basic needs. The bathroom has a toilet and a shower, so everyone can stay clean even on the road. Older sister Luo, this is so fancy, Suqing said with admiration. Yes, this isn't just a camper, it's like a moving castle, Xiao Lu agreed. Starting tomorrow, everyone will pack their supplies into the camper. Once everything is ready, we'll set off, Shen Luo said with a smile, seeing everyone's confident faces. Everyone gathered around the camper, talking excitedly about the upcoming journey, their eyes shining with anticipation and hope. Shen Luo stood nearby, quietly watching everyone. The second floor is for us girls to stay in. The bedrooms on the first floor are for Professor Lin and the children. The activity area on the second floor can have beds set up, and we can sleep there directly. During the day, the children can come up and play whenever they want. Okay, Sister Luo, everyone responded happily. As night fell, the villa was silent. Only the occasional sounds of children breathing and the rain outside made it feel alive. Shen Luo lay on her bed but couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking at the villa's door. Although Shen Luo had doubts in her mind, she still held the watermelon knife tightly and remained alert. Zhang Chong was gasping for breath and urgently said, "Please help my son, he's hurt." Hearing this, Shen Luo frowned slightly. She looked at Wang Gang, who was covered in blood, and felt a sense of unease. But she didn't show it. She stayed calm and cautious. "Don't rush. Put him on the ground first." "Let me check," Shen Luo asked. Wang Gang was panting heavily, his eyes full of worry. "Please save him. He was only injured by a knife." "I also need to go save my eldest son, Wang Ji." He turned to leave for the door, but Shen Luo stopped him.
Wait.
"First, tell me what exactly happened," Shen Luo said firmly, not allowing any doubt. Wang Gang hesitated for a moment, but seeing Shen Luo's determined look, he finally spoke. "We encountered zombies at the golf hall ahead. My eldest son is there. I have to go save him." Hearing this, Shen Luo was surprised. "The golf hall? Isn't that close to the villa? Could zombies have already spread there?" A bad feeling rose in her heart, but she kept calm.
Don't rush out like that.
"You'll only be risking your life," Shen Luo said. "First, get him inside. Then, I and you will go save your eldest son." Wang Gang's eyes showed a glimmer of hope. "Really? You're willing to help me?" Shen Luo nodded.
Yes.
"Let's go inside quickly." Back at the villa, Shenluo called Su Qing to come down and treat Wang Ji. She and Wang Gang quickly left the villa and headed straight for the golf hall. Night was deep, and the rain still poured heavily. The two ran through the rain toward the golf hall. Shenluo tightly held her weapon, always alert. Her eyes were firm and brave, clearly ready to face any danger. Wang Gang followed closely behind her, his face full of worry and concern. But seeing Shenluo's determined figure, he felt a little hope. The golf hall was not far from the villa. Soon, they reached the door of the hall. Shenluo carefully pushed the door open. Inside, it was completely dark and silent, as if no one was alive there. Shenluo signaled Wang Gang to follow her and slowly walked into the hall. The hall was messy, with overturned tables and broken glass, clearly having gone through a fierce fight. Shenluo tightly held her weapon, alert and watching all around. Her ears twitched slightly, trying to catch any faint sounds. Suddenly, a deep growl came from a corner of the hall. Then, a figure darted out of the darkness, heading straight for Shenluo. Quickly, Shenluo swung her weapon and struck the zombie's head hard. With a loud bang, the zombie's head exploded, and black blood splattered everywhere. Jir, where are you? Wang Gang called out anxiously, but only the empty hall and echoing growls responded. Seeing Wang Gang's desperate look, Shenluo felt a strange sadness rise in her heart. She patted Wang Gang's shoulder and said, "Don't give up. Let's look somewhere else. Maybe your son has already escaped." Shenluo moved through the hall on the first floor toward the rooms to find Wang Ji. Finally, she reached the innermost room and saw someone curled up in the corner. Around him, there were burnt corpses scattered. Carefully examining, Shenluo realized these burnt bodies were all zombies. Wang Gang saw this and backed away in fear, but when he saw his son rush forward again, he hugged Wang Ji tightly. Shenluo touched Wang Ji's forehead and found he was very hot. She thought this was a sign of his special abilities awakening. Give him some water first, then take him back to the villa. Wang Gang looked at Shenluo, surprised that she agreed to take Wang Ji back to the villa. Usually, no one would agree to help in such a situation. He took the water, quickly gave his older son a few sips, then carried Wang Ji on his back and hurried back to the villa with Shenluo. Put Wang Ji in a guest room. Shenluo pointed to a room on the first floor. Everyone come out. Let Wang Ji stay in the room by himself. This is a sign of his abilities awakening. Give him some time, Shenluo said. After Wang Gang laid Wang Ji on the bed, she told him to leave the room. Everyone heard this and stepped out, gathering in the living room, anxiously waiting to see how Wang Ji was doing. Shenluo looked at everyone and comforted them, saying, "Don't worry. This is a sign that Wang Ji's special ability is awakening. We just need to give him some time, and he should wake up soon." "My younger son, how is Wang Jia?" Wang Gang looked at the closed door and could only wait quietly. It was only then that he remembered he still had another son. Hearing this, Li Ping nodded, though the worry in her eyes did not fade. "Your younger son is fine now. He's resting in Professor Lin's room." Su Qing added, "Yes, don't worry. My healing ability is very strong." Hearing that, Wang Gang finally felt relieved. He looked at everyone gratefully and said, "Thank you, really, thank you all." Shenluo patted Wang Gang on the shoulder and said, "No need to thank us. Brother Wang, the supplies we divided last time should have been enough for you to live well. What happened? And why did you come here only now?" Wang Gang sighed deeply and continued, "After we split up at the supermarket, the three of us went back home. But the people living in our building were slowly losing their humanity. Many families were attacked at night. Because there were more men in my family, they didn't dare to rob us, but they still caused us a lot of trouble. I wanted to take my family to the official base before things got worse, but before we could leave, some of the residents turned against us. They broke into our home in the middle of the night and threatened us. My wife lost her life, and my parents sacrificed themselves so that my sons and I could escape. My younger son was injured during that time." Hearing this, Shenluo's eyes filled with both anger and sympathy. She hadn't expected Wang Gang's family to suffer such a tragedy. She patted his shoulder and asked, Wang Gang, what are you planning to do next? Wang Gang looked lost. After a moment of silence, he said slowly, I don't know. I just want to take my sons somewhere safe, where they can live in peace. Shin Luo looked into his tired, hopeless eyes and said firmly, everything will be all right. Have some noodles first and regain your strength, Li Ping said as she brought a bowl of noodles to Wang Gang. Wang Gang heard this, and a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. He gratefully looked at Shin Luo and asked, Luo, can I stay here with you for a while? Shin Luo nodded. She understood Wang Gang's feelings and knew he was feeling helpless and desperate right now. She then said, in a few days, we will leave City S and go somewhere safer. Hearing this, Wang Gang's worries eased. He nodded repeatedly and asked, Luo, you're leaving? Shin Luo nodded again. Yes, after the heavy rain. We don't know what will happen. The place I live in might be flooded soon. You know how bad things are getting, so I need to plan ahead. Wang Gang was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Can you take us with you? I am alone now with 2 sons, and I don't know where to go. You saved my son, and I am willing to do anything for you. My son and I are strong, and we won't let you down. Seeing Wang Gang's sincere eyes, Shin Luo knew he was helpless and struggling to survive with his 2 sons in this difficult time. Moreover, Wang Gang was capable. Bringing him along might be helpful, and more importantly, Wang Gang liked her very much. So she said, all right, you can stay here for now. We will leave together in a few days. But on the road, you must follow my instructions and not act on your own. Wang Gang's eyes lit up with joy. He nodded eagerly and said, thank you, Luo. I will listen to you. That day, Li Ping arranged for Wang Gang and his youngest son to stay in the last empty room on the 2nd floor. 2 days later, Wang Ji woke up and found himself in a strange room. He staggered out of the door, holding his head, and asked confusedly, where am I? How did I get here? Xiao Bao saw Wang Ji come out and shouted excitedly, Brother Xiaoming, the big brother on the 1st floor is awake. Hearing Xiao Bao's shout, everyone in the backyard came back to the living room and gathered around, looking at Wang Ji with concern. Shin Luo stepped forward and smiled, saying, Wang Ji, you're awake. How do you feel? Son, you're awake. How do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable? Wang Gang ran over and hugged Wang Ji tightly. Brother, you're finally awake. If you didn't wake up soon, Dad would be worried to death. Wang Jia also came over, holding Wang Ji. Wang Ji looked at Shin Luo with a hint of confusion in his eyes, but then remembered what had happened earlier. He gratefully said, thank you for saving me. I feel much better now. Li Ping stepped forward, handing him a glass of water and some food.
Eat something.
You've been unconscious for 2 days. You must be hungry. Wang Ji took the food and ate quickly, clearly very hungry. While Wang Ji was eating, Wang Gang told him about his decision. Wang Ji nodded in agreement. Wang Ji then followed Wang Gang to find Shin Luo. Shin Luo, I have something to tell you, Wang Ji said.
What is it?
Just say it. Shin Luo stopped his work and looked at him. I think I've awakened my special power. When I was in the golf hall, I was surrounded by zombies, and I must have triggered something. Light was shining around me, and the zombies died. That's when I fainted, Wang Ji explained. Shin Luo listened and said, try to activate your power. Using the identification system, Shin Luo saw that Wang Ji's power was lightning. Wang Ji took a deep breath and tried to activate his power. His hands trembled slightly, and it seemed like a small current was flowing in the air. Suddenly, a tiny bolt of lightning shot out from his fingertips. It was faint, but in the dark room, it looked very bright. I really awakened my power, Wang Ji exclaimed happily, his eyes shining with excitement. Shin Luo smiled and nodded. Yes, you did. Your power is very strong. Use it well, and you can become a key member of our team. Shin Luo, thank you. I will work hard to improve my power and contribute more to the team, Wang Ji said seriously. Shin Luo patted his shoulder and encouraged him. I believe you can do it. Here is a level 1 crystal core. Try to absorb it. It can help increase your power level. Wang Ji took the crystal core, his eyes full of determination. He knew this was not just a chance to grow stronger, but also a beginning to prove his worth and help the team. Following Shinluo's instructions, he carefully started to absorb the energy from the crystal core. The crystal core in his hand gradually emitted a faint glow, as if a warm energy was flowing into his body. As the energy entered, Wang Ji felt as if a strong force was wrapping around him. His special ability also improved like never before. He clenched his fist, feeling the electric power inside him, and his eyes shone with confidence and determination. "I can feel it. My ability has really improved," Wang Ji shouted excitedly, his voice full of joy and excitement. Shinluo looked at Wang Ji and nodded with a smile.
Good job.
"You've successfully absorbed the energy from the crystal core, and your ability has improved. Remember, improving your ability isn't just about the crystal core. It also depends on your effort and persistence. Only by practicing and strengthening yourself can you survive better in this world." Wang Ji nodded seriously. "I understand, Shinluo. I will work hard to improve my ability and contribute more to the team." Then he turned to Wang Gang with a firm look in his eyes. "Dad, don't worry. I will protect you and my brother. We will survive together." Wang Gang looked at Wang Ji's determined face. He knew his son had grown into a real man and was capable of protecting himself and his family. He patted Wang Ji on the shoulder and smiled. "Good son, I believe you can do it. Let's work hard and survive together." "Great. My big brother has special powers now, so we don't have to be afraid of bad people. Big brother, you also need to protect everyone, especially Sister Luo," Wang Jie said happily. Wang Ji smiled and ruffled Wang Jie's hair. "Don't worry, little Jie. I will protect everyone. It's good to have Uncle Wang and all of you. I believe our journey will go more smoothly." Shinluo sighed, happy to finally have a capable team member. After a few days of getting to know each other, Shinluo learned that Wang Gang was in his 40s. He realized it wasn't right to call him brother, so he changed to calling him Uncle Wang. 3 days later, the RV finally set out in this world after the apocalypse. The group headed toward City B, quickly leaving City S behind. After about 3 hours of driving, they saw a group of people walking on foot ahead. This group of people is wearing old, torn clothes, and their faces show exhaustion and despair. When they see the RV, a look of surprise and envy flashes in their eyes. Shinluo watches these people quietly through the window, feeling a strange emotion in her heart. At this moment, Wang Gang, who is driving, suddenly says, "Luo Luo, the road ahead is blocked." Shinluo quickly goes to the driver's seat and sees 5 or 6 men blocking the road. After the vehicle has been stopped for a while, an elderly woman covered with a plastic sheet knocks on the RV door. "Open the door, let me in. I'm freezing to death." Shinluo frowns. She looks at the old woman through the window. She is wearing ragged clothes, trembling all over, with a look of despair and pleading in her eyes. A feeling of pity rises in her heart, but considering the current situation, she has to stay alert. She gently shakes her head and says to Wang Gang, "Uncle Wang, don't open the door. We don't know these people's intentions. If they mean harm, we could be in danger." Wang Gang nods, understanding Shinluo's concern. He then starts the car again, planning to go around the group. However, when the group sees the RV trying to leave, they rush forward, start hitting the vehicle, and shout loudly, "Don't go, don't go. Take us with you. We're about to freeze to death." Seeing this, Shinluo's resolve not to open the door becomes even stronger. She looks at the people and firmly says, "My car is already full of people. There's no space. You can wait here. Maybe other rescue teams will pass by." After speaking, she signals Wang Gang to keep driving. Wang Gang steps on the gas, and the car roars as it tries to pass through the crowd. But the group of pedestrians has already surrounded the RV tightly, making it impossible to move. "With such a big vehicle, how come it can't fit my grandma? We could switch places. Get out, let us get in. You've been using it for so long. It's our turn now." The old woman is clutching the door of the RV and shouting loudly. Seeing her outside, Shinluo feels amused. Is she trying to hijack her RV? What does she rely on? Acting old and bossy? Come out. Respect your elders and love the young. Look at my grandson, he's frozen. You won't open the door or give us any food. Have you all lost your conscience? The elderly woman's words kept coming, and many others echoed her. Shin Luo coldly watched the shouting crowd outside the vehicle, her tone firm and unquestioning. We won't open the door, and we won't let you get on. You can wait here. Maybe other rescue teams will pass by. Loud curses came from the crowd, but Shin Luo remained unmoved. She kept her eyes on the situation outside, ready to handle any sudden problems. At that moment, a tall man stepped out of the crowd. He approached the camper and looked at Shin Luo, saying, "Miss, we know things are bad right now, but we're about to freeze. Could you please be kind and let the elderly woman and children get on the vehicle to stay warm?" Shin Luo looked at the man and remembered past experiences, making her cautious. She shook her head and said firmly, "No, we have things to do and can't stop. Please move aside so we can pass." The man looked disappointed, but didn't give up. Instead, he continued, "Miss, don't worry. We're good people. It's just the weather making things worse. Aren't the elderly and children too cold? Just because it's cold, she blocks her vehicle and uses moral pressure?" Hearing this, Shin Luo still shook her head. No. Seeing her refusal, the man no longer hid his true intentions. He signaled behind him. Suddenly, some people started climbing onto the vehicle, trying to get through the roof hatch. Fortunately, Shin Luo had already ordered everyone to close all the windows when she saw the people ahead. It was clear they wanted to force their way inside. Shin Luo's eyes sharpened. She quickly took out the walkie-talkie and calmly ordered, "Prepare defenses. Someone is trying to get on the vehicle." The man outside saw this, and his face changed. He didn't expect Shin Luo and her team to react so quickly, but he was still not willing to give up. He shouted loudly, "Miss, you can't refuse us. With so many of us, you won't be able to stop us." Shin Luo looked at him coldly, her tone firm and unquestioning. "I'll say it again, we won't let you get on. If you keep bothering us, don't blame us for being rude." Hearing this, the man became furious but forced a smile. "Fine, since you won't cooperate, don't blame us for being unkind. Brothers, get on the vehicle and drive them off. This camper van is ours now, and the girl inside is yours too." As the man gave the order, the crowd outside the camper started to move nervously. Some held wooden sticks, others had stones, ready to break through the vehicle's defenses. Shin Luo saw this and felt a little nervous, but she stayed calm. She knew she couldn't show weakness, or these people would take advantage. Using the walkie-talkie, she continued to give instructions. "Uncle Wang, follow our plan." Wang Gang started the vehicle again and drove straight ahead. A few people blocking the front of the vehicle saw it coming and quickly moved aside. The man outside the camper looked angrier. He didn't expect Shin Luo and the others to be so united and firm, which caught him off guard. But he was still not willing to give up. He shouted loudly, "Don't think a vehicle can do whatever it wants. Today, we will show you how tough we are." He waved his hand, signaling the crowd behind him to act. The crowd outside the camper became even more frantic and rushed toward it. They tried to catch the camper to stop it from moving forward. Without the obstacle in front, the vehicle sped ahead. The people behind couldn't catch up, and many fell off, getting muddy and dirty. Finally, the camper broke through the crowd and continued heading toward City B. The attackers could only watch helplessly as the vehicle disappeared into the distance, stomping their feet in frustration. On the bumpy road, the camper kept moving, but inside, the atmosphere was very tense. Wang Gang focused entirely on driving, his face serious and concentrated. He knew the situation was critical, and any mistake could lead to disaster. Xiao Le and Wang Jie sat inside, watching the frightened children, feeling very worried. As the camper sped through the wilderness, the attackers behind gradually disappeared, but Shin Luo didn't relax at all. "Looks like we'll face many such situations on this journey. Everyone must stay alert. From now on, don't open any windows," Shin Luo said into the central control walkie-talkie. Every corner of the camper could hear Shin Luo's voice. Everyone nodded in response. Xiao Ming was in the bedroom, speaking to everyone. "We need to be good and listen carefully. No one is allowed to open the windows without permission, and no matter who asks us to open them, we must not do it. After saying that, Xiaoming closed the curtains on the window and checked them carefully. Then he ran out and called Aunt Li Ping to come and check again. Xiaoming's cautious attitude made Professor Lin and Xiaola smile. Xiaoming is really great, even better than me. He has good awareness of safety. If we ever face real danger, we're not prepared, and the kids are so young. If they get hurt, it would be a big loss. Professor Lin praised Xiaoming and walked back to the bedroom with him. Grandpa Lin, will you stay with us? Will you tell us a nice story? Xiaoming was very happy when Professor Lin followed him back to the bedroom because he loved listening to stories from him. Professor Lin smiled and patted Xiaoming's head. Of course, Grandpa Lin loves telling stories to Xiaoming. But first, we need to make sure everyone is safe. Later, I will tell you an even more exciting story. Hearing this, Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He nodded obediently and sat quietly on the bed with the other children, waiting patiently for Professor Lin's story. Even Xiao Hao, who could now sit up, looked at Professor Lin with hope. Professor Lin looked at the young faces of the children and felt a warm feeling inside. He knew that in this world full of unknown dangers, it was his duty to bring a little warmth and hope to the children. So, he gently patted Xiaoming's shoulder and began telling a story about courage and wisdom. The hero in the story faced many difficulties and challenges, but always kept a firm belief and unyielding spirit. In the end, they defeated evil and saw the dawn of victory. Xiaoming listened to Professor Lin's story, his eyes shining with excitement and admiration. He seemed to see himself as that brave hero, fighting through hardships in the end of the world, protecting his family and friends. As the story went on, the atmosphere inside the car became more relaxed. Everyone was drawn into the story, temporarily forgetting the dangers and tension outside. However, Shenluo remained alert. She knew that the journey was full of unknowns and surprises. They had to stay vigilant at all times to keep everyone safe. Since more people were driving, they took turns every 4 hours. During these breaks, others rested and ate. Late at night, Wang Ji slowed down the car. Senior Luo, the Crab City is ahead. Which route should we take? Wang Ji asked for Shenluo's opinion. Let's go around Crab City. Passing through the city center might be faster, but I worry about safety. So let's take the ring road, Shenluo decided. Not long after Wang Ji merged onto the highway, they saw it was crowded with cars, and many zombies had gathered there. Seeing this, Shenluo signaled Wang Ji to turn off the engine and switch off the lights. Wang Ji understood her plan immediately. He slowly parked the car by the roadside, turned off the engine, and the inside became completely dark. Shenluo looked out the window quietly, observing what was ahead. The highway was filled with all kinds of vehicles, some badly damaged, others just sitting still like abandoned toys. Around these vehicles, many zombies gathered. Some staggered, others bit at each other, creating a disturbing scene. Wang Gang was also awake. He came to the window and looked outside, his face serious. So many zombies. What should we do? Shenluo didn't answer right away. She kept watching. She noticed that the zombies seemed attracted to the vehicles on the highway. Their attention was focused on the cars, and they paid little attention to the small side roads. She had an idea. Gently, she patted Wang Gang's shoulder and whispered, "Uncle Wang, lock the doors and stay alert. I'll go down with Wang Ji to fight the zombies." Wang Gang nodded, agreeing. He knew they couldn't hesitate now. They had to make quick decisions. Shenluo opened the car door. She and Wang Ji got out, each holding a watermelon knife. Suddenly, a zombie spotted the RV. It roared and charged toward the vehicle. His face was covered with decayed flesh and growths, and his eyes shone with madness. Wang Gang saw this and quickly shut and locked the car door. He looked through the window, nervously watching the outside situation, silently praying for Shenluo and Wang Ji. The howling of zombies echoed in the night sky, breaking the quiet. Shenluo and Wang Ji faced the approaching zombies with determined eyes, showing no fear. Shenluo swung his watermelon knife and accurately cut the zombie's head. The zombie's head split open instantly, with black blood splattering everywhere. Wang Ji took the opportunity to stab the zombie's heart with his watermelon knife. The zombie's body trembled and then collapsed. But this was just the beginning. More zombies were attracted and roared as they rushed toward Shinluo and Wang Ji. They stood back to back, fighting off the endless zombies with their knives, fighting hard. Every move was full of strength and resolve. Their eyes showed only determination and resilience. Although there were many zombies, Shinluo and Wang Ji kept them at bay by cutting and using special skills, preventing the zombies from getting close to the RV. Because they were too slow, Shinluo used vines to bind a dozen zombies at once, then Wang Ji struck them with lightning. The zombies, tied together by vines, could only let out shrill screams. Wang Ji's lightning strikes hit the zombies accurately, and their bodies were instantly electrocuted, smoking and eventually falling to the ground. Shinluo and Wang Ji worked well together, staying calm and firm against the zombie attack. Their movements were quick and powerful, each strike hitting vital points on the zombies. Over time, the number of zombies gradually decreased, and the pressure on Shinluo and Wang Ji eased. They looked at the corpses on the ground, feeling no fear or disgust, only joy and pride in their victory. At that moment, Wang Gang inside the RV looked outside through the window. He saw that Shinluo and Wang Ji had successfully repelled the zombie attack and felt relieved. He immediately opened the door, wanting to come out and help with digging the crystal core. Wang Gang's actions startled Shinluo, who quickly told him to return to the RV to prevent any other problems. Shinluo shook her head at Wang Gang, signaling him not to get out of the car. Wang Gang saw this and, although confused, obediently closed the door. Shinluo and Wang Ji worked together to clear the vehicle and the zombie bodies, while also extracting crystal cores to make a path wide enough for one car. After 2 hours, as the morning light spread, Shinluo and Wang Ji finished cleaning and returned to the car. In one night, the two of them killed over 2,000 zombies. Looking at the crystal cores in her pocket, Shinluo's face showed happiness. They had saved enough to exchange for a level 3 crystal core in the system shop. The ones who needed upgrades now were Xiaoya, Suqing, and Wang Ji. Including the crystal cores she already had, she could exchange for all 3. So, Shinluo used some bath oil to disguise herself and slipped into her space in the bathroom. Normally, her consciousness could enter without everyone else, but Shinluo missed her big bed in the space. She hadn't rested well for 2 days and really wanted to lie down on it for a while. Shinluo took a shower, ate, and slept for 4 hours inside her space before coming out. Outside, only 10 minutes had passed. Shinluo called Xiaoya, Suqing, and Wang Ji, giving the level 3 crystal cores to Xiaoya and Suqing. She also took out a purified level 1 crystal core and a level 2 crystal core for Wang Ji. Wang Ji looked at the crystal cores in his hand, his eyes shining with excitement. He knew these cores would help improve their strength again. He gratefully looked at Shinluo and asked, "Luo Jie, is this for me?" Shinluo nodded. "After last night's training, your special ability will improve quickly. Keep absorbing level 1 cores until you reach a bottleneck, then absorb a level 2 core to upgrade your ability to level 2. Wang Ji nodded, unsure of what to say. Shinluo continued, "Once you upgrade, if you run out of cores, just tell me. Luo Jie, I'm going to upgrade now." Xiaoya happily took her level 3 crystal core and quickly ran to an empty room on the first floor, locked the door, and started absorbing energy. "Luo Jie, I'm also going to absorb this core," said Suqing, then ran to the second floor. Shinluo watched Xiaoya and Suqing run away, smiling slightly. She knew that these level 3 crystal cores would be a huge boost to their strength. She turned to Wang Ji and said, "Wang Ji, go find a place to absorb the crystal core. Remember, stay calm and don't rush." After speaking, Shinluo returned to the driver's seat. Last night, Wang Gang was driving, but now it was Xiao and Big Sister Luo. "Do you think I still have a chance to become a superpower?" Xiao En's eyes showed a hint of hope. Shinluo looked at Xiao En in surprise. Could this girl also want to become a superpower? "Do you want to become a superpower?" Shinluo asked back. "Yes, I want to be one too. That way, I can fight alongside you and protect the people I care about," Xiao En said sincerely. Seeing Xiao En's hopeful eyes, Shinluo knew this girl had strong faith and firm determination. But because she had opened the door suddenly, She didn't want to help Xiao and become a superpower right now. Xiao, and one day you will become a superpower, Shenluo said seriously. Xiao An's eyes sparkled with even more determination. Thank you, big sister Luo. I will work hard to become a superpower and never let you down, Xiao An said firmly. So, the two of them continued on their journey, talking and laughing as they headed to their destination. After just 2 hours of driving, Su Qing's voice came from inside the vehicle. Sister Luo, there's a situation. There are many fallen trees ahead. Hurry and look from the observation deck. I'll go up and check. You drive slowly and don't stop, Shenluo said, then headed to the second-floor observation deck. Standing on the second floor of the RV, Shenluo used binoculars to look about 1,000 meters ahead. Many trees were fallen and scattered on the ground. This is definitely man-made. Everyone stay alert, Shenluo said. After that, she returned to the driver's seat. Sister Luo, there's danger ahead. There's a big pit, Xiaoya, now a level 3 superpower, sensed the situation directly. I see that these people are wearing tattered clothes, their faces covered in dirt, and their eyes shining with greed and cruelty. They're holding various weapons, some even simple sticks and stones. Shenluo knows that these people are forced by the end of the world, having lost their homes and loved ones, becoming wanderers. Now, they see the RV and hope, and they want to take it. Shenluo feels no fear at all. She knows they must face these challenges to keep moving forward. She gently pats Xiaoya's hand to signal her not to be afraid, then picks up the intercom. Everyone be alert. Someone is coming toward us. Stay vigilant. The people see the RV stop, but no one gets out. They surround the vehicle, stop, and watch them carefully. Among them, a man who looks like the leader steps out. He looks at the RV and chuckles. Friends from afar, please come down. Shenluo looks at them coldly and asks, what do you want? The leader pauses slightly and continues, we don't want much, just some food and drinks. Also, your RV looks good. We'd like to borrow it for a while. Hearing this, Shenluo sneers. You think that just because you're a bunch of people, you can take our RV? The man's face darkens. If you refuse our kindness, you'll regret it. Brothers, attack. As soon as he finishes, the wanderers wave their weapons and rush toward the RV. Their eyes gleam with greed and cruelty, as if they want to tear everyone inside apart. Seeing this, Shenluo smiles. Her RV is not something that can be shaken by knives, sticks, or clubs. Luo Jie, what should we do? Xiaoan grips the steering wheel tightly. It's okay. If they want to cut open my RV, they'll need some skills, Shenluo says calmly, but her focus is not on these robbers. She is checking how deep the pit ahead is. Shenluo quickly opens the monitor inside the RV to look around. She finds that the pits are quite large and densely spread. Driving through them recklessly could trap the vehicle. Xiao, and listen to my instructions. When I tell you to start the engine, get ready to move forward, Shenluo orders calmly. While speaking, Shenluo activated her special power, forming a web that quietly intertwined over the holes. Open, Shenluo ordered. Xiao and quickly started the vehicle and drove forward. As the RV smoothly passed over the holes, the leader was stunned. He hurried to follow behind the RV because there was a pile of wood ahead, and Shenluo knew it was impossible to go through. The leader didn't expect that the wood ahead would break apart like brittle skin once the vehicle passed, causing the fallen trees to burst open. Then the vehicle stopped steadily in front. Seeing the RV stop, the leader and his people rushed forward. Shenluo calmly watched the approaching wanderers, her expression fearless. She gently patted Xiaoan on the shoulder, signaling her not to panic. Then, she picked up the walkie-talkie and calmly ordered, Wang Jie, Xiao Le, Xiao and Li Ping, Su Qing, follow me out of the car and prepare for battle. Get ready for combat. Others stay inside the vehicle and stay alert. After speaking, she opened the car door and led everyone out. She stood at the back of the RV, watching the group rushing toward her. The leader saw that Shenluo and the others had fair skin and good looks, and they weren't dressed in rags. It was clear they ate well and lived comfortably. Greed now filled his mind. Since you're smart enough to come down on your own, I'll make sure you suffer, he sneered. Shin Luo's eyes flashed with calm and determination. She tightly gripped her weapon, ready for the upcoming fight. Really? I'd like to know how you plan to make us suffer, she said. Before she finished, Shin Luo suddenly moved like a ghost, appearing right in front of the leader. Her speed was so fast that everyone present was shocked. The leader only saw a blur before Shin Luo's fist slammed hard into his face. With a loud bang, the leader was thrown backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his face was full of surprise and disbelief. He never expected that this delicate-looking woman would have such strong power. Shin Luo looked at him coldly, with a tone full of disdain. Just because you people want us to suffer? That's really laughable. Seeing this, the wandering people waved their weapons and rushed toward Shin Luo and the others. Their eyes sparkled with madness and greed, as if they wanted to tear Shin Luo and the others apart. However, Shin Luo and the others were not afraid at all. They moved quickly and accurately, hitting the attackers' vital spots with each strike. Suddenly, there were several loud bangs, and the wandering people fell to the ground, crying out in pain. The leader saw this, and his face turned pale. He knew he was doomed and could no longer steal the RV. He stood up, clutching his injured cheek, and glared fiercely at Shin Luo. You all wait and see. I won't let you go. Shin Luo just smiled faintly and said, I want to know how you plan to not let me go. After speaking, she sat in front of the leader. You woman, I will make you regret it, the leader said without fear. Just then, a huge pile of earth suddenly fell from the sky and smashed toward Shin Luo. This was the leader's earth-type ability, which was why so many people followed him. Shin Luo's eyes sharpened, but she didn't move at all. Just as the earth pile was about to hit her, she gently waved her hand. A green light shot out from her hand and collided with the earth pile, instantly smashing it to pieces. The leader's face changed drastically. He didn't expect that this woman was so powerful and also an ability user. His earth-type ability was no match for her. Shin Luo looked at him coldly, full of sarcasm. With your little skills, you think you can make me look bad?
Dream on.
Do you have any other tricks? Shin Luo stood up, brushed off the dust from her clothes, and looked sharply at everyone present. Tell me, how many of you are left, and where are you hiding? She noticed there were no women among the group. The leader saw this and glared at them fiercely. Shin Luo chuckled and said, Why are you looking at him? If you don't tell, you'll be punished. Then she used her special power, and dozens of vines wrapped around the people. They sounded like broken bells ringing in the wind. The leader's face grew even more grim. He clenched his teeth, feeling angry and scared, but he still forced himself to speak. We have some people hiding in an abandoned factory up ahead. Shin Luo narrowed her eyes slightly. She looked him up and down, trying to see if he was telling the truth. The leader felt nervous under her gaze. He quickly said, It's true. They are really in the abandoned factory. If you don't believe me, send someone to check. Shin Luo sneered and ignored his excuse. She kept staring at him. What are the people in the factory doing? The leader hesitated for a moment, then quickly made up his mind. He took a deep breath, as if fighting with himself inside. Finally, he said, They are watching the supplies. Oh? Just watching the supplies? Shin Luo asked coldly. The leader shivered. He felt the coldness in her voice, like being stared at by a cold snake. He swallowed hard and nodded slowly. Yes. They're just watching the supplies. Shin Luo's eyes showed a hint of doubt, but she didn't show it. She kept her eyes on him, trying to find a mistake in his expression. But although his eyes flickered, he never slipped up. Shin Luo thought to herself. She decided not to cause trouble yet. She coldly said, Send someone back to bring everyone here to move the supplies. If the person you send doesn't return, then you all can go together. The leader's face turned even paler. At this moment, he had no choice left and could only force himself to agree. He trembled as he pointed to a nearby wanderer. You, go tell those people to come here and help move the supplies. The wanderer he pointed to shivered all over, showing a look of fear on his face. He looked at the leader and then at Shin Luo, seeming to want to say something, but in the end, He clenched his teeth and ran toward the abandoned factory. Waiting always feels very long. Shinluo stood beside the camper, quietly watching ahead, while her mind kept calculating. Finally, the wanderer returned. His face was sweaty and looked very nervous. He ran up to Shinluo and stammered, They will come soon to help move the supplies. They are behind us. Shinluo nodded slightly upon hearing this. She looked him up and down, as if trying to judge whether his words were true. Although the wanderer's eyes flickered uncertainly, he never showed any signs of lying. After a few minutes, more than 10 exhausted women ran from behind, but no men appeared. She coldly said to the leader, All right, since you are willing to cooperate, don't try any tricks, or there will be consequences. The leader quickly nodded and agreed, secretly feeling relieved that he had temporarily saved his own life. He calmly glanced at the crowd and said, Miss, our people are all here. Shinluo sneered, If you don't want to tell the truth, then don't blame me. After speaking, she broke one of the leader's fingers. He screamed in pain, his face turning pale instantly. He didn't expect this woman to be so ruthless. She would attack without hesitation. Grinding his teeth, he glared at Shinluo fiercely. You wicked woman! Even in death, I won't let you go. Shinluo only smiled faintly. Oh? Then I want to see what you can do to me when you're a ghost. After that, she looked around at everyone present and said coldly, I'll ask again. Are there any of you hiding and not coming out? If so, better speak now, or face the consequences. The wanderers trembled at Shinluo's gaze, lowering their heads and not daring to meet her eyes. The leader also remained silent, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. Seeing this, Shinluo already had a plan in mind. She coldly snorted and once again used her special power, tossing those by vines into the air. When they hit the ground, they turned into a pile of mud. Some even broke their arms or legs. The wandering people saw this and turned pale with fear, quickly stepping back. The leader was so frightened he collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. He didn't expect this woman to be so ruthless and cruel. He knelt and begged for mercy. Miss, please spare me. I'll tell you everything, just let me go. Shinluo looked at him coldly, her voice icy. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Tell me, how many others are in the abandoned factory? The leader hurriedly replied, There are a few children and 3 women. Everyone here is from my factory. Hearing this, Shinluo nodded slightly, then turned to the people beside her and said, All right, since that's the case, you can die now. After saying that, Shinluo drew her sword and killed the leader in front of her. Everyone else, seeing the leader dead, was so scared they ran in all directions. Shinluo's gaze was as cold as ice, sweeping over everyone present. Her voice was as sharp as frost. Trying to run? Not so easy. Seeing this, Shinluo sneered and once again used her power. Green vines stretched out from her hands, twisting and dancing like snakes in the air, quickly binding the fleeing wanderers tightly. In an instant, their lives were over. Looking at the mess on the ground, Shinluo nodded helplessly. Get in the car. We're going to the factory. Everyone quickly nodded, not daring to hesitate at all. They hurried onto the vehicle. Shinluo sat in the front passenger seat, her eyes sharp as she stared ahead. Shaoan started the vehicle, and the camper moved steadily forward. Throughout the journey, Shinluo stayed very alert. She kept watching the surroundings on the surveillance screen, afraid something might happen. Fortunately, everything was peaceful along the way. Finally, after 10 minutes, the camper stopped at the entrance of the abandoned factory. Shinluo and the others got out of the car, their eyes alert as they looked around carefully. The abandoned factory's gate was tightly closed, and everything around was silent, as if no one was there. She waved her hand to signal everyone to follow, then strode toward the factory gate. The gate slowly opened with a loud, screeching metal sound. Shinluo and the others carefully entered inside. The factory was dimly lit, with only a few flickering yellow lights. Suddenly, bright beams of light shone from all directions. Shinluo and the others immediately stopped and looked around cautiously. From every corner of the factory, a group of zombies rushed out. Survivors holding weapons stood on a high platform. Their eyes gleamed with madness and greed, as if they wanted to tear Shinluo and the others apart. Shinluo had already expected an ambush, so she was not surprised. "Everyone, be careful. There's an ambush," Shinluo calmly warned. While speaking, she activated her special power. Green vines intertwined in the air, forming a large net that tightly wrapped around the zombies at the front. The zombies struggled and roared but couldn't break free from the vines. At this moment, Shinluo realized this was a zombie fighting arena. High fences of barbed wire surrounded the area, with torn clothes and limbs hanging on the wire, making it look very frightening. Inside the arena, besides the zombies caught in the vines, many others wandered around. They wore tattered clothes, with blood and mud on their faces, looking like they hadn't eaten for a long time. The survivors on the high platform looked at Shinluo and the others with cold indifference. Their eyes showed no sympathy or mercy, only greed and madness. It turned out these people weren't just robbing supplies, they were kidnapping people to be used for entertainment. Shinluo was furious. Luckily, only Wang Ji was with her. The others wouldn't be in danger in the vehicle. She signaled to the others. They worked together, quickly killing the zombies in a few minutes. On the high platform, the two people there were stunned. They hurriedly ran away. Shinluo's eyes sharpened. In an instant, she moved like a ghost toward the platform. Her speed was so fast that the two on the platform had no time to react. There were a few loud crashes, and Shinluo took down both of them. Using her special ability, Shinluo quickly found the women and children who were truly being held captive. There were 3 children, all very thin, with different injuries on their bodies. The women who were rescued looked dazed and exhausted. Shinluo couldn't leave these poor women here. She planned to ask Su Qing to treat everyone. Physical injuries can heal, but how do you heal emotional wounds? Shinluo looked at the women and children with sadness and anger in her eyes. She gently stroked the children's heads and said softly, "Don't be afraid. It's okay now. We will take you home." Hearing this, the women and children saw a glimmer of hope in their eyes. They held Shinluo's hands tightly, as if clutching a lifeline. Shinluo led them out of the abandoned factory and to the camper. Su Qing was already waiting there. When she saw the people Shinluo brought out, she understood everything immediately. She quickly took out a medical kit and started treating the women and children. Her movements were smooth and gentle, and soon their injuries began to improve. After the treatment, Shinluo told everyone to get on the vehicle and prepared to leave this place full of scary memories. The camper slowly started moving toward hope in the distance. Li Ping arranged everyone on the 3 floors. Originally, the camper had 2 floors, with a hidden 3rd floor. Because more people arrived, Shinluo upgraded the roof of the 2nd floor and expanded it into a 3rd space. The camper sped down the highway. Shinluo felt anxious. She was eager to reach a place where she could build a base. On the way, she saw many people. Due to her limited abilities, she couldn't save everyone. In this post-apocalyptic world, Shinluo hoped to find a safe place for everyone to live. Su Qing treated the women and children while softly comforting them. Her gentle voice was like a spring breeze, helping them calm down. During the rest of the journey, Shinluo hurried along, feeling upset. Suddenly, her system brought good news. "Host, we are about to reach a place suitable for building a base." Really, Shinluo was startled by the sudden message, but then a happy smile appeared on her face. She quickly checked the outside situation on the car's monitor screen. She saw an open flat area ahead, with no signs of zombies around, looking very safe. Shinluo felt a surge of excitement. She finally found a place to build a base, which meant she and her companions would have a relatively safe place to defend against zombies, no longer needing to wander and be afraid all the time. Shinluo hurriedly asked Xiao and to stop the RV on this open ground. She carefully observed the surroundings and saw that the area was very spacious, with no tall buildings blocking the view, making it very clear. Moreover, the soil was very fertile, suitable for planting various crops. Shinluo nodded with satisfaction, already having a rough plan in her mind. She turned back to the RV and said to everyone, "This will be our new home. We need to build a strong base here so everyone can live safely." Everyone looked surprised at her words. "Sister Luo, this place is so empty, with no walls or houses. How are we supposed to build here?" Su Qing asked directly. "You'll see soon. Our base, Uncle Wang. Drive the car here." Shen Luo pointed in a direction ahead. Wang Gang didn't hesitate and started the RV, driving toward the empty space Shen Luo indicated. As it got darker, Shen Luo returned to her previous cheerful mood. She was very happy and determined to lead everyone in creating a new world for themselves. After parking the RV, everyone started their tasks. "Sister Ping, from now on, this will be our home. Let's make some good food for everyone tonight," Shen Luo said, busy with other things, then went into the bedroom on the first floor. She was busy arguing with the system about how to plan her territory. Inside the space, Shen Luo was asking about what a territory was. "Gold-eating beast, you said I can have my own territory. I am the leader, so where is my territory? How is it divided? How big is it?" Shen Luo kept asking questions. "Host, the size of your territory depends on how big your domain is," the system replied in a mechanical voice. Hearing this, Shen Luo couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. She didn't expect the system's response to be so simple and direct, but upon reflection, it seemed to make sense. The size of the territory depends on how much she wants. She looked around and saw the open space outside the camper, endless and vast. A strong feeling of ambition rose in her heart. She wanted to claim this entire empty land as her territory, so everyone could live peacefully here. "All right, I want this whole empty land to be my territory," Shen Luo said loudly. Her voice echoed across the open ground, as if declaring her determination to the world. The system immediately responded, "Congratulations, host. You need to buy a territory map first to mark your land." She paused, surprised. She hadn't expected such a step. "Territory map? What is that?" Shen Luo asked curiously. The territory map is an essential item for dividing land. After purchasing it, you can follow the instructions on the map to mark the area you want as your territory, the system explained. Hearing this, Shen Luo felt excited. She quickly found the territory map in the system shop and bought it without hesitation. After the purchase, a large map appeared in front of her, showing detailed terrain and landforms around the area. She looked at the map and began to plan her territory. She picked up a virtual pen and started drawing on the map, outlining the area she wanted. As she drew, the empty space on the map seemed to come alive, gradually transforming into her territory. "That's it." Shen Luo nodded with satisfaction and stored the map away. "Host, do you want to start building your territory?" Without hesitation, Shen Luo replied, "Yes, start building immediately." She was eager to see a new, lively base rise before her eyes. The system responded quickly, "Understood, host. Territory construction will begin soon. Please note, building consumes resources and energy. Make sure you have enough." Shen Luo nodded. She had prepared plenty of resources and energy, ready to start as soon as the system gave the order. A beam of light shot from her hand, instantly illuminating the entire empty space on the map. Next, a loud roar sounded, as if countless machines were working together to start building on this open space. Shen Luo stood nearby, watching the construction process closely. She saw a strong wall rising up, enclosing the entire area. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. "Would you like to build a territory city?" A determined look flashed in Shen Luo's eyes. Without hesitation, she said, "Yes, start building the territory city now." She knew that in this end-of-the-world situation, only a strong and prosperous city could bring real safety and happiness to everyone. The system responded immediately. "Okay, host. The city construction will begin soon. Please choose a construction project." Shen Luo looked at the virtual screen in front of her, which listed various options, including residential areas, commercial zones, industrial zones, and defense facilities. After careful thought, she first chose the residential area. She wanted to give everyone a warm and safe home, so they could live normal lives here. The screen quickly displayed the construction plan for the residential area. Because of limited points, Shenluo chose to build simple houses. On the virtual blueprint, neat little houses appeared quickly. Each was designed to be practical and cozy, enough to hold everyone following Shenluo. At this moment, Shenluo started to miss her villa. Suddenly, she remembered that the system had once suggested moving her villa here. After careful consideration, Shenluo decided to place her villa on the hillside, where the view could overlook the entire territory. She operated the territory map, dividing the area into living zones and planting zones. She also drew several main roads crisscrossing the territory. She placed a gas station at the territory's exit, about 500 meters away. At the entrance, she set up a personnel quarantine area. After looking around for a while, Shenluo remembered that Professor Lin's experimental base was still in the space. So, she chose a spot in the east zone to set up the experimental base. She also decided to move the newly built hospital to a place about 1,000 meters, near the quarantine zone in the east. Next, Shenluo began working with the system to improve her personnel identification system, inspired by a novel she had read before. People living in the territory would also be subject to a point system. We are establishing a points trading mall where items and food collected by Shenluo are sold. She then built a trading hall between the hospital and quarantine area. For now, this is the plan. If anything is missing, they will need to find more supplies. Since her territory is quite large, she also brought out 4 electric bikes to reduce travel distance. After finishing these tasks, Shenluo lay down in her bedroom and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, she was awakened by everyone's excited shouts. She quickly got out of bed, dressed in her pajamas, and ran out of her room. Outside the camper, the empty land from yesterday had changed dramatically. 100-meter-high wall now surrounded the area, topped with barbed wire for extra protection. Inside the wall, 2 rows of neat, single-story houses had been built, designed to be both practical and cozy. Shenluo looked at this scene with a feeling of great excitement. She hadn't expected the system to build her new territory so quickly. Overnight, everything was ready. Everyone gathered nearby, looking at the scene with amazement. "Big Sister Luo, is this really our home?" a little girl asked, holding Shenluo's hand with bright, excited eyes. Shenluo smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, this is our home. From now on, we can live here peacefully." Hearing this, everyone cheered happily. They finally had a safe place to shelter from the wind and rain. Shenluo looked at everything and felt proud and accomplished. "Everyone eat first. After breakfast, we will have a meeting in the dining hall." After speaking, Shenluo returned to her room and activated the territory's defense system. The rain outside suddenly stopped, and the sky cleared instantly. The raindrops seemed to stay in the air, invisible to the eye. Everyone was overjoyed at the sudden sunshine. After breakfast, everyone looked at Shenluo, waiting for the meeting to begin. As you can see from this moment on, our base is fully established. Because I have limited wealth, I can only provide these 2 rows of houses for everyone. Soon, Li Ping will assign the houses for everyone to live in. Wang Gang is responsible for the entrance. Li Ping is in charge of the cafeteria and is also the manager of the base. Su Qing is currently leading the main construction work at the base. Wang Ji and Wang Jia are maintaining security at the entrance. Xiao En and Xiao Lo are temporarily responsible for registering and isolating new arrivals. The other 3 are currently in the cafeteria. The children are helping Aunt Li Ping, doing daily chores like weeding in the fields. After Shenluo finished speaking, everyone clapped excitedly. "From now on, our base will accommodate more people. You are all veterans in building the base. To the west is our planting area. This afternoon, we will all go together too and prepare the farmland. We need to grow our own food." Everyone nodded in agreement. Shenluo looked at everyone, waved her hand, and said, "All right, everyone, go ahead and get busy. We want to finish building the base quickly so that everyone can have a warm and safe home." Everyone dispersed and started working. Li Ping began assigning rooms from the first room of the second row. After asking for everyone's opinions, Li Ping decided that the father, mother, and son would share one room, and the sisters would share another. Because she had many tasks to handle, Li Ping decided to live with Xiaoya and Xiaohao. The boys would share one room, and the girls another. After discussing with Shen Luo, they decided that in the future, if good families wanted to adopt them, the children would live in different families. The children were a little reluctant to part with Xiaoya. Xiaoya invited the children to live with her. Li Ping was happy that her daughter now had good friends. So, Li Ping lived next to the children's house, very close by. It felt no different from living in a villa. Professor Lin had already seen the research institute early in the morning. He insisted he didn't want to live here and preferred to stay at the research institute. Li Ping couldn't argue with Professor Lin, so she agreed and arranged for someone to take him to his new home at the research institute. Hearing Xiaoya's words, the children's faces lit up with happy smiles. She held Xiaoya's hand, and they went together into the room prepared for them. The room was simply furnished, with only a bed, blanket, and mattress. Everyone also noticed that they were using the same items from the villa before. Everyone is looking at the rising barriers, and everyone knows they are with the right person. Shen Luo is a capable person. Meanwhile, Shen Luo is taking Su Qing back to the villa on the hillside. She leads Su Qing into the bedroom and shows her the personnel registration system for the territory. Luo Jie, what is this? This is the personnel registration system for the territory. From now on, you will be responsible for it. You need to assign numbers and register everyone who enters the base. Newcomers get 200 points. 200 points are enough for basic living. If someone tries to take shortcuts, they will be automatically expelled after the second month if they have no place to stay or food to eat. Will we also use a point system in the future? Su Qing looks at Shen Luo, full of excitement. Shen Luo nods, yes. To manage a base, we need rules. With rules, everyone can live peacefully. The point system also encourages everyone to work hard and contribute more to the base. Think about it. If everyone works hard to earn points, our base will grow faster and better. Hearing this, Su Qing nods repeatedly. She understands how important this system is for the base's growth and feels excited to be part of creating and implementing it. Luo Jie, don't worry. I will carefully handle the personnel registration and points management and contribute to the base's development, Su Qing promises seriously. Shen Luo sees the shining light in Su Qing's eyes and knows she understands the importance of the point system. By the way, Su Qing, you should also pay attention. For those who perform exceptionally well and make big contributions to the base, we can give extra points as a reward. This will motivate everyone even more, Shen Luo adds. Okay, let's start now. First, get familiar with the system. If you have any questions, ask me anytime. Shen Luo begins guiding Su Qing on how to operate the personnel registration system. Su Qing listens carefully, operating the system while silently memorizing each step and note. Seeing the names already registered, Su Qing excitedly hugs Shen Luo. Luo Jie, after I came home with you, you gave me an identity, right? Shen Luo nods, finally relieved from her. Yes, Shen Luo gently patted her head with affection. By the way, Sister Luo, are only the two of us living in the villa now? Su Qing looked up at Shen Luo, actually wanting to ask if it was appropriate for her to stay here after everyone else left. But she didn't say it out loud. Shen Luo smiled and said, for now, yes. Unless, in the future, our little Su Qing finds someone she likes, then her sister Luo might not be able to stay with her. Hearing this, Su Qing's face turned slightly red and she shyly lowered her head. She thought to herself that she was still young and matters of love were far away. Moreover, in this post-apocalyptic world, survival was hard enough. Who would have the time or mind for romance? Seeing Su Qing's shy expression, Shen Luo knew she was a kind and simple girl. Despite having gone through hardships in the apocalypse, her heart still remained pure and hopeful. Sister Luo, what do you think our life will be like in the future? Su Qing suddenly looked up at Shen Luo, her eyes shining with hope. Hearing this, Shen Luo also felt a wave of longing rise in her heart. Shen Luo imagined that in the days to come, they could build a prosperous and beautiful home on this land, allowing everyone to live peacefully and happily. I believe that as long as we work together and try our best, our life will get better and better, Shen Luo said firmly. Su Qing nodded heavily, trusting that as long as they stayed united, nothing could stop them from moving forward. Sister Luo, this place is really nice. I feel like I am dreaming, Su Qing said emotionally. Shen Luo smiled and patted her shoulder, saying, dreams come true. After making arrangements, Shen Luo stood on the third-floor terrace of the villa, watching the rain softly falling outside. She took off her muddy combat uniform and casually threw it into the system space. Just as her fingertips touched the edge of the space, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded. Beep. Detected host's need for base construction. Current available points, 127,500. Can be used for base building or exchanged for basic defense modules and supplies. At the moment her consciousness sank into the space, the scene before her made her breathe pause. Inside the once empty villa courtyard, a semi-transparent light screen suddenly appeared. It displayed a list of current exchange options. Level 3 Defense Power Grid, 50,000 points. Blackland Expansion, 130,000 points. Supernatural Ability Enhancer, 1 vial, 15,000 points. Points are actually the key to building the base, Shen Luo muttered, her finger gliding over the light screen. Why haven't I seen these options before? The base construction modules unlock after the host clearly states the needs. The system's cold voice, tinged with mechanical tremor, replied. Current base security level, beginner. It is recommended to prioritize exchanging for the Defense Power Grid and Blackland Expansion, which can resist zombie attacks below level 2 and support planting. Shen Luo's eyes sharpened. Aren't I already equipped with a defense system? Why do I need to exchange for a Defense Power Grid? The system explained, the Defense Power Grid is an extra protective measure. It adds layers to the base's defenses and improves overall safety. Your existing defense system is strong, but in some special situations, it might have weaknesses. The Power Grid can serve as a supplement, offering more comprehensive protection. Calling you a money-hungry beast is not wrong at all. You're just squeezing me for everything you've got. Everything costs money, Shen Luo complained. She clenched her teeth and clicked the exchange button for the Level 3 Defense Power Grid. Instantly, the light screen flashed red, and her points sharply decreased. At the same time, a bunch of silver cables and control panels suddenly appeared in the corner of the space, along with a holographic installation diagram. I see now, Shen Luo suddenly understood. Following the holographic diagram, she completed the construction of the Level 3 Defense Power Grid on the 100-meter-high wall in just 3 minutes. The supplies she had stockpiled before could only support basic survival. To truly turn the villa into a solid fortress, she still needed system points. She looked at the remaining points and exchanged for the Blackland Expansion and 5 superpower enhancers. Shen Luo wanted to upgrade her supernatural ability to level 5. She pushed open the door and found Li Ping, along with Xiaoya and Xiaohao, waiting for her in the living room at the villa. Luo, how are you feeling after resting? Li Ping held a battered notebook. Su Qing also chimed in. Yeah, Sister Luo, Xiaohao and Xiaoya both miss you. Shen Luo sat on the sofa in the living room, smiling as she looked at Xiaoya. Xiaoya, do you miss me? Xiaoya nodded. Sister Luo, not seeing you for a day feels like 3 years. Her words made Shen Luo smile. Little one, you say that like it's been 3 years. Who did you learn that from? Sister Luo, I sense that outside the base there seems to be a village and the people there are talking. Xiaoya looked at Shen Luo. Xiaoya. Shen Luo looked at the young girl. How far has your sensing range expanded? Xiaoya nodded hard, clutching her clothes. Yesterday, I felt some movement northwest, like many people walking. Shen Luo's heart tightened. It seems the energy fluctuations from the system are not just illusions. She looked at Xiaoya. Xiaoya, stay with Wang Ji in the base. If there's any danger, tell Wang Ji and Su Qing. Shen Luo knew Xiaoya's ability was very important for the safety of the base. She had to keep Xiaoya safe and also use her abilities to strengthen the base's defenses. Xiaoya, your ability is very important. Besides Mom, Su Qing, and me, you can't tell anyone else. Inside the base, always stay close to Uncle Wang Ji. He will protect you. If there's any danger, tell him or Sister Su Qing immediately, understand? Shen Luo said seriously. Xiaoya nodded firmly, her eyes shining with determination. I understand, Sister Luo. I will take care of myself and help watch over the base. Ping Jia, your role as the base manager remains. When I'm not home, you two are in charge. Shen Luo finished and looked at Li Ping and Su Qing. Luo, don't worry. Su Qing and I will handle it, Li Ping said with concern. Tomorrow, I plan to go see the northwest area Xiaoya mentioned. Shen Luo shared her plan. Sister Luo, don't go. Su Qing hugged Shen Luo's arm tightly. We've already built the base. It's better to stay inside and not take risks. Shen Luo gently patted Su Qing's hand to comfort her. Su Qing, don't worry. I need to check what's happening over there. Luo, maybe rest for a few days before going, Li Ping also advised. Shen Luo shook her head, her eyes firm. No, I can't wait. The base has just been built, and we need to make sure the surroundings are safe. Furthermore, if there are really human villages nearby, we might be able to make contact and help each other. Older Sister Luo, it's okay to go 2 days later.
Take a rest.
Since we arrived here, you haven't had a break, Su Qing pleaded, hoping Shen Luo could rest. Shen Luo looked at Su Qing and Li Ping's caring eyes, feeling warm inside. She knew they were all worried about her safety. But as the leader of the base, she had to take responsibility to keep everyone safe. Don't worry, I will be careful, Shen Luo said with a smile. And I need to check the situation there myself, so we can make better decisions. Also, the weather is changing, and I want to go out to look for supplies. Li Ping nodded when she heard this. She understood that Shen Luo's decision couldn't be changed. Then she said, Luo, take Wangji with you. That way, it will be safer. Shen Luo thought for a moment, but still shook her head and made her decision. I will go alone, just like before. The base will only leave you here. I don't trust leaving it open. Before leaving, Shen Luo reminded Xiaoya to stay safe and to tell Wang Ji or Su Qing immediately if anything happened. Xiaoya nodded firmly, her eyes shining with determination. The group set out on their exploration. Shen Luo followed the direction Xiaoya sensed. On the way, Shen Luo carefully watched the surroundings, afraid of disturbing any zombies or other dangers. After several hours of walking, they finally reached near the village Xiaoya mentioned. The village was surrounded by a tall wall, covered with barbed wire. It looked like the village had made many preparations to defend against zombies and other dangers. Shen Luo stopped and carefully observed the village. She saw some villagers patrolling at the entrance, holding weapons and looking alert. It seemed the village was very cautious about outsiders. Shen Luo thought for a moment and decided to try to negotiate. She tidied her clothes and walked confidently toward the village entrance. The villagers at the gate saw Shen Luo approaching and immediately raised their weapons in alert. Shen Luo stopped and smiled as she greeted the villagers. Big brother, I am just passing through. I have no food or water. Can I stay overnight? The villagers looked at Shen Luo with suspicion. They examined her carefully, trying to judge if she was truthful. Seeing this, Shen Luo thought quietly about how to gain their trust. She needed to enter the village to investigate, especially to find out if what Xiaoya said was true. Big brother, I really am just passing through. I have no food or water. Please let me stay for one night, Shen Luo asked again, sounding a bit desperate. One villager frowned and looked at Shen Luo, then at the other patrol members, as if asking for their opinion. The others nodded in agreement, allowing Shen Luo to enter the village. The villager put away his weapon and approached Shen Luo. All right, come with me. Our village chief will decide whether you can stay, he said cautiously. Shen Luo felt happy inside. She knew she finally had a chance to get into the village. She followed the villager into the village. As they walked, Shen Luo carefully observed the layout and defenses of the village, thinking about its strength and background. Soon, they arrived at the village chief's house. The village chief was an old man sitting on a worn rattan chair, looking serious as he examined Shen Luo. The village chief, this person says she's just passing through and has no food or water. She wants to stay overnight, the villager reported. The village chief nodded and studied Shen Luo carefully, trying to judge if she was truthful. Shen Luo smiled at the village chief, trying to appear friendly and sincere. All right, you can stay. But you must follow our village rules. You cannot wander around freely or ask about our secrets, the chief said sternly. Shinluo quickly nodded in agreement. Old lady, come out and take this girl to rest. She will leave tomorrow, the village chief called into the house. At that moment, a kind-looking old woman with white hair came out. She looked at Shinluo with curiosity and friendliness. Girl, come with me, she said. The elderly woman spoke as she led Shinluo into a clean and tidy house. Shinluo followed behind, quietly thinking about how to build good relationships with the villagers to better investigate the strange things Xiaoya mentioned. Inside, the elderly woman poured a cup of hot tea for Shinluo and sat down to knit a sweater. Shinluo picked up the tea, took a small sip, and felt the warmth. She looked around naturally. Then she put down her cup and started talking with the elderly woman. Ma'am, how long have you lived here? Shinluo asked. The elderly woman looked up at Shinluo, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Young lady, you don't look like someone from here. But I've been living here for over 10 years, she replied. Ma'am, what about your children? I haven't seen them. Shinluo smiled and continued chatting casually. Hearing this, a faint sadness appeared in the elderly woman's eyes. She sighed softly and said, My children, they sacrificed themselves at the start of the end times to protect the village. Hearing this, Shinluo felt a wave of respect and sympathy. She held the elderly woman's hand gently and said softly, Ma'am, I'm sorry to bring up your sad memories. The elderly woman looked at Shinluo, patted her hand, and said, Young lady, thank you. I can see you're a good person. It's okay, really. Shinluo spent a warm and peaceful afternoon with the elderly woman. Until evening, the elderly woman got up to go cook. The village chief was called outside by someone. Shinluo wanted to go help, but the elderly woman didn't let her. At that moment, a disheveled woman rushed to the village chief's house and shouted loudly, Village chief, I was wrong. Please forgive me. The woman's face was streaked with tears, and she looked terrified, as if she had faced something very frightening. The village chief hurried over, his face turning very grim. He glared at the woman and shouted, Ada, come here and take your wife away. No, village chief, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I'll be good this time. I won't run away. Please save me, the crazy woman begged on her knees. Suddenly, a man appeared at the village chief's door and ran inside. Village chief, I will take the person back. Watch her carefully. Your wife, with everything going on, still lets people run around. Hurry and take her away, the village chief said impatiently. The woman trembled, afraid to meet the village chief's eyes, repeatedly saying, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please let me go. The village chief sighed, shook his head, and said to the nearby villagers, Everyone go back. We'll deal with this tomorrow. The villagers stepped forward, lifting the woman to drag her away. The woman struggled and cried out, Village chief, I won't do it again. Please let me go. But the village chief remained unmoved, coldly saying, Rules are rules. If you make a mistake, you must face punishment. Ada, take her away. Shinluo watched this scene silently, thinking to herself, although this village looks well guarded, the villagers seem to lack trust and warmth among each other. The woman's crying and the village chief's coldness created a sharp contrast. Shinluo wanted to investigate the strange things Xiaoya mentioned in this village. It seems she needs to look carefully tonight to find out what's really going on. As night fell, Shinluo lay on her bed pretending to sleep. It was only when she heard the village chief and his wife snoring outside that she got up quietly, leaving her room to explore the village at night. She quietly got up, put on her clothes, and gently opened the door, stepping outside. In the dark, the village was very quiet, with only occasional dog barks breaking the silence. Shinluo carefully walked along the small paths, afraid of waking the sleeping villagers. She reached the place where the woman was taken during the day, looked around, but found no one there. She wondered where the woman might have been taken. Deciding to keep searching, she crossed a few alleys and arrived at a corner of the village. There was an old, dilapidated warehouse, with several villagers standing at the door, holding weapons and looking alert. Shinluo hid behind a large tree, quietly observing. She saw the villagers glancing into the warehouse from time to time, as if guarding something important. Her heart moved. Could the woman be kept inside here? She decided to get closer and see for herself. She quietly moved to the back of the warehouse and saw a small window covered with thick paper. Shinluo gently tore off the paper and looked inside. The warehouse was dim, and only a few oil lamps flickered faintly. In one corner, a figure was curled up. It was the woman. The woman was trembling all over, with tears on her face. She kept muttering to herself, as if talking about her fear and regret. Shinluo felt a wave of sympathy. She wanted to help the woman escape, but was worried about alerting the villagers and causing trouble. She held her breath and quietly observed the scene inside. She noticed that besides the woman, there were a few villagers sitting around a small fire, talking softly. At that moment, a hole appeared near where the woman was curled up. It turned out there was a cellar beside her. Shinluo also heard the sounds of crying from the inside, from the woman and a child. She quietly moved to the other side of the warehouse, where there was a small ventilation opening. She crouched down and leaned close to the vent. She heard one villager say, "The village chief said there's new goods coming. In 2 days, they'll be sent to a place called Jile with these people. The village chief told us to watch her carefully, so she doesn't escape." Shinluo was startled. New goods? These people? Jile? These words made her feel a bad premonition. She tried to stay calm and kept listening. Another villager said, "These women are so pitiful. Once they go to Jile, they'll never come back. That place is for women, a paradise for men. Why bother? We can't enjoy it anyway. Just watch them and make sure they don't run away." The village chief said this is a long-term deal, and it will keep our village fed and happy, the first villager replied, sounding helpless. Shinluo decided to wait and quietly retreat behind a big tree, thinking about her plan. She knew she couldn't rush in directly, so she had to be clever. She went back to the village chief's house, lay on the bed pretending to sleep. But her mind kept racing about how to rescue the woman and how to leave the village safely. Night deepened. Shinluo lay in bed but couldn't fall asleep for a long time. She thought about that woman and that mysterious paradise, feeling full of unease and anxiety. The next morning, Shinluo decided to pretend to be naive, wanting to see how the village chief would handle her today and send her away. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. "Uncle Village Chief, are you awake? I have something to talk to you about," a loud voice called. Shinluo was startled and quickly got up, tidied her clothes, and looked out the window toward the yard. "Why are you making noise so early? And what do you want?" the village chief said as he opened the big gate. "Uncle Village Chief, you can't do this anymore. It's a dishonest business," a man followed behind the village chief. "What are you talking about? What has our village chief done? We have guests here. Stop spreading rumors," the village chief said coldly. The man hesitated for a moment, but then spoke again. "Uncle Village Chief, I know our village is in trouble and needs supplies. But we can't do such cruel things. Those women and children are innocent." The village chief's face instantly darkened. He glared at the man and scolded, "What are you talking about? Women, children, cruel deeds? Keep talking nonsense, or don't blame me for being rude." Seeing this, the man clenched his teeth but continued, "Uncle Village Chief, I saw it myself. Last night, I secretly followed those guards at the warehouse and heard them say they would send those women to paradise. You know what paradise is? It's a place of suffering for women, for women. We can't do this. We shouldn't sacrifice others' happiness for our own gain." Hearing this, the village chief's face turned extremely grim, and he trembled with anger. He raised his hand to hit the man. The slap landed on the man's face, but the man stood still, looking at the village chief with firm eyes. "Get out of here. Wang's kid, Li's kid, send Zhang Taiden away," the village chief shouted toward the gate. "Village chief, you can't drive me away. If you keep doing this, everyone will leave. We can't do such heinous things. And now, with the way things are, no food, no water, how can we still oppress others?" Zhang Taiden finished his decision in one breath. "You've made up your mind. Don't you want to follow what the village decides? The village chief said, his face turning pale with anger. Village chief, I can't get past the obstacle in my heart. Also, since I have discovered your actions, I will oppose you to the end, Zhang Taidan said, and turned to leave. Shenluo thought to himself, it seems this village is not as simple as it looks. There are probably many illegal activities hidden behind the scenes. It looks like I can't stay here. No matter what, they won't listen, the village chief muttered quietly. At that moment, Shenluo saw a flash of special power above the village chief's head. It was just a quick glimpse, and Shenluo couldn't see clearly. It turns out the village chief has special abilities. Halfway there, the village chief said to the house, Old woman, I'm going out for a walk. You all eat first. Then he turned and left. Shenluo wanted to follow, but there was an elderly woman inside, so it wasn't convenient to leave. She could only pretend to leave the house, exchange a few words with the old woman, and then say she wanted to take a walk and see if there were any wild vegetables in the fields behind. The old woman nodded and said, Girl, go ahead. Be careful and don't go too far. Shenluo agreed and stepped out of the yard, walking along the small path toward where the village chief had gone. She carefully hid her presence, afraid of being noticed by the village chief. Along the way, she carefully observed the layout and defenses of the village, thinking about how to escape. Finally, she saw the village chief's figure. He was walking toward the other end of the village, seemingly heading to a secret place. Shenluo decided to quietly follow him to see where he was going. She tiptoed after the village chief and reached a dense forest at the edge of the village. The village chief looked around to make sure no one was watching, then slipped into the forest. Shenluo quickly followed. The village chief arrived at a large tree, gently tapped the trunk, and a hidden small door appeared. He pushed the door open and went inside. Shenluo quietly followed. Inside was a spacious basement filled with various supplies and weapons. The village chief approached a cabinet, opened it, and inside, she saw several women and children. Shenluo was shocked, so the village chief was really involved in such heinous activities. At this moment, the village chief took out a crystal core from a box and began to absorb it. It turns out the village chief came here to improve his special abilities. Soon he advanced to level 2 in his powers. Satisfied, he left. Shenluo never clearly saw what kind of ability the village chief had, so she could only wait and watch. After greeting everyone, each person showed great respect to the village chief. This made Shenluo suspicious. Why do all the villagers listen so obediently to him? She remembered overhearing a conversation earlier and started to guess. Could the village chief be controlling the villagers somehow? Or does he hold something over them? Otherwise, why are they so afraid and obedient? She quietly followed the village chief as he walked to the town square in the center of the village, standing there as if waiting for something. Soon, several villagers carried a large wooden box over and respectfully placed it in front of the village chief. The village chief opened the box, revealing a woman and children from the cellar. Could today be the day they are sent away to a better place? If they leave now, they might not be saved. While Shenluo was thinking, she saw Zhang Taidan change from his usual determined look to one that was more obedient and listening. Could this be a show he's putting on in front of her? Zhang Taidan approached the village chief. Later, send your wife and son away, the village chief said coldly. Zhang Taidan nodded first, then shook his head. Shenluo couldn't understand why. At this moment, Xiao He ran over to Shenluo. Follow me. I'll take you to Zhang Tian's house. When we get there, use your mental powers on him. Maybe then you'll understand what's really going on. Shenluo was surprised by Xiao He's appearance. But the situation was urgent, so she didn't think much and quietly followed Xiao He as they headed to Zhang Tian's house. When they reached the door, Xiao He signaled Shenluo to hide nearby, then slipped inside himself. Soon, Xiao He came out of the house and nodded at Shenluo. Shenluo took a deep breath and quietly entered the house. She saw Zhang Taidan sitting on the bed, looking complicated. Shenluo quietly approached and suddenly used her mental powers on Zhang Taidan. Under the influence of her mental strength, Zhang Taidan regained consciousness. He immediately took his wife's hand and said, "We can't wait any longer. Just now, I was thinking about sending you and our son to a happy place. Hubby, what should we do now?" Zhang Tiedan's wife asked with tears in her eyes. "Get ready. When the right moment comes, we will leave. I don't want to stay in this unclear, uncertain situation, not knowing when you might be taken away from me," Zhang Taidan decided firmly. "Do you need help?" Shenluo asked. Shenluo's appearance startled Zhang Tiedan's family so much they almost lost their breath. "Are you the girl who came yesterday? How did you get into our house?" Zhang Taidan asked. "Seeing that you're acting strangely, I came to check." "Brother Zhang, do you need help?" Shenluo said with a smile. "I overheard your conversation and know that the village chief's actions are wrong. If you want to leave this village, I can help you." Hearing this, Zhang Taidan hesitated for a moment, then quickly became determined. He looked at Shenluo and whispered, "Miss, I really appreciate your kindness. But our whole family, including the children, has things to carry. Moving is difficult. Plus, the village chief has many eyes and ears. If we act, he might find out very soon." Shenluo nodded understandingly. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Brother Zhang, pack your things first. Find a hidden place to hide your wife and son. When the time is right, I will come back to tell you. I will help you leave." Zhang Taidan felt a wave of gratitude in his eyes. He tightly held Shenluo's hand and said, "Miss, you are truly our savior. If we can leave this village safely, we will definitely repay you." Shenluo smiled and shook her head. "Brother Zhang, are there many others in the village like you? Do they also want to leave?" Hearing this, Zhang Tiedan's expression darkened. He sighed and said, "Miss, I won't hide it from you. There are many people like me in the village. They don't know what's happening. Sometimes they remember, sometimes they forget. Whether they want to leave or not, I can't say. But I believe no one wants to live in fear and oppression forever." Zhang Taidan nodded gratefully and said, "Miss, be careful. The village chief. He has some tricks. We don't know how he controls us. You must be careful." Shenluo smiled and nodded, saying, "Don't worry, Brother Zhang. I will be careful."
Thank you.
"When you have news, send me a signal." After speaking, Shenluo turned and left Zhang Tiedan's house. It turns out the village chief's special power is mind control, making people absolutely obedient to him. No wonder the village chief's family eats well and lives comfortably. Without making the villagers obey him, given his old age and frail body, he might have been abandoned. Shenluo thought, now that she knows the village chief's secret, if she exposes the truth and breaks his control over people's minds, how will everyone react? But since the village chief has this power and controls everyone in the village, it won't be easy to deal with him. Shenluo decided to go back to the village chief's house and continue pretending to be obedient, looking for an opportunity. As for how to interfere, Shenluo has mental strength, and she is already a level 5 ability user. Dealing with the village chief is easy for her. Back at the village chief's house, Shenluo felt the village chief's mind control over her. She went along with it, pretending to be obedient, and watched to see what the village chief was planning. "She's quite a lively little girl." The village chief's old hand brushed her cheek. This move almost made Shenluo want to, but she held it in. She quietly used her mental power, and the village chief didn't notice. At this moment, the village chief's wife came out. Seeing his hand still on Shenluo's cheek, she grabbed a spatula and scolded, "You old fool, how old are you? And you're still so shameless." The village chief was frightened by his wife's reaction. He had already controlled people's minds, but now he suddenly lost control. He quickly used his ability again to control his wife's mind. In a moment, her expression changed, and she gently approached, helping the old village chief wipe away dirt from his body. Shenluo watched the scene from the side, secretly glad she had used her mental power in time to protect herself and avoid being controlled by the village chief's power. She looked at the village chief and his wife's performance, feeling full of disgust and anger. This village chief used very mean tricks to control the villagers. To satisfy his own desires, he would do anything. Shinluo decided she must find a way to reveal the true nature of the village chief and help the villagers break free from his control. She used her mental power again on the village chief, causing the old woman to lose her temper once more. After repeating this a few times, the village chief started to suspect something. At this moment, many young and strong villagers came to his house, each with different expressions. Some looked confused, some appeared nervous, and others looked lost. Shinluo knew these people were all under the village chief's mental influence. Their thoughts and actions were affected by him. The village chief looked at these young villagers with a proud smile. He waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Then he said, "Everyone, gather around my house. Go do your own things." Shinluo released her mental power to everyone present, so they couldn't understand what the village chief was saying. What was the village chief trying to make them do? Everyone looked at each other, confused. Seeing this, the village chief's face darkened. He waved his arm again, trying to control the villagers with his special power, but this time it didn't work. Shinluo watched happily from the side. She knew her mental power was working, slowly breaking the village chief's control. The village chief, seeing his power fail, was sweating nervously. He looked at Shinluo with a fierce expression. But the villagers had already started to wake up. They looked at the village chief with confusion and anger. "Chief, what do you want us to do? What have you done to us?" One villager asked loudly. "Yeah, why are we listening to you so obediently?" Another agreed. "Exactly, chief. Do you know why my wife isn't home?" A villager asked one after another. At this point, the village chief realized something was wrong. Even his old wife was coldly watching him. His eyes shifted. "You little girl, what have you done to me?" The village chief shouted angrily. Shinluo smiled slightly and said, "Village chief, I haven't done anything." "I don't quite understand what you mean." Hearing this, the village chief trembled with anger. He raised his hand, ready to strike Shinluo, but Shinluo easily dodged. You little girl, I won't let you go," the village chief shouted angrily. "Village chief, why are you hitting a young girl?" "Whose child is this?" a villager asked. "Village chief, why is the village surrounded?" Another villager inquired. "Why are we carrying knives, bows, arrows, and shovels?" Zhang Taidan, who had arrived some time earlier, joined the questioning. "Why?" "Because the world has changed. Outside, there are monsters that eat people. Ask your wife, she was eaten and died. Your son and daughter are dead. And you, your mother also died. We carry these tools to fight those monsters. Without me, your families would have all died long ago." The village chief lost his usual authority and spoke in a frantic, angry tone. The villagers looked at him in shock. They exchanged glances, seeming unable to believe their ears. "Village chief, what are you saying?" "My wife and children are gone," a villager asked trembling. "Village chief, you're lying." "My mother is still sitting on the bed," another villager angrily retorted. Seeing these villagers, who once listened to him, now showing doubt and anger, the village chief felt a wave of panic. "Also, why is it that we don't remember any of this? Why can't we recall anything?" Zhang Taidan asked the key question. "How do I know if you remember or not? Maybe you're too sad, or maybe your memory is bad." "I don't know," the village chief said, acting as if he was unbothered. But the villagers no longer believed him. They started whispering and talking among themselves. "Village chief, what exactly have you done to us?" one villager asked loudly. "Yes, why have we become like this?" another agreed. "Exactly. Why can't we remember anything?" The villagers continued to ask their questions. Shinluo watched the scene and felt secretly pleased. She knew that her mental power had successfully broken the village chief's control, causing the villagers to start awakening. "It's you. Are you the one causing trouble?" The village chief finally realized what the problem was. Since Shinluo's arrival, everything had changed. "Chief, the evil things you've done are wrong. People see everything, and there will be consequences," Shinluo said loudly. Hearing this, the village chief's eyes flashed with anger. He raised his hand, ready to strike Shinluo again, but this time, the villagers stopped him. You, girl, ruining my plans. I'll beat you to death, the chief said, reaching out to hit Shinluo. At this moment, it seemed like everyone was starting to understand something. Chief, I can't find my grain, one villager asked. Me neither. My grain is gone too, not a single bit left. There should be some left over, another villager said. Yes, chief. Did everyone move into your house? Why are you and your wife so fat? Look at us, we're all starving and skin and bones. The villagers finally noticed something strange. Just then, a villager ran inside, shouting, Chief, dinner is ready. When they got closer, they saw that the chief's house was full of people. Juzi, what were you just shouting? A villager asked. About dinner? Everyone, feeling hungry, stopped bothering the chief and asked Juzi instead. What did I say? Juzi, approaching the yard, looked confused. He couldn't remember why he came. Juzi was asked so many questions he didn't know how to answer and wondered why he was at the chief's house. But then, the smell of meat wafted in. This aroma made all the villagers swallow hard, feeling even hungrier. Chief, where did this meat come from? One villager asked eagerly. The chief looked at everyone's eager faces and smiled proudly. This meat is specially prepared for you. Aren't you all hungry? Today, let's eat well. After saying this, the chief signaled Juzi to serve the meat. Juzi was stunned but ran off. Soon after, he returned with a few people, each carrying trays filled with meat. Shinluo watched the scene, feeling very cautious inside. She knew that the meat was definitely not so simple. The village chief was so generous, there must be a reason behind it. Sure enough, after the villagers saw clearly, they realized what kind of meat the Poles were holding. Village chief, what kind of meat is this? Shinluo asked loudly. The village chief looked at Shinluo, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. What else could it be? The world has changed, and everyone has been eating this for a few months now. It was decided by a vote. At this moment, some villagers finally understood. It seemed that at first, the village chief did ask for everyone's opinion. What else? Just eat it or stay hungry like at the beginning, the Poles shouted loudly. Everyone looked at each other and realized that the villagers were divided into two groups. One, like the village chief, had enough food and oil. The other, very thin, clearly couldn't get enough to eat daily. Suddenly, a villager cried out in grief, "My son!" Everyone looked over and saw a villager sitting on the ground, clutching a piece of meat with fear and despair in his eyes. This meat is my son's. It's the birthmark on his bottom. My son is only 3 years old, the villager shouted, tears in his voice full of deep sorrow. Hearing this, the villagers gathered around, looking at the meat, feeling a strange premonition. Village chief, what is going on? A villager asked, full of anger and confusion. The village chief looked at everyone, his face slightly changed but quickly returned to calm. Everyone, don't panic. It's just a misunderstanding, he said, with a hint of nervousness in his tone. A misunderstanding? My son is gone, and you say it's a misunderstanding, the villager yelled, nearly breaking down. The villagers started talking among themselves, doubting the village chief's words. Village chief, you must give us an explanation, one villager shouted, representing everyone's feelings. The village chief looked at their angry faces and snorted. Humph, what? Have you all forgotten what you said before? Eating your son's meat was decided by a vote, and it was tested in each household. They looked at the village chief with disbelief, as if seeing a monster. Chief, how can you say such things? How can we agree to eat human flesh? One villager shouted angrily. Yeah, chief, you must be lying to us, another villager agreed. The chief looked at these villagers who once obeyed him, now showing anger. He scanned them with cold eyes. Humph, do you think I would lie to you? It was your own decision. You agreed to draw lots to decide who would be eaten. Since there was no food left, you all agreed. Now you regret it, but it's too late, the chief sneered. Hearing this, the villagers became even angrier. They stepped forward and surrounded the chief, their eyes full of anger and frustration. Chief, how can you do such a terrible thing? One villager shouted, trembling with rage. Yes, Chief, these are our loved ones, another shouted, full of confusion and anger. Humph. It's too late to regret now. You agreed to it back then to survive for a bite to eat. Your son was even given to the village elders this morning. Now you come here crying. The chief sneered, his tone full of disdain and provocation. The villagers grew even more furious. They moved forward, trying to overpower the chief. You monster, we will never forgive you. One villager shouted loudly, eyes full of determination. Yes, we must stop you from doing any more harm. Another agreed, face full of courage and resolve. They all acted together, pinning the chief to the ground. Looking at the once controlling villain now in their hands, they felt an unprecedented sense of relief. We must not let him hurt us again, one villager said loudly, full of resolve. Yes, we will not let him go, another echoed, face full of anger and determination. Two groups started fighting, and Shinluo finally understood that nearly 2/3 of the village had supporters agreed with this, while the remaining 1/3 opposed, making the opposition 1/3 of the village. Shinluo had never used mental powers before. Coming to this village was her first time trying. She discovered that her abilities could control the people here. At this moment, she didn't want to scare the villagers again with her mind control powers. So, she decided to act quickly. She soon subdued the village head and others. The villagers looked at Shinluo with gratitude and respect. Young girl, thank you. Thank you for helping us, said one villager, his voice trembling with emotion. Yes, young girl, we almost got harmed by the village head, this evil man, another villager added, looking relieved and thankful. Everyone, there's no need to thank me. What are your plans now? Shinluo asked sincerely and humbly. We don't know what to do now. Is it really as the village head said outside? Asked a villager, concern in his eyes. Shinluo nodded and took out her phone, showing them the news she had saved earlier. Now it's the end of the world. It's been raining for over 3 months. I came out to check the surroundings and make sure my base is safe. Base. The villagers looked at each other in surprise. Yes, not far from here. You can see the wall of my base from the hill. Shinluo pointed in a direction. Some curious villagers ran up the hill to look and then came back. That does look like a tall wall, but there was nothing there before, asked a villager. My base was just built. We haven't been here long, Shinluo patiently explained. Can I go to your base with you? Zhang Taidan asked. Yes, but inside the base, you'll need to work to earn your food and a place to stay, Shinluo replied. Things are like this outside now. If I had a place to work and feed my family, I'd be willing. I'm a farmer. I only know how to farm. I don't know anything else, Zhang Taidan said shyly. Farming is great. I have plenty of good land, but I need brothers who know how to farm, Shinluo thought. These people are already here, and they are skilled farmers. If they come with me, we can definitely support the whole base. The young girl, are you trying to trick us? Some villagers were still cautious, afraid that after going with her, they might face the same problems as before. Everyone who wants to follow me back to the base, follow me. If you don't want to go, I won't force you, Shinluo decided. She had been out for 3 days and needed to return quickly. So, about 7 or 8 families from the village decided to leave with Shinluo. Under her lead, they packed their things and prepared to leave this place filled with fear and despair. An hour later, Shinluo waited at the village entrance, watching the villagers, 7 or 8 families, carrying their belongings and heading toward the base. At the same time, Shinluo used her mental power to attack the village chief and others before leaving. In an instant, everyone thrown into the cellar had their eyes turned blank, and they moved sluggishly. Shinluo thought to herself, I didn't realize mental power could be used like this. But since it's a life-saving skill, she decided not to show this to everyone. As the sun was about to set, Shinluo and the villagers arrived back at the base. When they were about 500 meters from the base, Shinluo saw a car parked at the gate and some people shouting outside. Her heart tightened. She quickly observed the surroundings and signaled the villagers to hide nearby. She then quietly approached the gate and listened to the shouting. Hey, people inside, open the door. We're the rescue team sent by the government. A man in camouflage shouted loudly. Shen Luo thought to herself, a government rescue team? These days, it's hard to tell what's real or fake. Better be careful. Open the door now. Your base has been requisitioned by us. Another man in camouflage shouted. Wang Gang heard this and was a bit angry. This is our base. Why should we let you take it? Enough talk. If you don't open the door, we'll break it down, the camouflage-clad man said with a grin. Wang Gang heard this and his face darkened. He tightly held his weapon and looked firmly at the men in camouflage uniforms. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can take over our base at will? We will never give up, Wang Gang said loudly, his voice full of determination and defiance. The men in camouflage uniforms looked at him with disdain. What kind of world is this? Now strength is everything. If you don't agree, come out and fight. Do you think words matter under fists? One of them sneered. Hearing this, Wang Gang became even angrier. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. The base's abilities were now mostly support powers, and his son had lightning powers. Could one person really fight against a dozen outsiders? Then he shouted loudly, "You guys are really too much." The men in camouflage uniforms burst into laughter, as if they had heard a huge joke. Fools who don't know their place. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame us for being rude, one of them said, signaling the others behind him to prepare to act. Wang Gang saw this and quickly signaled Wang Ji to get ready. He knew a fight was inevitable. At that moment, Shen Luo arrived behind the group of a dozen people, rushing to the scene. From their behavior, she looked more like a group of robbers. Shen Luo sneered and said, "What are you all doing? Are you robbing?" Wang Gang heard Shen Luo's voice. He was about to open the door but saw Shen Luo wave her hand, signaling him not to come out. She could handle it herself. The men in camouflage uniforms saw this, and all looked at Shen Luo. One of them smiled and said, "Oh, where did this little girl come from? And she dares to interfere." Shen Luo said coldly, "Why can't I come? I just want to ask what's going on. Little girl, I think you're tired of living. How dare you talk to us like that?" Another man shouted angrily, his eyes full of hostility. After speaking, two people appeared, waving their weapons and rushing toward Shen Luo. Shen Luo quickly moved her body, easily dodging their attacks. Then she struck back swiftly, and a few cold flashes of light shot out. The men fell to the ground, groaning in pain. "Why you did something to us?" one man asked in fear, his eyes full of terror. Shen Luo sneered and said, "I didn't do anything. Don't try to fake an injury here." Seeing their companions lying on the ground, everyone felt an unprecedented fear because no one saw how this young girl had attacked. "It seems you are quite capable. Join my team, and I will give you the best treatment," said the man called Brother Wang. Hearing this, Shen Luo chuckled disdainfully and said, "Join your team?" The boss, Brother Wang's face darkened. He didn't expect this little girl to be so stubborn and to even want his position. He shouted angrily, "If you won't respect us, don't blame us for being rude." After that, he signaled his followers to attack Shen Luo together, trying to subdue her. Suddenly, a dirt mound fell from the sky. However, Shen Luo moved like the wind, easily avoiding their attack. She quickly struck back with vines, which whipped fiercely at the men. They all fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Brother Wang was shocked. He didn't expect this young girl to be so powerful. He continued to use his special ability. When the dirt mound dispersed, it formed a small whirlwind that directly hit Shen Luo. But Shen Luo only smiled slightly. She moved again, easily dodging Brother Wang's attack. She looked at him with a look of disdain. Is that all you've got?" Shen Luo sneered. Brother Wang's face grew even uglier. He didn't expect to be defeated by a young girl. He glared at Shen Luo angrily and gritted his teeth, saying, "Don't be proud. Today you won't leave here alive." After saying that, he signaled his followers to attack again. This time, everyone used their special abilities. Several vines swung out fiercely, whipping the men. They all screamed and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Some people were even thrown into the air by Shen Luo, enjoying free fall. The men dressed in camouflage couldn't react in time, and all fell to the ground. They groaned in pain, their eyes full of fear and despair. Brother Wang was shocked when he saw this. He looked at Shenluo with a look of hopelessness and regret. "Who are you really?" Brother Wang asked tremblingly. Shenluo just smiled slightly and said coldly, "Humph, with your skills, you dare to come and rob? You're overestimating yourselves." At this moment, the base's gate opened. Wang Gang came out with Wang Ji. "Luo Luo." "No, base leader, you're back." "Uncle Wang, I'm back." "There are villagers behind me." "Bring them in too," Shenluo said, waving to the back. Zhang Taidan saw this and quickly ran over with everyone. "Miss, you were really impressive just now," said an older man. "Our base leader is definitely amazing." Wang Jie came out from behind. "Base leader?" Zhang Taidan looked at Shenluo. "Let's go inside first." "This isn't a place for talking," Shenluo said, then asked Wang Gang to bring the villagers into the base. "Are you the leader of this base?" Brother Wang, lying on the ground, asked. "Yes, that's right. But even if you guess correctly, there's no reward." Shenluo still stood there coldly, looking at the people on the ground. Hearing this, Brother Wang's face turned even paler. He lay on the ground, looking at Shenluo with disbelief and regret. You're actually the base leader," Brother Wang muttered, his voice full of despair. Shenluo ignored him and just coldly glanced at the people lying on the ground. "All of you think that after the end of the world, you can do whatever you want and bully others?" Shenluo's voice was cold and firm, her eyes full of authority. The leader, Brother Wang, looked in disbelief. "Meeting you is bad luck for me." A wave of unprecedented fear rose in his heart. He really hit a hard wall this time. He turned and walked toward the people lying on the ground, ready to deal with them. "This time I'll let you go. Go back and tell your hope for the base not to have bad ideas." Shenluo's voice was cold and firm, and her eyes showed unshakable determination. Then, she turned and walked through the gates of the base. The men in camouflage uniforms looked terrified. They hadn't expected that the young-looking girl was actually the leader of the base, nor that she would be so powerful. They tried to get up, but their bodies were too weak. All they could do was lie on the ground and watch as Shenluo disappeared through the gate. Brother Wang lay there, staring at her back, filled with regret and fear. He knew he had made a huge mistake. He hadn't just failed in his robbery attempt, but had also lost his men. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, then struggled to his feet and left with his followers, looking defeated. As they walked away, they kept glancing back, afraid that Shenluo might suddenly appear and capture them all. But even after they had gone far, they didn't see her again. Only then did they relax a little and hurry away from the place. Meanwhile, Wang Gang led the villagers into the base and took them to the cafeteria. He handed them over to Li Ping. Li Ping, together with Xiaoya, registered the villagers and arranged for them to stay in an empty dormitory. She also had food and water brought to them. The villagers looked at the clean dormitory and the fresh food and water, feeling deeply grateful and relieved. They hadn't expected to meet such kind and capable people in a world like this, people willing to take them in and give them a safe place to live. One villager held Li Ping's hand, tears in their eyes. "Thank you for taking us in. We really don't know how to repay your kindness." Li Ping smiled and patted the villager's hand. "You're welcome. From now on, we'll all live together and help each other. Soon, you'll receive your base ID cards. Each card has 200 points that you can use for daily needs." "Can we use the points to get food?" one villager asked. "Yes," Li Ping replied. "But the points will only cover about a month's living expenses. If you want a better life, you'll need to work to earn more points. We'll also provide job opportunities for everyone. But my wife also can't do any work. Do you think I will starve?" An elderly villager woman stepped forward. "Ma'am, what are you doing?" "I have hands and feet. Do you think I would let you starve?" Her son quickly caught up from behind. "Madam, there are simple jobs you can do, like helping in the cafeteria, peeling vegetables, washing dishes, or sweeping. These are easy tasks. We won't ask you to do heavy labor." Your son is very caring, and if you don't want to work, you can still live well by relying on him, Li Ping said kindly, smiling as she explained. Because the base was started by her, she has to be responsible for us, the elderly woman insisted stubbornly. Ma'am, no matter who you ask, the rules are the same, and these rules are set by the base leader, Li Ping explained with a gentle smile, her tone patient and calm. She understood that these villagers had just gone through a shocking event, and they were feeling uneasy and doubtful. Yes, ma'am. Don't be stubborn. Isn't this place good? We have a place to stay and food to eat. Do you want to go back to the village and live a life that's neither rich nor poor? Her son said, holding her hand. You ungrateful child. How could I raise such a useless person? The elderly woman said, patting her son's back. Seeing this, the villagers stepped forward to comfort both of them, some soothing the elderly woman, others talking to her son. The cafeteria suddenly became lively, but the atmosphere was very peaceful. Li Ping watched the scene and felt a warm feeling inside. She knew that even in the end times, kindness and mutual help would never disappear from human nature. She smiled at everyone, feeling full of confidence and hope. Just then, Shen Luo entered the cafeteria. She looked at the lively crowd, paused for a moment, then smiled. Luo, you're back. Li Ping greeted her with a smile when she saw Shen Luo. Shen Luo nodded and then walked over to Li Ping, quietly asking, "How are things?" Li Ping smiled and replied, "Everything is fine. The villagers are grateful and willing to stay here. But this elderly woman is a bit." Upon hearing this, the villagers quieted down and looked at Shen Luo. They knew that this young girl was their savior and the leader of their base. Shen Luo looked at everyone and smiled, saying, "Welcome to our base. From now on, this will be your home. I know you just went through a big and frightening change. I hope living here can help you forget the past and see hope for the future. But I also ask everyone to respect the rules of the base. Without rules, there is chaos. The base gives everyone some points, which you can use to buy things at the base store or pay rent. If after a month you still can't get used to life here or want to leave, we will approve your departure. But if you want to join the base, we won't accept new members easily. Please cherish your current life. My goal is to do my best to make sure everyone lives safely here." Zhang Taidan was the first to step forward and say, "I want to live and work here." Seeing this, other villagers also expressed their willingness. "We also want to live and work here." Shen Luo nodded with a smile and said, "Good. I believe everyone can live a stable life here. Li Ping, take everyone to get familiar with the base and help arrange their work." Li Ping responded and led the villagers away from the dining hall. Shen Luo turned to Wang Gang and smiled, asking, "Uncle Wang, what are you doing?" Wang Gang hesitated but said, Luo, I didn't open the door to help you earlier." Uncle Wang, what you did was right. If you had opened the door, it would have been irresponsible to the base," Shen Luo said as they both left the dining hall and headed outside. Wang Gang waved his hand and said, Luo, you don't need to comfort me. I know I was wrong." Shen Luo smiled and said, "Uncle Wang, don't underestimate yourself. If you had opened the door, they might have come in and caused a lot of trouble. We only have one capable fighter, Wang Ji. The others are just support abilities. Opening the door would put us at a disadvantage. Plus, if you had come out and they took you hostage, I wouldn't be able to act." Wang Gang looked at Shen Luo with gratitude and respect. Luo, you're really amazing. Not only are you strong, but you're also thoughtful and careful. I really admire you." Wang Gang sincerely praised her. Shen Luo smiled and shook her head, saying, "Uncle Wang, you're too kind. I just did what I was supposed to do, and you only did what you should have done. Only then can I feel comfortable handing over the base's management to you, right?" As they walked and talked, they soon reached the entrance of the base. Shen Luo looked at the children working in the fields, pulling weeds, and felt a deep sense of satisfaction and pride. "Uncle Wang, look at how hard they're working," Shen Luo suddenly asked. Wang Gang followed Shen Luo's gaze and saw the children carefully pulling weeds in the field. Their faces were bright with smiles, full of love for life and hope. "Yes, Luo. Seeing them makes me think about the future of our base. With you here and everyone working together, I believe our base will get better and better, Wang Gang said with emotion. Shen Luo nodded with a smile. She knew that as long as everyone worked together and tried their best, they could overcome any difficulty and create a better life. Uncle Wang, do you think we should plant more vegetables and fruits? That way, we can be self-sufficient and help the villagers have enough food. Also, we lack skilled people who can build houses. Our base really needs more talent, Shen Luo suddenly suggested. Although she could build using space points, she wanted to exchange points for nutrient solutions to give to Professor Lin for research. Hearing this, Wang Gang's eyes lit up. He patted Shen Luo's shoulder and said, Luo, that's a great idea. I'll go tell Li Ping to start planting vegetables and fruits. I believe that with our joint efforts, our base will become a true paradise. By the way, Uncle Wang, here are some vegetable seeds. If we can harvest vegetables soon, that would be wonderful, Shen Luo said, taking the seeds out of her backpack, actually from her space. She wanted to develop agriculture quickly so her base could support more people and ensure everyone had enough to eat. After speaking, Wang Gang took the vegetable seeds and turned to start organizing the planting of vegetables and fruits. Watching Wang Gang's figure walk away, Shen Luo looked again at the children in the fields. Their laughter was clear and cheerful, full of innocence and joy. There is currently no place for children to learn, and everyone spends their days working in the fields. Shen Luo decided to create better learning and living conditions for these children. So, she turned and headed toward the office building at the base to make a detailed development plan. Inside the office, Shen Luo carefully thought about the future of the base. Right now, fewer than 50 people live there. It seems she still needs to find ways to develop the base and let more people know about it. Suddenly, knocking on the door interrupted Shen Luo's thoughts.
Come in, Su King. I was just about to call you, she said.
A cheerful voice replied, I knew your ears are sharp, Sister Luo. Su Qing pushed the door open, followed by a young girl holding a cute toy. Here's Xiaoyu, the cousin of Zhang Taidan. She came with us to the base. She says she can make plants sprout, Su Qing said happily. Shen Luo stood up with a smile and saw the special ability on Xiaoyu's head, growth. She went to greet her. Welcome, Xiaoyu. You're so adorable, she said, reaching out to pat her head. Xiaoyu shyly hid behind Su Qing but secretly looked at Shen Luo with curiosity and excitement. Sister Luo, I can make plants sprout quickly. My cousin told me not to use my power, but I came here because I think you are a good person. I want to tell you about my ability, Xiaoyu said bravely. Hearing this, Shen Luo's eyes lit up with surprise. She looked at Xiaoyu kindly and said, Xiaoyu, your ability is very precious. It's very important for the base. Don't worry, here you can use your power freely. We will protect you and help you use your ability in the best way. Xiaoyu's eyes brightened. She happily stepped out from behind Su Qing and asked, Really? Sister Luo, can I really help? Shen Luo nodded with a smile. Of course. Your ability is very important for the growth of our farm. Can you show me what you can do? Xiaoyu nodded eagerly, full of excitement and hope. She walked to a nearby flower pot, gently touched the soil inside, and then closed her eyes. The soil in the flower pot began to tremble slightly. Then, small green seedlings broke through the soil and grew quickly. Soon, the flower pot was full of lush vegetable seedlings. Shen Luo and Su Qing watched the scene, their eyes shining with surprise and happiness. They didn't expect that Xiaoyu's special ability was so powerful, able to make plants sprout and grow so fast in such a short time. If that's the case, there would be no waste of seeds, and the germination rate was very high. Great! Xiaoyu, your ability is amazing, Shen Luo said excitedly. Xiaoyu smiled brightly when she heard this. She looked at the doll in her hand and said, I knew my ability would be useful. Now, I can help Sister Luo plant lots of vegetables. Shen Luo gently patted Xiaoyu's head and said, Good girl. From now on, you will be responsible for growing vegetables at the base. Tomorrow, we'll take Xiaoyu to the planting site. She'll start seedlings here, then Zhang Taidan will take them to the greenhouse for planting. Zhang Taidan will be in charge of the farmland in the future. Su Qing also smiled and said, Yes, Xiaoyu, you need to work hard. From now on, the vegetables at our base will depend on you. Xiaoyu nodded firmly, her eyes full of determination and hope. Sister Luo, our planting base. Su Qing didn't see where the base was, so she asked out of curiosity. You'll see it when you wake up tomorrow morning. Shen Luo patted Su Qing's shoulder. Oh, by the way, Sister Luo, what should we call our base? Should we give it a name? Su Qing blinked at Shen Luo. Shen Luo paused slightly. She hadn't thought about that yet. Seeing Su Qing's eager look, Shen Luo thought for a moment and said, let's call it Arc Base. Arc Base. That's a good name. It has a nice meaning. Su Qing's eyes lit up, and she clapped her hands happily. Shen Luo smiled and nodded. She looked at Su Qing and Xiaoyu. By the way, try setting up a radio station. You can ask Xiaoen and Xiao Le to broadcast our base information.
Sui nodded.
She planned to do that soon. She also wanted to make a broadcast to tell everyone that the base now has a name, Arc Base. Shen Luo continued, we need to let more people know about the Arc Base. Maybe they need our help. Su Qing responded with a nod, then turned around with Xiaoyu and left. She sat back at her desk and began to make a more detailed development plan. Shen Luo picked up a pen and carefully wrote down a series of steps and goals. By the time she finished, it was already late at night. Little Black, do you think my work is done? We have the base, food, and companions, Shen Luo said, looking at Little Black lazily. Little Black looked at Shen Luo and leaned close. Silly woman. That's just the beginning. What if zombies attack the base? Shen Luo smiled, patted Little Black's head, then stood up and walked to the window, looking at the night outside. Zombies attacking the base. Isn't there a defense system? But the defense system can only handle level 2 zombies. What about higher level zombies? Can you guarantee they won't come? Little Black asked back. Yeah. What if the zombies are above level 2? Should I upgrade or gather more points? Looks like I still need to go out for supplies, Shen Luo said, her eyes shining as if she enjoyed the idea of free shopping. You don't want to use points, but you need to find empty houses, empty buildings, and empty schools. Once you have these, someone has to manage them. Your hospital now only has Su Qing, right? If someone gets hurt, how many can she treat? These are all problems. That's true. Without management, my large base will soon be overgrown with weeds, Shen Luo thought, imagining her base covered in wild plants. Thinking of this, Shen Luo frowned. So, you need talent, whether supernatural or ordinary people, you need them, Little Black said seriously. Shen Luo took a deep breath and nodded. You're right, Little Black. I need talent, more people to join our base and help build it. Whether they are supernatural or ordinary, they all have their value and role. Little Black nodded. Besides that, we also need building materials, steel, cement, vehicles, especially farming machines. Relying only on manpower isn't enough. Yes, I still have farming machines in my space. I can take them out first. Shen Luo rubbed her forehead, seeming to remember something. We also need to build a temperature-controlled warehouse. Vegetables and grains need to be kept fresh. Plus, everyone's clothes. Winter is coming soon and many people outside might suffer, Little Black added. Listening to Little Black, Shen Luo fell into deep thought. She realized that for the base to truly grow, many issues needed to be considered. Not just food and fire prevention systems, but also talent, building materials, farming machinery, temperature-controlled warehouses, and more. Every part is very important and cannot be missing. More importantly, if she left the base, how would Wang Gang tell who is who? Little Black, can the identity recognition system be upgraded? Shen Luo asked firmly. That's a good question, but you'll need to ask your space system to find out, Little Black replied. Ding! A system sound rang in her mind. Host, are you looking for me? Gold-eating beast, can the identity recognition system be upgraded? Besides me, can others see system prompts with 100% accuracy and special abilities? This was Shen Luo's main concern. Host, the identity recognition system can indeed be upgraded. Permissions can be set so that, after upgrading, besides you, certain machines can see system prompts with 100% matching and special ability information. As for favorability, besides you, a color can be set to indicate status, green for perfect match, yellow for over 80%, orange for over 60%, red for danger, and so on, the system answered. Hearing this, a hint of joy appeared in Shinluo's eyes. She didn't expect the system to really be able to upgrade the identity recognition system. And this recognition system was exactly what she needed. Great. Gold-eating beast, upgrade the identity recognition system for me immediately, she said eagerly. Host, you currently do not have enough points to upgrade the system, the system replied. Shinluo's mouth twitched. Gold-eating beast, can you not cheat me? Points, my points. How many points do I need now? Upgrading the system requires 100,000 points, the system answered. Shinluo frowned. Gold-eating beast, let's make a deal. Credit me first. I need to upgrade the system. Without it, how can I leave the base? Little Black looked at Shinluo with a grumpy expression and found it very funny. Alright, it's done. Let's go kill zombies and earn lots of points. Host, are you sure you want to take out a loan? If yes, I will process it quickly and upgrade the identity verification system. The system's voice made Shinluo want to punch it. Shinluo took a deep breath and looked determined. Yes, I want to take the loan. 10,000 points. Upgrade the identity verification system. The system responded again. Okay, host. The loan has been processed. The identity verification system is upgrading. Estimated time, 1 hour. Hearing this, Shinluo felt a little relieved. She looked at Little Black and said, Little Black, I want to eat cherries. I want strawberries. Go to the orchard and bring me some. Shinluo lay on a lounge chair in the space yard, starting to act spoiled. Lazy as ever. If you love eating or not, and you still want me to serve you, Little Black said, but it still ran to the orchard to pick fresh fruit for her. Every time Shinluo returned to the space, she did farm work, harvesting grains, vegetables, and fruits. Her storage was already full. It was rare for her to enjoy the warm and gentle sunlight in the space. To help ordinary people who came to the base recover their strength quickly, she prepared bottled mineral water, all made by her. She bought a beverage factory with zero cost, and each bottle was diluted with a small amount of spiritual spring water. These special mineral waters not only quench thirst but also subtly improve people's health and boost their immune systems. Long-term drinking could even activate special abilities within the body. So, Shinluo set up 3 dedicated refrigerators in the base supermarket. These refrigerators stored the bottled water that enhances health, and the points needed to buy each bottle were low, 5 points per bottle. Each person could buy 2 bottles a day. Why did she do this? To prevent people from reselling her products. The rules were set early to avoid future trouble. Time always passed quickly, and soon the identity verification system was successfully upgraded. Currently, only Su Qing knew about Shinluo's abilities and Little Black's existence. No one else knew that Little Black was also in the system. Most people only knew Shinluo had a small black cat that often stayed with her. Seeing the system's permissions, Shinluo quickly set the access rights. Su Qing had level 1 permissions, allowing her to view everyone except Shinluo and Little Black through the system. Xiaoya and Wang Gang have level 2 permissions, which include classification and query functions, and they can also assign permissions to staff. Wang Jie has level 3 permissions, so he can only see the data entered on that day. Then, Shinluo left the space and found Su Qing, asking her to notify the others to come to a meeting. Soon Li Ping, Xiaoya, Wang Gang, Wang Ji, and Wang Jie arrived at the meeting room. Shinluo looked at them and smiled, saying, Today I called everyone here to tell you that the base has an identity recognition system. At the entrance, there will be 2 machines working. Older sister Luo, this system is so powerful. It can tell if someone is a special ability user or an ordinary person right at the door, Wang Jie exclaimed in admiration. Because the base has few people now, Xiaoya will work with us first. When suitable people come, Xiaoya will step back. Everyone must protect Xiaoya's special ability and don't let outsiders know about it. Shinluo nodded and continued. This identity recognition system not only distinguishes between ability users and ordinary people, but also assigns access permissions based on our settings. Great. Then we can assign housing based on good or bad. We don't have to worry about ordinary people getting hurt, Wang Gang said happily. Yes, But I want to tell everyone that if someone wants to hide their ability, we should stay calm and record such people. Then, we can assign more attention to them. If they don't threaten the base, we won't say anything. But if they plan to do something harmful, we can act later. Shin Luo explained in detail. Older sister Luo, is this like showing courtesy first and then taking action? Xiaoya asked innocently, making Shin Luo giggle. Yes, Xiaoya, you're very smart, Shin Luo praised. But, Sister Luo, what if there are bad people among the visitors? Wang Jie asked worriedly. Shin Luo looked at Wang Jie gently and said, Wang Jie, don't worry. We have the identity recognition system to do an initial screening. If someone seems suspicious and doesn't meet the safety standards, we won't let them in. Wang Gang nodded and said, Don't worry, Luo. I will keep watch. Shin Luo nodded with a smile and then continued, Besides these, Uncle Wang, Su Qing, and Li Ping are working on rules and regulations for the base, so everyone can follow them. This will help the base develop more smoothly. Older sister Luo, you decide, Xiaoya, Wang Gang, and Wang Jie said together. Safety at the base is managed by Wang Ji. We don't have enough staff now, but we can select more people as we bring them in later. Li Ping is still the main manager of the base. Also, everyone should pay attention to the weather. Sister Ping, find some warm clothes in the storage. If it gets colder, everyone needs to stay warm. Shin Luo looked at her plan book and explained each point to everyone. Luo, do you mean the rain will stop and it will snow instead? Li Ping shivered at the thought of the cold weather. Since everyone was from the south, they were a bit afraid of cold weather. Get ready. In a few days, I need to go out to find supplies. The base can still support itself now, but if we need to host many more people in the future, we will need to build more houses. So, everyone should follow the initial plan to manage the base. Shin Luo finished and stood up. She walked to the window and looked at the sky outside. I hope the rain stops soon. Shin Luo muttered to herself. Older sister Luo, are you going out? Su Qing asked worriedly when she heard Shin Luo. Shin Luo turned around, looked at everyone and smiled. Yes, I need to go out to find supplies so our base can develop better. Su Qing nodded and said, Be careful, sister. Come back early. Xiaoya also said, Luo sister, be careful outside. There are many dangers. Shin Luo felt warm inside. She patted Xiaoya's head and said, Yes, I will be careful and come back soon. She took a deep breath and said, I will. Everyone, don't worry. You all go ahead and do your work. That's all for today. We will have another meeting later if there are new plans. Just then, Zhang Taidan ran in. Base leader, someone is at the gate of the base. They've been shouting outside, saying they are from the village. I was worried they might cause trouble, so I came quickly to tell you. Hearing this, Shin Luo frowned, and a bad feeling rose in her heart. She looked at Zhang Taidan and asked, How many people came? Zhang Taidan shook his head and said, It's the village chief, bringing the remaining villagers from the village. Hearing this, Shin Luo felt a little relieved and said, Let's go and take a look. Shin Luo, along with Su Qing, Wang Gang, and others, quickly headed toward the base entrance. On the way, Shin Luo couldn't understand why, after letting him go, the village chief still brought people here. What could be their purpose? When they reached the entrance, they saw the village chief with a group of ragged, pale, and thin villagers standing there, constantly looking inside. Seeing Shin Luo and the others come out, the village chief hurried to greet them. Base leader, our villagers really can't survive anymore. We have no food or water. I heard you are sheltering refugees, so we all came, the village chief said with a big smile, sounding a bit pleading. Shin Luo looked at these villagers and knew that the village chief hadn't used his special powers to manipulate them. Also, she noticed that except for the village chief and a few others, most villagers had a good impression of her, over 90%. If the village chief and a few others had bad intentions, it wouldn't be hard to deal with them. After all, if someone tried to attack the base leader inside the base, they would be punished by the system. She nodded and said, Village chief, come in first. I will arrange places for everyone to stay. The village chief's face lit up with joy. He quickly called the villagers to follow Shin Luo and the others into the base. Shin Luo quietly told Wang Gang and Li Ping to watch the village chief and the others carefully. She then turned to Wang Gang and said, Wang Gang, take them to the temporary tents to rest.
They will stay here for now.
Once the houses are built, they can be assigned rooms. Wang Gang nodded and led the villagers to the temporary tents. Shen Luo looked at the village chief and asked, Village chief, the base is still under construction, and there are no houses yet. Everyone can stay here and rest for 2 days. After that, they can find work inside the base. Base leader, I was foolish before. I made mistakes just for a bit of food. Thank you for still accepting us without holding grudges, the village chief said, holding Shen Luo tightly and refusing to let go. Seeing the village chief's sincere attitude, Shen Luo secretly smiled, wondering what else the village chief might do. Her good impression of him was only 30%. Village chief and everyone else, you haven't eaten, right? Let the base's manager bring some food for you. Everyone should eat until they are full, Shen Luo said calmly. The village chief was grateful and nodded repeatedly. The base leader is right. We will work hard to repay your kindness. Shen Luo nodded, then turned to Su Qing and said, Su Qing, go and help everyone fill their stomachs. Su Qing responded quickly and left briskly. Because of the village chief's arrival, Shen Luo changed his plan. He couldn't leave the base now. He needed the village chief to reveal himself. Only the troublemaker of the base could leave. In the following days, Shen Luo continued building the base at night and worked with everyone in the fields during the day. Meanwhile, the village chief and his wife spent every day wandering around the base, looking here and there. They never helped with the work and didn't do any chores. Every day, they relied on the 200 points given by the base to eat in the cafeteria. Since the village chief arrived, he acted like a leader, giving orders such as, this way isn't good or that way isn't good. He kept interfering with the farming, making it hard to know what to do. Village chief, please don't come here. If you keep doing this, how will the crops grow? We should be planting seedlings now. Zhang Taidan initially thought he should listen since the village chief spoke. But the village chief became more and more unreasonable. Zhang Taidan didn't know what to do anymore. He was worried every day at home. His wife finally couldn't stand it and advised him not to let down Shen Luo, the base leader. She reminded him that they were at the base, not in the village, and they should follow Shen Luo's instructions. This made Zhang Taidan realize the truth. What's wrong? Can't I be the village chief anymore? The village chief said dismissively. Village chief, that's not what I mean. But the crops have their own growth rules. We can't plant them just according to your ideas, Zhang Taidan explained earnestly. The village chief's face darkened, and he said, I've lived so many years. Do I know less than you, a young person? I am the village chief. I decide what to do. Zhang Taidan knew that if this continued, the crops wouldn't grow well. It would affect the base's food supply and make everyone unhappy with the village chief. Village chief, do you know what the land outside looks like? It's all flooded. The land in the base can still be farmed, but you're giving orders randomly. What will the people in the base eat if there's no harvest? Zhang Taidan finally couldn't hold back and burst out. The villagers saw this scene and started discussing. Yes, if this continues, our harvest this year will definitely be affected, said one villager. Village chief is really thinking about himself. He's not helping us. He's hurting us, said another villager. I think he's had a few good days and forgotten his place. Ignoring the elder's advice will only bring trouble. The village chief, caught in the middle of everyone's words, looked a bit uneasy. Seeing that Shen Luo was not around, nor were the others from the base, only some children were present. So, he secretly used his special ability to control people's minds. The villagers, who had been angry just now, suddenly stopped talking. They nodded in agreement and started supporting the village chief's words. The village chief saw that just a little of his ability was enough to make everyone obedient, and he secretly smiled. Am I wrong? Or, do you want to listen to Zhang Taidan? The village chief asked everyone. Village chief, I was wrong. You have more experience, so we should listen to you, Zhang Taidan said respectfully beside him. All right, then everyone start working, the village chief said. He looked at a child pulling weeds and continued, Kid, go to the supermarket and buy me a bottle of water. Okay, Grandpa, replied Xiaoming. Xiaoming put down the weeds and ran to the supermarket, bought a bottle of water, quickly returned, handed it to the village chief, and then joined everyone else in pulling weeds. Sure enough, after a few days, the crops in the field started showing problems. The healthy seedlings, which should have grown strong, became wilted because of the village chief's reckless commands. The villagers looked at the situation in the field, feeling very anxious. What should we do? If this keeps up, our harvest this year will be ruined, said one villager with a sigh. How can we be farming properly and still have this happen? Another villager said angrily. There's no use talking about it now. We need to find a way, Zhang Taidan said with a frown. Now they had to find a solution. So, he decided to go see Shinluo, the base leader, and report the situation. When she arrived at Shinluo's office, she found Shinluo studying a map. Director, something's wrong. The crops in the field are having problems, Zhang Taidan hurriedly said. Shinluo looked up at Zhang Taidan and asked, What happened? Zhang Taidan explained the situation in detail. After listening, Shinluo frowned, already understanding the general problem. She knew that the village chief was always up to no good, and his visit to the base probably wasn't for a good reason. Go back first. I understand, Shinluo said to Zhang Taidan. Zhang Taidan nodded and turned to leave. Shinluo watched him go, thinking quietly about what to do next. She knew she had to find a way to remove the troublemaker from the base, or else the base's progress would be seriously affected. At that moment, Su Qing came in. Sister Luo, I noticed Xiaoming has been acting strange these days. He hides under the blanket at night and cries quietly. Shinluo furrowed her brow. What's going on? I don't know either. I talked to Sister Ping, but we couldn't figure it out, Su Qing said anxiously. Did you ask the children? Shinluo continued. Yes, but they didn't say much, and they all looked unhappy. Sister Luo, do you think the children might be sick? Su Qing asked nervously, fidgeting. You're a doctor. Do you see any problems? Shinluo looked at Su Qing, feeling worried and a bit flustered.
No, su infainabilidad.
Let's go see. First, bring Tuan Tuan here, Shinluo said, patting Su Qing's shoulder and heading toward the door. The two quickly reached the children's resting area. They saw Tuan Tuan and a few other children sitting together, looking a bit sad. Shinluo gently approached, squatting down to look at Tuan Tuan and asked softly, Tuan Tuan, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Tuan Tuan saw Shinluo, his eyes reddening with tears, and said sadly, Sister Shen, I'm fine. Hearing this, Shinluo felt a pang of sadness. She gently hugged Tuan Tuan and comforted him. Be good, Tuan Tuan. Don't cry. When the rain stops, Sister will take you to the field to catch snails. Tuan Tuan looked up at Shinluo with tears in his eyes and asked, Sister Shin, you're so kind. Shinluo smiled and nodded, saying, Of course it's true. When has my sister ever lied to you? But, Tantan, is there something you haven't told me? Hearing this, Tantan bit her lip and hesitated for a moment before saying, Sister Shen, I have no more points. Hearing this, Shinluo was surprised. She immediately asked the system to check Tantan's current points. She was shocked to find that Tantan only had 10 points left. Since everyone arrived at the base, each person was given 200 points, and the children did daily chores, so each child had several hundred points. But Tantan only had 10 points now.